mic drop.
Take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Mic drop.
The number we have dialed is not in
But now I got to be with you at the press conference while you tell the world about your transgressions. Right. I love my baby. I'm gonna stand by my baby no matter what.
No, I definitely understand why it would look that way or feel that way, but I actually don't look at it as a transgression at all.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
The mic drop.
No. Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of the Big Mike Drop. What up, Ronnie? How you doing?
What's up, Mike?
We got the lovely Ronnie Ledoux in the building with us. Y'all give her a hand.
Greetings and salutations from New York City.
Yes. How's the weather up there? Y'all getting y'all
not so bad.
To warm up a little bit?
It's better than it's been. Yeah, it's not so bad.
All right, cool. We got Noble in the building.
Hey, Noble.
I said I wasn't going to talk about this shit anymore. I'm just going to jump into it tonight. We already know what we're talking about. We've already seen it. Everybody's been through it a million times. It's almost time for it to be over with, but it's still not over with. And I have not gotten Ronnie's public opinion on this. Now,
well, you know, the devil's advocate, Mike.
We got Ronnie's first opinion on this, but we didn't get Ronnie's professional sitting on stage with us opinion on this whole situation. And I'm glad we got it in here so we can have a more nuanced discussion. My first discussion was very male oriented, and so it wasn't really a representation of both sides. So I like having you on here so we can kind of get both sides of the story and maybe get the audience involved. We got Miss Amber Alert in the building.
Amber.
Yo, man, we got the mic droppers in here and Ronnie's Rebels. So we got some. I know we got some rebels out here, man. So shout out to the rebels.
Do we have Miss Texas yet? She been skipping out. She been playing hooky on us.
Yeah, Miss Texas been playing hooky on us, man. You know what I'm saying? She'll be back. She'll be back. She'll circle back through. So
yeah, she never stays away for too long.
Yeah. Shout out to Miss Texas. So the name of tonight's show is Agent Smith Beta 2.0 version, or version Beta 2.0, however you want to put it. I think I had it both ways. But we're talking about the Simp Enforcers. And that's a term I believe Mr. Palmer, shout out to Mr. Palmer, coined. It's Simp Enforcer. So I decided I'm going to call them Agent Smiths. Because these are the people that want to keep you in the blue pill area. They want to keep you under the blue pill spell. They want you to be in the Matrix. And, that was the whole story of the Matrix was, you got these people that basically disconnected from the system by taking the red pill. And you had these agents that could go back and forth, but their job was to eliminate you once you took the red pill or get you back to the blue pill. So that's basically kind of what simps are, or simp enforcers are. And I normally don't have this discussion. And I don't like calling names and whatnot, but that was what in my opinion, it appeared to be simpish behavior. And it's reckless behavior, and it can get young brothers hurt. So that's where I am on it. You just can't just run up and do no shit like that. But what's your take on this deal, Ronnie? And for those of you who don't know, we're talking about Will Smith, Dr. Chris.
I never endorsed violence. He was definitely out of line, but if the cause that he did it for is to stand up for Jada, then I understand his position. While I don't agree with the behavior, especially that it was televised, because the Oscars is like family oriented. People watch that with their kids. I've been watching it since I was like 5.
Yeah.
So I just hate that he did that on national TV. Not that it would be any better if it was the after party, but I just,
I think it would have been better if it was the after party, if it had to happen.
Right.
It would have been better. You just had to have him. Then go have him off camera. Like I think Steve Harvey said. Take him in the green room or the press room and do what you got to do.
But I don't by any means feel like a man protecting his wife or his queen is a simp. I don't agree with that.
Well, it depends on what protection is, and we're going to talk about protection, and we might even delve into whether Jada needed protection at that time. So
that's like calling a man a henpeck, right? Ain't that the same thing?
Oh, hell yeah. Exactly. Country turn henpeck. Henpeck. Exactly. So, look, I there's nothing wrong with protecting your woman, but going overboard, getting violent, things like that. If your woman is not physically being harmed or verbally being assaulted by somebody, like literally verbal assault, getting called out her name or whatnot, right, I don't really see any reason to take it violent. And that was not happening in that venue. So it was more to that. And people's responses and reactions let me know that it was way more to that. And it brings on deeper conversations. And this is what's happening. And a lot of people want to stop talking about it because the conversation is getting a little too real, too deep, too close to home, things like that. But what is the role of a protector? And what makes you a protector? And when do you protect?
Well, that's a good question, Mike, but I'm going to try to stay neutral because I've been known to play the devil's advocate. So tonight I'm just going to say they both had a job. Chris's job was to entertain and make people laugh. He did that. Will's job is all the time. You're always a father and a husband. His job was to protect his wife from what he felt, what he internalized as a threat. So they both did their job, although Will didn't do it the right way, but he did what at that time, whatever he was feeling that came over him, he did what he felt he needed to do to get his point across. Not that I agree, but I understand where they both came from.
Well, I've heard people out here say MK Ultra. I've heard that being tossed around out here. MK
What
Ultra,
is it?
like the mind control drug. MK Ultra.
Hmm.
Yeah, they said Kanye had that shit for a while too. They say he was on the MK Ultra too. He might still be on it, but you know, everybody has it as far as you know in Hollywood. It's like a mind control drug or whatnot. Check it out. If you get a chance, Google that MK Ultra. Let's see, man. What we got out here, man? Don't forget to hit like, share, and subscribe. If you're just now tuning in, this is the Big Mic Drop. We're talking about Agent Smith, Beta 2.0 version. We're talking about the Simp Enforcers, y'all. We're talking about the Simp Enforcers. We're talking about the son husbands. We're talking about the dudes who can't differentiate their girlfriend from their mamas or their sisters, because there is a difference. Every woman that you date, every woman out here, even though she may have the same phenotypical traits as your mother or your sister, is not your mother or your sister. What is protection? And let's go ahead and put it out here, man. Let's put it out here. I'm going to put the question out here early. Is protection a privilege or a right? Feel free to get in the comments or give us a call, 515-605-9708. 515-605-9708. Rob Gibbons says, Simp. Man, what's up, Rob? Nah, man, like, and you weren't one of them, Rob. I'm not talking about you. But guys on my page were like really shocking me in a lot of situations. And I'm to the point now, I don't want to be around these people and their wives. If they're that violent and they back this type of stuff up and you know they condone this type of behavior, then I don't really want to be around them out in public with their wives and whatnot. That's just me personally. But we're going to look at a couple of different examples of this behavior and why I would tell my son not to do it. I would tell my son, think first, son. Don't do it. But let's take a look and see what we got here. Actually, I don't know where Ronnie stepped out for a moment. I'm gonna take a little quick commercial, man, and then I'm gonna come right back. We're gonna go ahead and take a quick commercial, Ronnie. And
Okay,
then
sounds good.
And what I'm gonna do is show this video from different angles because everybody may not have seen the other perspective of the Will and Jada encounter.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see here. All right. So yeah, we're gonna cut to this quick commercial. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know which commercial am I gonna use. Which commercial am I gonna use? Boom, let's do. Good evening, America, and thank you for tuning in. I'm your host, Michael McDonald. And like any other American, I believe in American values. Traditional values, like freedom of speech, free market, Jesus. And one thing I know is that these gas prices right now are outside of the will of God. So I'm urging all of you, from America's heartland to our urban economic centers, get these out of office. We have our own resources, and if this is what it takes to prevent this from happening, I'm with it. I'm Michael McDonald, and I approve this message. That's a message for Joe Biden and all these crooked ass politicians. Just to let you know, we ain't forgot about you. I know Will slapped the shit out of Chris, but we ain't forgot about y'all. We back on y'all neck too. Speaking of Joe Biden, he's decided to unleash reserve oil or oil reserves today, finally. So hopefully we have some relief on these gas prices. To all my people out there, especially in the transportation business like
Yes.
myself, you know what I'm saying? That would be a relief, man. Put more of that money in our pockets. It just depends on how much they plan on doing. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. But right now we're talking about the simp in Will Smith in his protection of privilege or right. And if you don't recall, a while back we talked about the wolf pack and the concept of the wolf pack and how certain members of the wolf pack were not allowed to do certain things. They had certain jobs for everybody. So all wolves couldn't go out and hunt. All wolves couldn't be outside of certain parameters, especially the young wolves and the female wolves that weren't, the alpha females or the beta females. So if they went outside of those boundaries, then they open themselves up to whatever. So now with these hashtags, protect all women, I think that's problematic because you can't really protect somebody who's out here renegade doing what they want to do. People that get protection, people that earn protection, they earn protection, like from you, especially if you're a mate. Once we're not mates anymore, I don't owe you my protection. Does that make sense?
It does.
It might be nice if somebody stopped you from doing something to you, but I don't owe you that. Now, if you're my wife, I owe you that. If you're my girlfriend, I may or may not owe you that, depending on how the relationship going.
That's fair.
So this protect all women, and that's where a lot of the women that I've seen on social media are coming from that standpoint. They're celebrating the fact that this man slapped the hell out this other man. They're celebrating the fact. And I think that's unfair. I think that's unfair to say the least.
Okay. All right, Mike. But what I have found coming down my timeline, you're seeing a different perspective. You're seeing that a lot of women are for what Will Smith has done. On my timeline, I'm seeing more men that are in agreement with him than women.
I'm seeing that too.
That's surprising.
That's the Agent Smiths. That's the Beta 2.0. That's the Simp Enforcer. That's the dude that goes out and basically commits violence for the feminists.
And I did my own assessment. Not all of them, a lot of the women who were against Will Smith, a lot of them came from broken homes. There were no fathers in the home. They're not in good relationships now. So a lot of these women, I feel like, have never had a man to really take a stand for them. So that's kind of biased. Like, why is this their position? Why is anybody having a position on this? We should all just be neutral. I mean. Right.
Hey, Big Rob said, those are the cats that are trying to score points with their women. Facts. Facts. They probably the ones at home dogging their women out on the low and then get on Facebook caping trying to get other women. You know what I'm saying? Trying to impress the other women on the book or on the ground, but really they at home doing the most.
It's a lot of that.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of that. A whole lot of this cap. A whole lot of cap.
But let me ask you a question, Mike. If you were, because everybody's talking about this mental health thing now with Kanye West, they didn't want him there. After the way Will Smith acted, maybe he has a mental problem. But had it been you, how would you have handled that? If you felt the need, put yourself in his position. If you felt the need to protect your woman, what would you have done? Just yelled at him to stop talking about her? Took the microphone for him, or absolutely did nothing until later on that night? What would you have done in that position? If you put yourself in his shoes and you felt like you needed to do something, what would it have been?
I probably would have been like, hey, man, fuck you in the crowd. I just would have yelled, fuck you.
And if he simply would have done only that, then the FCC would be talking even more shit probably about how kids were watching and all of this stuff. So
they would, but you wouldn't have fucked up your legacy. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
Over what appears to be nothing. Jada Pinkett is not on that dude's level, and I think that a lot of men are upset with Jada because they understand this. And a lot of guys strive to be like Will. A lot of black kids strive to be like Will. So Will knows that his image is taking a hit over the past few years. He knows this.
It has. It really has.
So I think he used this opportunity and capitalized off of somebody he knew he could beat in a place where he knew he couldn't really be touched. Now
he couldn't be touched, but I mean, some of those little guys like Chris can put up a fight. Now you can't just look at somebody's size and say, "Well, I can whoop their ass." But I've seen some big men get tore up by some small men, just like Chris.
Yeah, take a
I just think he, like you said, he felt he was in a safe place. He knew he could get away with it. Right. Chris might have gotten one lick in, but he knew nobody was going to let them have a full-fledged fight. So
See,
knew
Will
that.
Smith would be that manager that be talking shit to you at work and think that little work authority is like, shields them from getting their ass whooped.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The little assistant manager, it might not even be a big manager. It might just be the night shift leader or some shit.
Yeah, the team leader.
Yeah, the little team leader or whatnot, head cashier. They treating folks real nasty. They talking shit all the time. Putting their hands on folks. They do all type of little, abusing their power. Basically,
right.
That's what they're doing. So I think that's what that was. That's what I saw was an exercise in the abuse of power. But I saw a little bit more as well, because if that would have been anybody else, and I know this argument sounds cliche, but if he would have went up on there and slapped Jerry Seinfeld or any of these other people, Gary Busey, he could have slapped anybody white and that nigga would have left in handcuffs. I don't like the fact that they watch somebody get assaulted and they trying to figure out what the fuck they're gonna do. Now, at what point in time do police figure out what they want to do based off of what the person that got assaulted says? Especially when it happens in a venue like that. The venue usually presses charges. It's all type of legal shit coming behind that. And the simple fact that they're like, well, it's kind of up to Chris, and Chris don't want to press charges. I'm not advocating for Will Smith to go to jail, but when you see zero punishment, you can do that to a professional black man on his job with impunity. And, a lot of people are saying Will Smith set black men back and all that. I'm not really going that deep with that.
Me either.
I'm not really going that deep with that. But what I am saying is this situation is demonstrating just how unprotected the black man is by his woman and by society, because both of those brothers needed protection the other night.
I think he's having a mental break. I think that was a mental break, because like everybody is saying, he was laughing until he saw the hurt on her face. I'm not going to say that she was hurt, but he could tell that she was very offended. Anybody could see she was offended. And I think he kind of like didn't know what to do. Like, if I don't do shit and I go home, I'm going to have to hear it from her. I kind of feel like he was put under some pressure, or he felt an imminent threat to his manhood. So I kind of feel like maybe he possibly may have had a breakdown recently, like some sort of nervous breakdown, because that was not rational. That was not Will Smith.
Now look at this.
And that's why I can empathize with him, because I feel like that's something mental.
Let's see what Rob says. Steve Harvey said it best. Will be around long enough to know that he could do what he did to Chris and not react, and Chris would not react. He knew who he was facing and felt confident enough to turn his back on Chris, and Chris would not have done anything. Yeah, exactly, man. I mean, and it's not. This is no shots at Chris Rock, but I mean, Will Smith is 50 pounds heavier than this guy. 4 or 5 inches taller than this guy. So naturally, you would expect that somebody wouldn't know how. You wouldn't, expect that Chris Rock would win that fight.
So do you think Chris Rock came from a place where he was strictly being professional, or do you think he came from a place where I know this is a battle I'm not going to win? Because like you guys say, he's much smaller than Will. So I think it was a little bit of both.
I mean, I think that he knew that if he did that there, then it was going to be over with for both of them.
Yeah.
I think Chris Rock was the level head in the situation. He knew if he did something back to Will Smith, then it was going to go to a whole nother place. Now, we have this new angle on this whole situation. So this is for the women and the people out there, not just women, the men too, that say Jada had all this hurt on her face and she was all hurt and, she was upset and, she took it as an attack on alopecia and all of that. But let's see this, man. Let's check this out, because this is another angle of the slap and after the slap. And I want y'all to see something.
So we are here to give a documentary.
Let's go back. My bad.
Is an angle most people have not seen. Look at Jada's reaction.
Wow, dude. Yeah. It was a G.I. Jane joke. Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth. I'm going to, okay? So I can go. That was it. Greatest night in the history of television. Okay. So we are here to give a.
You see that though, right?
Yeah.
I just want to let's just go back and see all this hurt that she was in and all this protection this nigga was doing.
I'm going to, okay?
Jada's reaction.
Wow, dude. Yeah. It was a G.I. Jane joke. Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth. I'm going to, okay? So I can go.
I'm just trying to see where was the consolation for all this hurt and pain she was in. Where was the consoling? Look how far apart they are. Will could actually rub old girl leg if he wanted to and couldn't even rub his wife.
Lupita.
You see what I'm saying? If he wanted to.
But Mike,
So
we don't know the dynamics.
I mean, but we don't know
their
the
relationship.
dynamics. So for everybody to go in and automatically assume she was so hurt and butthurt about this, I mean, we see the evidence there. That doesn't look like, baby, you okay? Do I need to go up and do something to him? I'll slap this nigga, then I'm gonna come back and see, baby, is you okay?
So if it doesn't look like that, why are so many people saying he's under her control because she looked a certain way?
A lot of
we don't
people
know
are
the
saying
dynamics.
that, but
Right,
that wasn't a look of hurt.
That not from that angle that you showed, but from the front angle that we've been seeing on Facebook, she did look, if not hurt, embarrassed.
She
And
looked
let me
like
just
she
say
was
this.
ready to fight. She didn't look like, first of all, she a Baltimore chick. Let's just keep it real. I hope Miguel out there. But she looked like she ready to fight. She looked like she ready to curse.
Noble is from Baltimore as well, right?
Yeah. But yeah, that's what she's ready to do. And she made him her attack dog. And that's what I'm saying. I'm hearing a lot of us men saying that they would be this attack dog for that woman and just jumping in without even thinking.
Well, Mike, I think it was the perfect storm because in 2016, he made the joke that Will Smith should not have made the 20 million on the movie that he had made. It's like they've been the butt of his jokes before at the Oscars. So I think a lot of that may not have been about Jada. Some of that just could have been animosity that had built. It's hard for us to say what caused that. But one thing I will say before I lose my train of thought about it, people keep saying, oh, alopecia is not deadly. It's not life-threatening. Maybe not. Okay, some women don't mind being heavy set. They carry it well. Me, when I gain 10 pounds, I have a meltdown. I actually cry. So for women, hair loss for some of us is a big deal. And with her being an actress, her image for her, maybe her hair loss is a big deal. We don't know how many nights she's cried and what go, just because they're not lovey-dovey. I'm not a lovey-dovey person. That's not the dynamics of their relationship. So we can't base the fact that he's not, oh, baby, hugging and kissing and rubbing on her. We can't base that and say that he didn't come from a place of love.
Just like we can't say that she wasn't hurt, she was hurt.
We can't say that definitely.
She was hurt. And nobody that doesn't have alopecia definitely can't say it. You know what I mean? And there's so many people out here that don't have alopecia. Not talking about you. I'm just talking about all of these, these Facebook professionals.
And a lot of us cut our hair because I've shaved my head before. A lot of women feel like because so many women now, like Amber Rose and Toni Braxton, a lot of these women find themselves beautiful with their hair like that, but not everybody has that position. So people feel like, oh, cutting your hair short, that's no big deal. Everybody shaves their head by choice, but it's different when you have no choice.
Right. All right, we got 251 on the line. Who we got on the line with us?
It is me, sir. It is I.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello there.
What's popping, man?
Man, y'all in this subject, Lord, to the Jesus.
Man,
Lord,
this is my last night. This is my last night doing it. I promise you. This is my last
night. And I went back
night
on my word because I said I was done with this conversation. But because we have this podcast, I have to revisit the topic.
Yeah, we got to revisit it with Ronnie. You know what I'm saying? What's happening?
Well, here's the problem I get. I don't care if her feelings was hurt or this or that. This the point. This the point that really a lot of people really not talking about. If she loves this man in any kind of shape or form, she would not have let him embarrass himself and her in front of everybody, because everybody was there watching. The fact that she sat there and didn't try to stop him, didn't intervene, did not make a sound, that should tell you that this woman did not mean this man no good. What woman that really truly loves, even care about a man, will let him resemble a chance of messing up his career? If she didn't stop him, that shows you how she feels about this thing.
Can I interject for one moment?
She ought to be embarrassed.
Let me just interject really quickly. I don't think anybody knew. Even Chris Rock was laughing when he walked up to him. He was like, "Oh, Richard," making a joke. I don't think anybody knew Will was going to come from a place of violence, because even though he's not a stand-up comedian, he too is a comedian. So people in the audience probably thought he was walking up there to snatch the mic and say something funny. I don't think anybody expected him to go up there and come from a place of violence, not even his wife.
Look, okay, let's go with that, okay? All right, after she seen what happened, right?
Yeah.
Why didn't she go over and console him? Like, baby, it's okay. You just did what you were supposed to do for me, if that's what it was all about.
I agree.
Why she let him? Don't say my name. My wife, all that. She didn't say nothing. She didn't move. She didn't blink.
She wasn't standing up. She wasn't even standing up. She didn't even stand up when he slapped her.
She was sitting there like the Queen of England, like, yeah, he did his job.
Do you think this nigga's under mind control?
Everybody ain't no attention to.
See, Carmen, you'll go here with me. Do you think he's under MK Ultra?
I don't know if he's under MK Ultra, but I know somebody that's not in control of their own actions or emotions.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think he had a mental breakdown? Do you think we really just saw him?
Turned on?
Yeah. Do you think we just saw him literally have a mental breakdown?
I don't know what to call it, but I just know for her not to move, say nothing, or even try to stop this man from doing anything, that speaks volumes about her.
Right.
She been the downfall of this man from the beginning. This man, I can't really say what I want to say. I'm trying to be decent, but I'm just bringing that point up right there because that really bothers me. Because everybody's saying this and saying that, but if somebody loves somebody, the whole purpose of having a woman, and if she's supposed to be your wife, not your girlfriend, your wife. She's supposed to be the woman. She's supposed to be the person to make sure you never get into conflict. Period.
Right.
That's her job, to calm you down and make sure conflict do not come your way.
And I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Because it was Tyler Perry and Denzel Washington that were actually comforting him. So I agree with your point of view on that.
That was her job.
Right. I never looked at it like that, but since you put it like that.
That's the point. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
You literally just saw two black men.
If he was defending her honor like these women say, she was supposed to be, thank you, baby. You know what I'm saying? Anything. She didn't do nothing.
And maybe, like I said, maybe he wasn't defending her honor. For all we know, they might have had an argument on the way over in the limo. They might not even been on good terms. Like I said, that was the perfect storm. He was already upset with Chris Rock or mad about something else. That's not all that happened. You can tell he had other things on his mind.
That man was in a good space. I feel like he looked over there to his immediate left.
Right, but that was his trigger.
Hold on.
That's called a trigger.
The Hateful says it's odd to see a guy cry as much as that dude. He gave another Oscar performance during that acceptance speech, complete with tears.
Yes.
Absolutely, man. And I heard somebody talking about that earlier today. Watch the motherfuckers that cry all the time.
What are we gonna look for?
Now,
What are we looking
another
for?
thing,
Just
like I
watch
was
people that
speaking to
can
you
cry all
about
the time.
earlier,
It ain't that much to cry about.
another thing I was speaking to you about was I really believe this was an act and all that, because I'm looking at it's just too much stuff was just coincidental for this incident to me. It just everything just it didn't look authentic to me.
It didn't.
It didn't look authentic, and I've heard that school of thought.
Together to me.
I've heard that school of thought on that, but it's still quite disturbing.
Very disturbing.
It's still disturbing.
Right.
It would be more disturbing if it was fake. I wouldn't be like, oh, okay, it was fake. It's actually more disturbing if it's fake.
Right.
Well, I've been watching, trying to see if any new laws were being passed anywhere or whatever. I see California is passing this law that
you can beat
is
niggas
gonna make
at
all
work.
people that work in California. Huh?
A law where you could beat niggas at work and get away with it.
No. No, it's making it where all people that work in California is gonna have to have the jug.
What that got to do with that man getting slapped?
What's the jug?
Man, don't get him started, man. Hey, don't get him started.
What's the jug? The only jug I know is the COVID shot. What's the jug?
Hey, you know how you know what the
I'm just saying.
Hey. So anyway, I'm glad you on with me though.
Happened right when that law was getting ready to be passed.
I'm glad you on with me, man. I'm gonna skirt right past the jug conversation. I'm skirt right past it for now, because it will go off down another trail. But Tiffany Haddish, this is perhaps the most disturbing commentary I heard on the whole thing, and we got live footage of Tiffany Haddish right before Skynet was self-aware, talking about Will Smith.
Stand up for his wife, which we don't see that much anymore. That made me have hope. How about you? How did you feel about it?
I wanted your opinion on it because you're a comedian. And so it was that thing where, like, was that joke too far? How did you feel about what Will did? Because you are someone who's done comedy, and yet, like you just said, you saw a man defending his wife.
Yeah. I want to know how you felt about it. Would you want your husband to do that for you if you...
Hold on. Go back.
Would you define tonight as uncomfortable?
No, I would define tonight as a success.
Okay.
It was a great night tonight.
Okay, what did
First of all, I seen a man stand up for his wife, which we don't see that much anymore. That made me have hope. How about you?
Several things at play here that's disturbing to me. Several things at play here.
Oh, man.
First of all, I'm gonna fucking go there. I'm just gonna go there. Let me go there. Light-skinned dude defends wife against dark-skinned villainous evil Negro comedian.
Mike, we talked about this.
It's colorism. It's colorism at play. As far as the imagery is concerned, the only thing they can't do is they can't make Chris Rock guilty in any kind of way, because the joke was that shit was Disneyland joke, man. That shit was literally like something a dude would tell his daughter who got cancer. You know what I'm saying? And it's not going to be just this huge offensive joke. Like literally, you could tell your daughter if she was sick and she had to cut her hair, you could say some G.I. Jane shit, and you know what I'm saying? It might be cool. You see what I mean? I'm not trying to be insensitive here about that, people with sick kids, but what I'm saying is,
right.
That's just how light the joke was.
How PG-13 it was.
It was a PG-13 jab, because there's so much shit you can say about Jada Pinkett. See, me personally, let's just say if Big Mike was hosting the Oscars, right? I'd be like, Jada, what you doing this August? Hey, Jada, holla at me this August. Huh?
Corey Holcomb went off the worst, though.
Man, it's been some ugly stuff out there. It's been some stuff out there so ugly about Jada, man. You know, recently. I mean, we're gonna have to go on a slapping tour.
Well, everybody's asking why he didn't slap Laverne Cox. Had he slapped her, that would have been a hate crime against the LGBT community. So
Right.
he chose his victim the way he wanted to choose his victim.
I'm glad you said that. That's my point. That's my point.
Right.
So who needs protection out this motherfucker?
But when I think of men, when I think of strong men, in my mind, Will Smith has never crossed my mind as a man that would protect me. He's not a man I would say, oh yeah, he's a tough guy.
Man, this nigga got up and said he feel like he charged by God to protect all women.
I only see him as the Fresh Prince. Well, even when I watch him as Muhammad Ali, every time I look at him, I see him as a nice little kid. I still see him as an all-American boy, so I don't see him as a protector, even though I feel that's what he was trying to do to some extent.
But that all-American boy shit is out the door.
Yeah, it's a wrap.
It's out the door. It's
a wrap.
So the hateful says, so Tiffany does a joke, but about someone's husband is okay if the wife comes up and slaps her. Exactly. Or why ain't nobody went up and whipped DL Hughley ass? Why don't somebody go do that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what? I might be an advocate for that. DL Hughley gets under my skin. I don't know what it is about him.
Oh, but apparently he's this huge ass kicker that was bullying Ye just 2 weeks ago.
He insults people. All of his comedy is about making fun of people and making the audience feel bad. I just can't respect a person that makes a living making others feel bad. And it's not even funny a lot of times. Sickening sometimes. So
it's very sickening, man, and it shows how sick society is. But it's also sickening that people out here taking themselves so seriously, and there's so many black women in particular, and like I said, black men, the population of black men that are co-signing this shit. You know, in real life, I want to look at a couple of things that happen to these dudes that allow their women to put batteries in their back and they just approach these situations, right? Because we know what happens. We know that women give dudes these looks, and it happens at bars every night. You know, people get into a fight, deck people out. I can honestly say I've never had a fight over a woman ever in my life. Now, I will fight for my wife, Amber Alert, but I'm not going to be Amber Alert's attack dog that just goes on the attack when Amber Alert says attack somebody. I mean, this ain't the mafia. You ain't Vito Corleone around this motherfucker.
Put you in a position where you got to even do that.
Right. And a lot of women, y'all are very comfortable out there with the notion, or y'all like to gamble or roll dice with sending your niggas to prison over some dumb shit that you do.
Exactly.
Y'all cool with that? I mean, honestly, this is what's being said. Like, I will send you on a dummy mission.
They did not put Will Smith out.
Right. I will send you.
Throw Will Smith out or whatever.
What if Chris would have burnt Will at the after party? What if Chris would have burnt Will at the after party?
Well, Mike, not to change the tone, let me just ask you this. I know when you're doing a live performance, especially if you're a comedian and a host, you're supposed to use improv. You have to work the room. You have to read the crowd. But why didn't he just stick to the teleprompter? Why, for another Oscar, did he have to make the Smiths the butt of his jokes? That wasn't a part of the... They said he didn't rehearse that joke. He didn't even know that Jada was going to show up that night. So he just went off the head just to pick at her. Why? Why do you have to make the Smiths your topic of discussion for the Oscars every year? Why?
Because you're the man of the night.
Right at him.
But they're not the only ones in the front row.
He had just talked about the white folks next to him. He had just talked about them, husband and wife. He talked about both of them. Now I'm gonna tell you why I really think Jada was mad. If she was hurt or upset, she was hurt and upset because the white woman next to her, she was up for an Oscar too, and so was her husband. So then when he said, if you don't win, he can't win. You see what I'm saying? That really brought it to the fact that Jada's a B, maybe C-list actress.
Well, he had already hit on that at the last Oscars.
Actress, yeah. So
when he asked her who invited Jada, that was an insult.
You say what? What'd you say, Corman?
What was the last thing she asked him? I'll wait.
The Matrix.
No, Girls Trip. I think it was Girls Trip.
She was just in the last Matrix that just came out this year.
Okay.
She's in
Matrix.
I mean,
fan, so.
Yeah. She's in like 3 of those joints. I'm not saying Jada Pinkett hasn't had roles, but Jada Pinkett is not an A-list actress. She's not gonna ever be up for an Oscar because she doesn't even get those roles. When people are writing scripts, you think people are writing scripts like, I want Jada in it. I want
talking about her in no shape or form.
No, we wouldn't. Different world, minister society at best. Low down, dirty Shane. You know.
Set It Off. I liked her character, but
I like Set It Off.
My thing is this. That probably was a part of why she was pissed, Mike.
Hey, Set It Off should have got an Oscar. I'd be pissed about that too.
You know, they have a stage play like I think they're gonna bring it to Broadway.
Best movie of the year, all that.
Oh yeah.
Best actors, all that stuff.
Yeah.
But the fact that you brought that up, Mike, that her career is not that great anymore. Chris Rock hit on that last time when he was like, Jada and Will boycotting the Oscars. Who invited Jada? That's like Rihanna, me not being invited to Rihanna's panties. That's why I say he's been antagonizing them indirectly, throwing the rock and hiding his hand. So,
man, look, he's probably just been taking his aggression out on Jada like everybody else has, because they don't like watching her do that, man, like that. You know what I'm saying?
For all we know.
So the world of men in general is aggressive towards Jada and any inkling of anything that looks like a Jada in their lives.
But let me ask you this: why, if they have an open marriage and that's what he likes, if he like it, I love it. That's his business.
But and we don't know that they have.
But we don't know that they haven't. We don't know that they haven't renewed their vows. If he forgave her, we should forgive her.
We got to go and just put it all on the table. Let's be honest. The Smith family is not just Will and Jada. It's a corporation now. You understand what I'm saying? They're united at the hip now. You understand what I'm saying? They can't really make it without. Will probably could make it without her, but she definitely couldn't make it without him.
Yeah, they kind of codependent.
Them being together, it's a corporation. So it's really one of them situations. I got to put up with you because we done built this. This is our legacy. I can't just leave. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, let me ask you guys this question, both of you.
What's up?
Do you guys think that Will Smith is in the same position as Dave Chappelle, that he's at that level that cancel culture can't affect him?
Hell no.
You don't?
Will Smith isn't somebody that speaks out against. No, he's not somebody that speaks out against things.
There ain't no such thing as counseling.
Like Will Smith has never spoken out really on anything. Will Smith has always been squeaky clean, and that was his image.
I don't feel that he can be canceled. We may not see him in the movies we're used to seeing him in, like those major roles like Bad Boy. But even if he's in a Tyler Perry production, I don't think he's done in Hollywood because he has too many connections and he has a production company. So I don't think he's canceled.
But do you think he wouldn't? Will don't want to do 10 movies compared to having to do one movie. So when he's lost some worth. When you make $20 million a movie and all of a sudden they come to you with 1.5 and shit like that, you already know that's a failure to you. Because he doesn't need money.
Right.
See, this is about legacy. This is about being, you know what I'm saying? Being amongst the greats, being on the Mount Rushmore of your craft. And how many men can say they'll do that in anything they do in life? Most men are just gonna work and take care of their families and do their thing. They're not gonna be elevated to have the highest rewards and awards. And you know, whether people agree with it or not, that's what it is. That's what we've allowed it to be. Since we don't have a black Oscars, their Oscar has to suffice for now.
And the travesty for me, besides Chris Rock being slapped, is the fact that Samuel Jackson was honored with an honorary Oscar, and this overshadowed that. And this was his first opportunity to receive the award.
Nobody even knew about it.
Right. And I hate that for him. Because he's been in like over how many? They said like over 130 movies.
Right.
And he's deserved Oscars in the past, and they've never given him a real Oscar. But not last night, for this Oscar season, he received an honorary award, and that's been overshadowed by this Jada and Will crap.
Yeah. cancel culture, like Amber Alert says, it will impact Will Smith. And, you know, unfortunately, he's going to have a bunch of people celebrating him on one side as he declines.
Well, it looks like people were celebrating him that night because they showed him at the after party, and everybody was smiling, grinning, laughing with him like nothing had happened.
Like nothing happened.
Yeah.
Once again, black man, take this as a message, black man. That's what I'm telling you. These simp enforcers are out here, and they could do things to you like this. You're unprotected. You have to protect yourself, black man, in front of everybody. You could be at your job. You could be at your job.
And that's called like being bitch slapped, right? Wasn't that an open hand slap?
Yeah.
That wasn't even a punch in the face. That was an open hand slap. So that's very disrespectful.
Chris Love won the category that Chris presented, and that was overshadowed by Will coming up and doing that.
I did.
Wow.
That was so bad.
You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, the black Oscars. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not even one of those people that's on there. Oh, they set black people back 100 years. I could give a fuck less about the Oscars. Give a fuck about the Oscars. That shit is corrupt anyway.
So when I win my first Oscar, you better not be saying that, Mike. You better be saying, "Yay for Ronnie."
Man, soon as, hey, I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you. Hey, just know if they talk about me, if they talk about me, I'm slapping the shit out of somebody, and I might shoot at you at the after party.
Oh, Lord.
But you know what?
Like, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Right. He's not going to make a big comeback because I don't feel like Chris Brown ever made it back to where he was after him and the Rihanna little incident. I mean, he still makes music, but I don't feel like people are as in love with him that they were before.
Hell no.
So, I mean, hey, it is
not even close. The image ain't even close to Will Smith. Man, Will Smith had such a well put together image. Like,
yes,
for a
he
man to take that and throw that away, let's keep it a buck.
He was the poster child for the American black boy. But
Will Smith should make a nigga not even want to make no money. Not even want to have money and be rich. Because, see, a lot of guys want to be rich to avoid things like having lesser niggas fucking your wife while you're gone. Having junky little kids that live with you fucking your wife while you're gone. You know what I'm saying? Having your wife sit up and say that she doesn't see it as a transgression because it felt good. You see what I'm saying? Shit like this, man.
But Mike, like we discussed before, their religion tells them that what feels good. And you schooled me on this because I had no idea what it was all about.
Absolutely. We got nowhere in the building.
Yeah. To that Scientology is about what feels good. So if that's their belief, that's their religious belief, she thinks it's okay. And he does too.
Absolutely.
Hey, Noble.
Noble in the building. What's popping, man? The world class.
Good day. What's going on?
Hey, cool it, man. What you got, man? What you got for us, man? How's it going?
Man, this is
it's too much to process, right?
It's a lot to process. There's so much going on. Then the video today that came out, I think Kevin Samuels posted it with her laughing.
Yeah, from the back. Yeah, we just showed that one. Yeah.
They asked him to leave. He didn't leave. And
no, they said that they never asked him to leave. That shit just came out.
They gave him the option.
Oh, gave him the
option. They gave him the option. Did he want to leave? And they said Will Packer came out and said, "Man, we don't really want you to leave."
Oh, okay.
And even Whoopi Goldberg, she's on their board. She stated that had he been asked to leave, then everybody's position would have been, a black man was about to win an Oscar. They took it from him. So, I mean, whatever happened, people's gonna have an opinion.
Ronnie, did you just said the buzzword Whoopi Goldberg?
Everything I did for you. I did it because I love you. Thought you felt the same way about me.
Me? Love you? Yet you got to be crazy. I use you. You're a toy, bitch. A freak.
Shout out to Miss Silly Whoopi Goldberg. Every time you say Whoopi Goldberg, man, that's what you're going to get on this motherfucker.
What was her real name? Karen what?
Hey, Karen Williams or something like that.
We're going to call her Karen tonight.
Hey, first of all, I don't care what. Hey, I have no ears for what an anti-Semite like Whoopi Goldberg's talking about.
You have no cares at all, huh?
I'm sorry,
no cares
man.
at all.
I ain't gonna do that to Whoopi. Adolf Whoopi.
What's y'all reserve? What's y'all reserve on whether this was staged or not? I haven't even thought about it, so I just asked.
But you know what, Noble? I don't know. I'm torn on that because a lot of people feel like because he has this new program, Bel Air. A lot of people are saying he's trying to show his Philly side of the whole thing, that he was trying to actually show that he has a tough side as well as a promotional tool for marketing Bel Air. I don't know if I believe that. It's hard to say with Will because I've never seen him exhibit this type of behavior.
Neither has his mama.
I've seen him act like that in movies.
Yeah. Only in movies.
His mama actually came out and said she's never seen this before.
But Mike, the fact that he's such a good actor, if he can pull that from a place somewhere deep in him to fulfill a role, it's there somewhere. Anything an actor does, they have it somewhere inside of them in order to bring their role to life. So he's not perfect.
But my thing is, why do that? Even like I said, if they faked it, like I said, we can go that route. I'm right. Open for going the fake route. But if it's fake, that shit even more fucked up.
Yes, because if it's fake and the Oscars is predominantly white, that means white people set black people up to look stupid. So you're right. It's even worse, Mike.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And this would not be the first time.
Right. So, but it's even more, it would be even more disturbing. But I'm not even going to say white people setting black people up is the most disturbing part, because they actually, at this point in time, that's what they're supposed to be doing. Black people actually agreeing to do that is the most disturbing part.
Right.
Yeah, on such a big stage. You know what I'm saying? If anything, you're supposed to get up and expose that somebody came out. You're supposed to act like you're gonna do it and then get up on your acceptance speech and expose the motherfuckers.
Yeah, they wanted me to slap Chris tonight, but I just refused to do it.
Right. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to do something like that, man. You're supposed to put people on game. See, that's one thing about Hollywood actors. They don't have a value proposition because they'll do anything in their personal lives and on the screen. So, you know, they don't have any value to me.
I feel like before 2024, they're going to announce a divorce between Will and Jada. I don't think it's going to be much longer. I don't care about Scientology or whatever they believe.
And you know something? I'll be the first to say this, and then I'll let Noble go. I'm sorry. I hope you get a white girl.
Not the anti-interracial relationship guy.
I hope you get a white girl. Go ahead, Noble.
Man, it's just so much. It's just, man, Tiffany Haddish thing is got on my mind. But
are you talking about Miles Tyson from Skynet? Oh, go ahead.
Oh shit. Whether it was real or not, I don't see the incentive for it to be fake.
Right.
I don't know how that benefits anybody. I don't think it's that type of thing. I think it's just a dude that's. I think we're just looking at Michael Jackson. I think we're looking at like some Benjamin Button version of Michael Jackson. This guy been running for a long time now, for like 30 years.
Yeah,
been running, and he hasn't had time to be human. And he's been running. When you come home, you gotta have that. I'd like what Corey Holcomb say. That just despicable, evil person that you're with. Like that girl has a reputation here in Baltimore. She's a horrible person.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so you got that going on. Typical thing, like to y'all not from Baltimore, you don't know.
Right.
But when I am from Baltimore and I know. So when I see Willow and Jaden, that's typical fucked up Baltimore children. They are horrible mothers. So those you gotta look at that. If she's doing that type of stuff to him, what is she doing to Jaden?
Fucking his best friend. Whenever,
yeah, like people are talking like she deserves an inch of respect. This stupid little girl, Jada, had sex with her son's sixth friend.
Yeah, she doesn't deserve any respect from us as the general public. But if I don't know if they renewed their vows. If you say for better or worse, if you're gonna hold a grudge against your wife, just divorce her. But if you're gonna stay with her, it's still your responsibility to protect her. Protect her or leave her alone. That's my position. Regardless of what she's done. If you're done with her, be done and be done. Let it be over. Let it be done, done, done.
But
Don't stick with me and then.
Protection would literally be, I'm not gonna worry about what nobody say about your whole ass though. But if somebody try to physically assault you, I got you.
Yeah,
you can't. When a woman has put herself out there like that, she open to whatever the fuck. If Chris Rock would have got up there and talked about her sex life, she brought it to the public.
Right.
We haven't heard of anybody Will has had sex with, and I hear all these people that say, "Well, he was probably doing the same thing." The open relationship hasn't even been really proven. It hasn't been confirmed. Will and said we got an open relationship.
He didn't say we have an open relationship, but he said we were separated at the time. But that still doesn't make it right that was her son's best friend and it was probably in the family home. That still doesn't condone it. But I mean,
I said earlier,
he did say they weren't together.
Did not stop a so-called husband from humiliating himself in front of millions of people. Tells you everything. Period.
That's why I say they're probably going to announce a divorce probably within the next 2 years. It would not surprise me one bit.
Oh, yeah.
But you got to go back and look at, again, them two children.
Yeah, I feel bad.
They the telltale signs. Let's look at Willow Smith. Big stupid record she came out with as a little girl. I rock my head back and forth. I rock my head back. Big record.
Damn, that was her, wasn't it? Yeah.
Big record. See, I see that. I have a little inside information on these female products that come from the city. You know, they hate when you like the dad. They don't like their children to be like the dad. And Willow Smith was on her way at a young age to be more Will than Jaden. And he got way more busy when Jaden got here than when Willow was there.
Right.
He was about to be like dad. Then she stopped being like dad out of nowhere. And started doing red table talk.
I wanted your opinion.
Right.
Start doing red table talk, and then she's cutting her hair off. That's what I've watched my whole life. These chicks here, these mothers here, they hate anybody not being bonded and limited to them. So when I look at those two, I look at those children first. I look at Jaden and his confusion on his sexuality and his identity. And when I look at their confusion and when the girl and Willow is talking about different type of poly relationships that young. I mean, maybe she's 21 now. I mean, they both old now because even Jaden is older. And now I always think about Will's eyes at the red table talk. You can clearly see he was crying then. You can clearly see the stress then.
You only saw the video?
Yeah, you can. Yeah. It's just the turmoil that girl creates.
I'll pull it up. But you're on Willow right now, and I'm glad you brought up Willow because I wanted to put this up as well. This was a letter from Willow to Tupac when she was only 11 years old.
Oh my God. Oh, that's horrible.
Dear Tupac, I know you are alive someplace. I think that my mommy really misses you. Can you please come back? Can you come back so mommy and me can be happy? I wish you were here. I really do. Love, Willow. This is what this man is putting up with in his home.
That's a little girl starving for attention.
Could you put that back up?
I'm gonna put that back up.
That's MK Ultra.
The fact that
you say that's MK Ultra.
Yeah, this is MK Ultra. This is worse. We keep thinking all of these programs and these psych ops and these Nazi programs, we think it's worse. The black female with her children is the worst psych op this planet has ever seen. It ain't nothing like it.
Hey.
Well, you guys are gonna have to hit me on MK Ultra. I have no idea what MK Ultra means.
It's a CIA multi-government, actually. Multi-government mind control
okay.
deal where you can see the mind control game where 80 to 92% of the black females in this country have custody over the last 60 years.
Oh, okay.
And then telling children that you ain't that the dad left, when in reality, that's not the case. You and the government were working to keeping the child. Get to the MK Ultra part or the mind op shit. So you'll raise a child, isolate the child, compartmentalize it. I mean, isolate the child down to just you. Can't go over to the family house. Can't be with the father. Can't be with the family of the father. And then you guilt trip the child their whole life on why they supposed to love you because you raised them, or they've been with you the entire time. When really you cut off all my resources, and then you gave me my value system to constantly like you. Meanwhile, what makes it horrible is that y'all the number 2 child abusers on the planet. And these children are getting the shit beat out of them day in, day out. This is why we watch, and this is why I want this back up. Because you think abuse is just physical. No, it's mental abuse. This little girl came out of Will, did not come out of Tupac. But you are sitting your stupid, worthless piece of shit ass in front of this little girl and running your fucking mouth about some other man making her happy. This is child abuse.
About a dead nigga on top of that.
He can't compete with a fantasy.
The worst part is they doing all this on this man's dime.
Facts.
That's the hard part to swallow.
Dude, I wouldn't even be feeding them motherfuckers. I would leave all their ass in the house. I would be out, bro. I promise you. It wouldn't be for daddy protection because y'all not protecting daddy on so many issues.
About this man is a problem, man.
Right.
Like what he's saying. How would this girl even know about Tupac if her mama didn't tell her?
Tupac was dead before she was born.
And not only that, not only her mother, she has too much internet exposure. Those kids have been exposed to a lot. So anything her mother didn't tell her, she saw on social media or on the World Wide Web.
Right.
Her mama instilled that. For her to write a letter like that was instilled.
Yes.
And if my daughter had wrote a letter like that, I would have hid it from her father. I never would have let it become public. I would have been feeling too bad for him. I would have been like, girl, you better throw this away for your dad to get off work.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Back to what I was saying about her, she don't care about that man for real. Period.
Nah, man. Yo, we got Ed Dudek in the building.
It's embarrassing to him. It's embarrassing to her. It's embarrassing to everybody to even hear it.
If you pay attention to the Red Talk, like if you look at Jada and then you look at Will, you look at Jada, you see Willow on that show and you see her mom. And then you go right back, jump your brain right back to Will's acceptance speech. There's so many people missing from that conversation. And their dad was brought up. The granddad ain't brought up. Granddad's not even brought up. None of them. Nobody. No husband, nothing. Just him and Jaden. Jaden is barely even mentioned. He's barely even mentioned. It's when you sit and think about it, when you really pay attention, it's intentional. It's not by accident. You got them 3 girls sitting there with the same haircut, and you got Will thanking everybody other than the guy who penis he came out first. That's what started the process.
But he said he wanted to kill that nigga though in the book. He came out last year. See, this is a chain of events with Will Smith. But let me cut in real quick. Shout out to Ed Dudek in the building. And we also got Trill Hands boxing team Sean in the building. What's happening, homie?
Hey y'all.
Hey man, cool it. What's on your mind, man?
Well, just by looking at everything, I really wasn't gonna call in, but I think Will is a ticking time bomb ready to explode, man.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think he had a mental breakdown.
Gonna hurt somebody one day, man.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Will
I can see
really
it.
Gonna hurt somebody one day, man. And I'm gonna say this: in the time he does slip out, hopefully he doesn't. But when he does slip out, guess who's not gonna take accountability or going to be held accountable for the data?
Right.
Well, let me ask you guys a question.
I just want all the women that saying, hey, you got to take your wife. Yeah. That's kind of rude, take your wife. But at the same time, somebody got to hold this woman accountable. He gets a free pass too much.
Right.
And without Will Smith in her life, she has no career. You know
Period.
what I mean? She has no
Well,
career.
I want to ask a quick
just
question.
like OG said, they're doing all this on they're doing all this disrespect to Will on his dime.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually financing and taking care of them at the same time being disrespected.
Right.
So, no.
Right. Go ahead, Ronnie. What
I
Ronnie?
want to ask this question, particularly to Noble, because he's from Baltimore, so he probably has a better understanding of these dynamics. The fact that Jada's mother was a heroin addict, do you think that she's like suffered some abuse herself or is a victim of circumstance? I mean, because they say hurt people, and her mother, as beautiful as she is, has verbalized that she had a heroin addiction. So do you think that maybe Jada doesn't know any better?
No, yeah, that's pretty normal. That's pretty normal. This is Jada Pinkett Smith is for her generation. She's pretty normal. And to answer your
Okay.
question, this is typical loudmouth, disrespectful. Nothing. Their value system is how much stuff they can get. So it doesn't
Okay.
matter what they get. It's just what can you get next. It doesn't matter what actually happens. It's no different. It's this heroin addiction. And the average black female in North America, let alone Baltimore, it's the same thing. It's the same behavior because when you're getting your fix or you're being listened to or whatever, you are getting dopamine releases. You're getting beta endorphin releases. So no,
Right.
she knows what she's doing because we in Baltimore, we know dope fiends. You know what you're doing is wrong, but you know you can get away with the criticism. So the brother said that she don't have a career. She does have a career. She get to control everybody else.
And
That's her
not only
business.
that, she probably wouldn't live the lifestyle that she's used to living with Will, but she makes good money just off red table talk. She may not be a millionaire, but she makes money because she has a large following. I mean, they're all making money, even if they're only doing like public speaking engagements. So
Mhm.
she does not actually need him to survive, but if she wants to keep the lifestyle that she's used to, she needs him. But she's not going to fall off the map and die if they divorce.
In real life, she could divorce him. She could upgrade if she divorced him. She
You
can get
might
his
be
money.
right.
Yeah, I mean, long as
I
she can
didn't want to be
control
the
him.
one to say that being a woman, but you're probably absolutely right.
Yeah, she can definitely upgrade. I mean, the children are up there, but she can take half, a little bit more than half, of what he's done since they've been together. He wasn't that big of a star. I mean, he was a big star, but he wasn't that big when they first got together. So she can claim
She was
I've been a part
when
of it.
they got together, she was pretty much almost as big of a star as him
She was a big star,
because
yeah, at that time, yeah. Yeah.
Tisha Campbell and I think it was her husband Dwayne
What
that introduced them.
movie is this to do, man?
She was an
Matrix.
up and coming actress in the beginning when they got together.
Other than a different world, what movie made her? What was her big breakout movie?
She did Set It Off. She
Set
did
It
The
Off.
Matrix. She just recently, like a few years ago, did Girls Trip. I
I
mean,
say
but I'm
her
talking about in the
breakout
beginning.
was Menace to Society.
Right. But in the
But
beginning,
point
when they
yeah.
hooked up,
making is the fact that y'all even got to go down the list to even look for some roles. It
Mhm.
ain't just something that's just bubbling on the top. You got to go dig. That's the problem.
I mean, let's keep it a
well,
buck.
her success is
let's
not
keep it a
just
buck.
based on acting.
Let's keep it a buck. Nobody writes parts for Jada Pinkett Smith. She probably still read for parts. Even as big of a name as she is, she probably still has to go apply for the part. Nobody writes parts for her specifically. I don't really feel. I think she was in the cartoons doing the voiceovers though. So I mean,
And they make good money. We don't know how much of that she's done. They make really good money, just as much as being on film. Voiceovers make really good money.
yeah, she's probably making money.
Yeah,
But
she is.
when your whole life dream is to be a star, and you still don't reach that pinnacle, but you're sleeping right next to the person that is, this whole thing was a grandstand, and it was so many things wrapped up into one. I can't attack all of them. I can only attack what Will should have done.
Yeah.
As a man, and what I would tell my son, why you shouldn't be like Will Smith in this situation. I like to shout out to Matthew Caffrey in the building, man. What's up, Matt?
Hey.
And cool brother, man. I'm glad he joined as well. But that's really what it is. What would I tell my son when he might be with a little slut bucket one day? You know what I'm saying? That's getting around on him behind his back, doing shit like that. Look, we've all been played. I'm not trying to disrespect women, don't get me wrong, but we've all been played. It's some pretty unsavory women out here, and they'll do anything. They'll fuck a snake if you hold the head still long enough. But
Hey, if anybody noticed,
no, I'm just saying, like, but you can't. A woman has to show you something to earn your protection. In my opinion, protection is a privilege. It's not a right. Now, when you become my wife, protection is a right. But even that comes with conditions. You just can't do any damn thing because you my wife. You can't be at the club at 3:00 in the morning and call me because some dude and felt on you, and I ain't know you were at the club, and I got to come out of the bed and protect you in the middle of the night.
Fact.
You see what I'm saying? It's rules and regulations. It's reciprocation involved.
But Mike, like we said, we don't know why he's so mad and why he's so angry, because for all we know, it could have been a threesome that they had, and maybe she hasn't said that. Maybe she's gonna, like we said, do a tell-all book. Maybe there's more dynamics, and maybe there's a reason that he's tolerating this behavior. Maybe there's something about himself that he doesn't want to be exposed. So maybe he's holding on to a lot of misplaced anger.
I hate to say it like this, the nigga act like he impotent to me, or a eunuch.
I don't know.
I mean, for real. This is real. This is real. This is real strange behavior, man. To be so hyper violent. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, let me ask you.
They had eunuchs for security guards back in the day. So you know what I'm saying?
If he came out and said, if he verbalized, even though people have speculated, if he verbalized, my wife and I, we have an open relationship, I condone her being with other men. Sometimes I even watch. If he came out and said something like that, would you guys be less harsh on Jada? No. I'm just curious. If he gave her permission and if that was their lifestyle, but would you guys put as much fault on him as her? Would it be equal fault, blame place?
Hey, right now,
I get married.
Right now, Jada looking. Right now, Jada looking pretty good because Will Smith look like the biggest damn fool breathing air right now.
Why get married if that's what they doing?
But that's some people's lifestyle, especially in Hollywood. I mean, not just black people. Us as blacks, we just really got hip to it. But these swinger circles have been going on for many years. This is nothing brand new.
Jada Pinkett is a predator. She's a predator.
Fuck yeah. All day.
She's known. She does her movies. Somebody put up that her net worth is $50 million. She's known for the 2 people she slept with. She's a Kardashian.
Who else did she sleep with?
With a green Tupac.
They said they never had sex, and that's why.
Been with the people he been with.
But my theory to Mike was, and I could be wrong, I don't believe the relationship that she portrays to have with Tupac, I don't believe it's that deep. I believe she's clout chasing. Because if he's that into you and you guys met in high school, how come y'all never had sex? High school kids are having sex, a lot of them, especially 11th and 12th graders. I mean,
the one thing with Tupac, he was very effeminate. I don't
cool chick.
Man, Jada's
I like what you just said, Noble. I don't want them to talk over that. I like exactly what you just said, Noble. I picked up on that, but I have a lot of respect for him, so I'm not going to elaborate.
I've never been a Tupac fan. I never will be.
I have. I love Tupac.
Extremely effeminate. Very, very feminine. Very, extremely feminine, and everything about him is an act.
I saw a soft side, but I love him.
It's everything about him is an act. It's like all that real gangsters don't do none of that stuff that he do. None of that is real. She likes fake dudes. They're fake.
Yeah.
Tupac is fake. He's not a gangster. All he did is run his
Uh-huh.
mouth. He didn't do no streets. He didn't do no streets. None of that. It's not. He
went to perform in art school, so I mean, a lot of that, of course, it was.
Hold on, fam. Hey, hold on, fam. Hey, hold on. Oh, somebody got something going on. Hold on, fam. We got Jock King in the building. Jock King in the building, man. What's poppin', man?
Hey.
What's going on? What's going on with y'all? Hey, Big Mike, I just came in, man, just to, show you some love, man. I recognize your hard work that y'all be putting in and stuff, man. So I ain't gonna hold you up, man. I got to get ready to go to work in the morning, man. But much love. Keep doing your thing. I'm always so support, fam.
Man, respect to you, fam, man. I appreciate
Thank
you, man. It's a pleasure
you.
to finally meet you too, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
Joaquin in the building, man. Long time listener, man. Long time brother, man. Been showing support on the page, man. Is he still here?
Yeah.
You still here, Ja? Okay, he's still here. I thought he was getting up out of here. But yeah, man, long time supporter, man. Brother been on the page since, well, he got I think he left now. But anyway, man, I appreciate you for coming through, man. So Matthew Cappy, man, he said, which person brought the idea of an open relationship up first, Jada or Will? And that's very
It wouldn't
important.
surprise me if it was him, because what I was telling Mike, a lot of people act like Bobby Brown turned Whitney Houston, but I feel like Whitney turned Bobby, and I think it's the same with Jada and Will. Everybody act like
That's
she,
what I
yeah,
always said. I always
yeah, yeah.
What, that the Philly nigga came and turned her out?
It wouldn't surprise me because he probably had so much
turned
things, so many
Bobby
things suppressed. Because like Noble was saying, he's like behind on the things that he's wanted to do in life. Because then like Quincy Jones, they found him, he was a young guy. So it's a lot of things that he's probably wanted to do that he probably has done behind our backs, but because he was in the public view, we don't know that side of him. That's why we're so surprised. But this behavior that he exhibited, it came from a place that was genuine. So that's probably who he really is.
I'm gonna have to push back on that a little bit, but I gotta find it first. I gotta find it first, cause I want to see something. I want to see something. Hold on 1 second. Let me find it. Right here.
Well,
look at this. Look at this.
Feelings involved.
Right.
Hold on.
Right.
You know, it's healing that needs to happen.
Absolutely. So what happened, Jada?
Okay, so I think it was about 4 years ago. Started a friendship with August, and we actually became really, really good friends. And it all started with
look at him, man. Look at that man.
him just needing some help. You know.
That man ain't hearing none of that shit she talking about, dog.
He in his mind said, you better not tell them that I was in on that we had an orgy. That's the look I get.
Man, that nigga like he crying.
Yes.
Crying because he don't know what's gonna come out her mouth because she has no filter. He doesn't know if she's gonna expose something about him. It wouldn't surprise me what's on his mind.
Me wanting to help his health, his mental state. And we found all those different resources, you know, to help pull him through. And from there, you know, you and I were going through a very difficult time.
Yeah.
That particular point in time, it was indefinite.
Yeah. I really felt like we could be over. You know?
We were
over. And then what did you do, Jada?
Well, you know, I think from there, you know, as time went on, I got into a different kind of entanglement.
I think you need to say clearly what happened.
And I got into an entanglement with August. That's what I said.
Hey, that's what I said.
An entanglement?
Yes. Yes.
A relationship?
Yes, it was a relationship. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I saw this the other night, man. I mean, I it's painful for me to watch, but look at the dude can't even look this woman in her eyes. He can't look him in his eyes.
They didn't get the response that they thought they were going to get. They thought they were going to be praised for being open and showing that they can forgive and that they have this covenant and this bond. I don't think they thought they were going to get this response from people.
From what I heard and saw, that man was at this relationship. He's telling you.
Right. That's why I keep saying they were separated. So I don't know why people keep saying they act like they were so surprised that she was with another man. My problem is that she was with her son's best friend. I find that to be totally horrible. But I'm not surprised she had a man. If, like he said, we thought it was over. We were separated.
Hey, but I'm gonna be honest, this getting separated and being married, see, separation is a physical thing. Separation is just we not in the same proximity. Right. But you still married. And that's we gotta get out of this not having a legal separation and like Kim Kardashian and just thinking you can roll out of your marriage, because that shit gonna get some women hurt. And y'all gonna still be talking about protecting women. That shit gonna get somebody fucking hurt. Y'all need to stop
That's true for
promoting that.
you and I, but when people are married and they're millionaires, a lot of times people will decide we're just going to be separate. We're not going to divorce because this is going to mess up our finances or this is going to mess this and that. Sometimes, even when you put a person in a nursing home, you have to think about what you have to give up. So
But
maybe
you
it's
got-
a reason that they decided not to divorce.
But you got thousandaires and millionaires business every day and thinking that they can roll like millionaires. I'm just saying this to these young ladies out here and these young dudes out here. Don't think you could just roll out because you say you want to be separated from your marriage. That shit could get you fucking hurt.
Especially if you're not a millionaire, you don't get that lifestyle.
That shit could get you hurt. That shit could get the dude you dating hurt. That shit could get your family hurt. That shit could get you killed.
Let's say what it is. Can get you dead.
Yeah.
Dead.
So and I ain't trying to be threatening or nothing, but I think that these are principles that are being overlooked. And like I said, with Kim rolling out, and like I said, Kanye was the most mentally ill nigga in the world last week. And all he was doing was talking about Pete Davidson. They still trying to give Will cover. They still trying to provide cover for Will on this because, see, this is a detriment to simps nationwide and simp enforcers nationwide. See, this wasn't supposed to go down.
Well, Mike, check this out, dog. Have y'all noticed that a lot of Jada characters have some type of relevance to her real life? Like, think about Minister Society. Didn't she fuck Kane? Wasn't that Pernell, like Kane's OG, like girlfriend and shit?
Yeah.
But then set it off, and she, I'm in a bind, Nate, and shit like that.
Yeah, she in a bind, Nate. Yeah.
A lot of times you're typecasted.
You have some type of relevance to.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm still confused on the Minister Society. I don't know whether Pernell was a child molester or Jada was robbing the cradle with Kane on that. I still don't understand the dynamics of how that old ass nigga had the baby from that young. It was just weird. The whole thing was weird when I think about it. But go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was you or Minister Jab that said all she do is be herself in all these different roles.
Dude, all they do is put her in a different costume. But every movie she act like herself.
Yeah, well, a lot of times you're typecasted. A lot of roles that you get that role because they see that within you and you bring it to life. So a lot of times these roles really are who you are.
Right.
That's what's called being typecasted.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
you know
not
what
surprising.
I hate to say this, and I just have to confess this real quick to the public. Denzel always act the same to me too.
Because that's who he is.
Yeah, it's like he only do parts that were written for him. Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't know if he can do an accent. Like I don't think I've ever heard him do an accent.
Yeah, I ain't heard him do no accent.
I'm trying to think.
But
he tried to do Spanish. He tried to do a little bit of Spanish in Training Day.
In New York, they do that.
Wait a minute. He was remember back in the day, y'all. Remember back in the day, he was the Mighty Queen. He was Jamaican.
He was who?
Remember that movie called The Mighty Queen, Denzel?
I didn't see that, but I got to look for that.
That must have been the young Denzel. Well, in the video, what Jada said, one thing I heard is that she said, I got caught up in a different entanglement.
A different type of entanglement, yeah.
A different type of entanglement first.
Which articulated some whole shit.
They're a different type of entanglement. That's why I said it wouldn't surprise me if they had an orgy. It wouldn't surprise me if he's afraid of what she's going to say.
Which to me is her just saying that I did something outside of what we agreed.
Okay.
And I kept doing it, even in spite of my take was because my reason for doing it was because August was just so sick. And it's just
why would you do sick people though? What's up with that? Like is that some kind of thing? Are people into that?
It's a good cover to get their rocks. I'm just helping. You're not helping. We had to agree with something.
To piggyback off what Noble said, what if she did something outside of what the agreement was? Only if I'm there, only if I can watch. And then Will went off to do a movie and she kind of started liking this little boy and they kind of like got feelings for each other. She kept on outside of what the initial agreement was.
That's why he said
it's something that he's so angry about.
That's why he asked her, what did you do, Jada? Get to the point, and you did something. And he said it in a way where you ain't got no rebuttal to me because we already been over this.
Right.
He did say like he was
funny how a
chastising a
woman can
kid.
get away with doing that. If a man did it, it'll be an issue.
My thing is this though. Look, I just have a problem with you fucking lesser niggas. Bitch, fuck George Soros.
Yeah, you're supposed to cheat up, right? Not down.
You supposed to go up. Like you ain't supposed to be having little teenage junkies. You know what I'm saying? You the jump off for a teenage
Did that
junkie.
dude make a song about it too?
You see what I'm saying? That's weird to me. Like if you gonna fuck, you better be fucking up.
And my thing is this. Why would you guys humiliate each other? If this did come out, if August put it out in a song or whatever, a lot of times we hear songs and we feel like, oh, that's just clout chasing, that's fiction. Why would you validate what he said on your red table talk? You should have just let well enough alone, discussed it at home, and not brought it public.
Because she loved him. She loved him, and he was getting August was getting chastised.
You think she loved August?
Mm-hmm.
She loved
because he loved who she can control.
Well, they say when two people have sex, somebody's gonna leave in love. They might not both love each other, but somebody's gonna leave with feelings. So you might be right.
In all sexual relationships, there's a submissive and there's a dominant. And in that sexual relationship with Jada, she got to be the dominant, and she picked weak dudes that she can control. If she was strong, if she was the strong woman, her son would be strong. You see her daughter. If you pay attention to him, if you ever see him, Willow stands straight up, neck straight. Jaden, it's always slouch, always.
I never paid him any attention, but he does always look like he doesn't want to be in the picture.
Children always tell on everybody. They tell on everybody. It's just like we watched that video and we seen the mannerisms with Will and picked that apart. Children are just open. It's like you left your phone open to your account. Willow was always neck stiff, straight up, proud. Jaden never. Because she like her self-worth this is a Baltimore chick thing. Her self-worth is attached to how many things she can get over with on a male. That's how they rock here. That's why they'll say I'm mean as a heartbeat, because I'll crush you and keep you the fuck going in a heartbeat. Second you try me, I'm gonna crush your soul immediately. Because if you don't do it like that, they'll keep trying you. And it's not with mean stuff. It's to show you that you're not close to my level of intelligence. You never were and you never will be. You're not slick enough. They got to find a way to get something slick off. Just how, if you just pay attention and go back take your brain right back to that last little clip. She look at him dead in his eyes.
Look at him dead.
Not even blinking.
He can't look at her. Look like he about to cry. The nigga had boogers in his nose, dripping from his face, snot during his Oscar acceptance speech. You evoking
that's a basic thing that people are taught.
You evoking a man, and this man denounced you the next day. Go ahead, Sean.
I gotta ask y'all a question. Is it true that you told Oprah that Will have sex with her like a girl?
What?
I haven't heard that.
That's what I heard.
Hey man, y'all go to Sub-Zero page, man, and take a picture. Go to Sub-Zero page, and this nigga's dancing in like a Britney Spears private school girl uniform with a skirt and everything. Will Smith.
Man, they think.
Hold on, man. Let me see something, man. Let me see if I can find this.
They ran trend on
Hold
that
on,
guy.
man. I'm finna
So my question is, if they are sexual deviants and if they have all these fetishes, I feel like instead of all the fault being placed on her, he should bear some of this fault because he's allowing these things. He's probably condoning it behind closed doors. But with other men who don't see this as being normal, when you guys see it, you only see the wrong in her. But if he's condoning this shit, you guys have to look deeper at him and see some of his wrong. You can't just say,
it's because
we looking at her.
We're looking at her because we know she's a predator.
So she's an alpha and he's maybe a beta.
Neither one of them are alpha.
She's definitely an alpha.
You know the thing about that.
Nah, she ain't no alpha.
I got a whole thing about that.
I think she is my.
You have to, if you can't follow directions, you can't even be a beta. Betas know how to follow directions.
Nah, she ain't no alpha.
She definitely not alpha.
Alpha, she would have order in the house. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but that's what we don't understand. She does have order. She has the order that she expects. She's the one that has the power. She condones these things.
She has the order that she expects, but she is a person that will have sex with her child's sick friend. So her anything with her is low quality and low value.
Yeah, she probably has very low values.
She's
But I'm
yeah.
gonna say by
In which
nature,
case
like
it can't be an alpha with low value.
it's nature or nurture, Mike. You can be born an alpha. You can tell by her strong personality that she has the potential to be a leader. She may
That's
not
not
be doing
strong.
it.
No.
She may not be
That's
doing
not
it the way
strength.
we think she should.
That's not strength at all.
Well, put it
It's
like
not.
this: you guys may not feel like she's
Maybe
an
a
alpha,
cult
but
leader.
what we
Maybe
know
a
is
cult
he's
leader.
definitely not an alpha. So we know
Definitely
that we've
not.
established that
No,
he's not
absolutely not.
one.
I would
She's
say
on
that.
the fence.
I
She's
would
on the
say
fence
this.
with me.
I would say Jada is probably a beta, and Will is probably
A delta,
an omega.
omega. Okay.
Will is
Okay.
probably an omega,
Okay, I'll go with that.
or even a sigma. But you know what I'm saying? I think
I'll go
more
with
so
that.
probably. What is it? Sigma, gamma. What's the gammas? What's the one we did on the wolf pack? It's one of them that's really nobody takes seriously, and they them silly type. And I think that was the omega.
Think that's Will?
Yeah, I think that's Will. But Jada's not an alpha.
Well,
Because
regardless
see,
of the fact, even if she's not an alpha, you feel
because
like
see,
she's more dominant than him. Even if she's a
because if
beta
she
and
was an
he's an
alpha,
omega.
she wouldn't need his protection. See, an alpha female would have been like, "Hold on, baby, don't worry about that shit."
I don't think she needs his protection. I think that but for his manhood, he feels the need to be a protector. I don't think she needs his protection. I think that's
No,
in
she
his
needs
mind.
to wear protection. She need to make sure that these little junkies she fucking with wear protection.
I wanted to
You know
talk
what I'm
about
saying?
that too.
Go ahead. Yeah, I mean, like,
Good finishable.
Kevin Samuel said it the best. A woman can protect herself just by protecting her public image.
Mm-hmm.
Like, a lot of people just ain't gonna approach you if you don't have this whacked out public image. If people don't perceive you a certain way, they're not gonna approach you with certain things. So a lot of these protection-starved women, I'm sure you're married, Ronnie. You're not sitting up feeling unprotected. You know, Amber ain't in here feeling unprotected. You know what I mean? So forth and so on. Corman's woman ain't feeling unprotected. Like, you know what I'm saying? Sean's woman ain't feeling unprotected. So these protection deprived women out here, like Tiffany Haddish, who nobody ain't gonna do nothing with her but wear protection.
I'm glad you brought that up, Mike. Not to cut you off, but Tiffany Haddish, you guys have to remember, she's probably not had any artist development. She was like almost, I'm going to say not overnight, but pretty much close to what we would call an overnight success. She came out of like an orphanage. I mean, like she was like, I think, a foster child. So I'm not saying we have to give her a pass, but we have to look at her circumstances. I don't think that she knows better. A lot of the things that she says, she really doesn't know any better. So I have to kind of like forgive her.
That's why they got her though. Most of these niggas don't know no better. Will Smith don't know no better. I mean, none Jada Pinkett don't know no better. None of these people know any better. We look it up to these people like these people are role models. A lot of people in Hollywood are probably the most degenerate, scary people you'll ever want to meet.
I think they know better, but don't do better.
Harvey Weinstein.
They know better, but they don't do better. Will Smith has been in enough circles with people who are role models, with people who have good ethics, with people who are very prestigious people. He knows better. They just don't do better. It's a difference in not knowing and not doing.
Right. None of those people is their mothers and fathers and grandfathers and grandmothers.
That's true.
Their identity is not coming from these people that are great and that have great wisdom. So
that's a fact.
It's what Big Mike said is like, you can look at these celebrities, but they come from destroyed environments and destroyed communities. So as great as these people, even like I got a mentor, but he has his own family. He's not my dad. You know what I mean? He doesn't. I don't got everything I learned from him that I'd use in my life. I didn't get from my dad. More than most of it, I didn't. So it's not really going to make a difference. It's going to be a level of inadequacy. Those of us that grew up with a stepfather, it's not my dad. It's not my family. It's not my circle. And it matters when you are trying to be a Will Smith. You jog every day. You running in every movie. You've been a rapper, platinum rapper. You've been you just went and kind of, what are you doing all that for?
But if we know that about these people, if we know what they came from, should we be as hard on them? Like I'm saying, they've been around enough people, affluent people, to know right from wrong. So we can't straddle the fence. Either we're going to blame them for not doing better because they have been around people who have shown them better, or either we're going to be on their side and say, oh, they came from less, so they don't know. So we can't straddle the fence. Are we going to fault them for this, or are we going to be empathetic?
If I was empathetic to everybody who had more that came from less, then I would be empathetic to every robber baron, every corporate CEO, every company CEO. You know what I'm saying?
But how do you decide who gets your empathy? You have to be empathetic to somebody. We can't be hardcore to everybody.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm more of a principled person. So, like, if you violate principles, if you violating code, if you off code, I ain't fucking with you. You know, it's not really. So therefore, I don't have to depend on empathy or sympathy or things like that. Now, I can be empathetic to people if I'm talking to you and I see your situation, but as far as going straight to empathy when I'm looking at the wider scope, nah. Empathy,
so are we more
empathy is
mad?
my personal thing. That's what I'll do to somebody personally, but that's not something I have that's universal. I don't have universal.
Right.
No.
So are we more mad that Will Smith did what he did in front of an audience to like shame himself? Are we more mad about that, or are we more mad because he did it for a woman that we feel like is unworthy? Why are people so angry? Are they angry because he used violence, which we know we're not supposed to lay hands on other people? Is that what we're mad about, or are people more upset because, oh, she don't deserve it? She don't deserve this man to protect her. Oh, she slept with somebody. Oh, why are we so angry? What's your position? Why are we so angry?
The main reason I'm upset is because people keep there is zero evidence at all to any degree imaginable to for any reason associate that situation with protection. It's disrespectful to real protection. She was under no danger. She was not being attacked. And it's the standard issue trigger that men have where it's all this rebranding that constantly is going around trying to disposition us. Him protecting his wife from what? He didn't even step forward when you walked in. She was under no stress, no danger at all.
That's
protecting his wife from the dark-skinned evil Negro.
Mike, you really think you really believe it was colorism? Or it played some part in it? I don't.
That's what pisses me off about the whole situation is nobody has done anything for Chris Rock.
I don't think that's because he was dark skinned. I think that's because people look at Will Smith as more of a superstar. I mean, we know Chris Rock within his right has a stamina and a status.
Everybody worried about Will Smith. Ain't too many people worried about Chris Rock's fear.
That's what I'm
saying. Right, but I don't think that's because of colorism. I don't think that's because of colorism. I think that's because of status and money and because of his success.
I just think Chris Rock, like people say, it was Pookie versus Ali.
So you think subconsciously people cater to Will, even if they didn't mean to? You think it's because we're programmed to do that?
Subconsciously, people subconsciously watch a dark-skinned, little skinny black dude get beat up on stage, and nobody's out there fighting in the streets. Now, if this would have been a white dude, motherfuckers would have been marching on the Capitol tomorrow if there wasn't anybody in jail or anybody, you know what I'm saying?
But that's different, Mike. That's racism versus colorism. That's racism versus colorism. Of course, if it was Jerry Seinfeld, of course, whites would probably not have the same position. But if it was somebody, if you think if he had did this, who's a light-skinned, who's a lighter complected comedian that you think they wouldn't have catered to Will Smith over this person?
If it was D-Ray Davis, he's not even walking up there. D-Ray about the same size.
But I mean, he probably wouldn't walk up there because of his own man.
But
in regards to the Academy, do you think that really colorism played a part? Do you think if it had been someone as light as Will or lighter, that they would have catered more to the person that had been slapped as opposed to Will?
All I know is the light-skinned dude walked up and accosted and assaulted and battered the dark-skinned dude, and they sitting up talking about, well, it's about what Chris want to do. If he would have walked up and slapped any motherfucking body else, they would have took that nigga out of there in cuffs, and the state would have took over the case. Shout out to Gary. That's
probably true.
And we got people out here, and we got a group of people out here that are acting like that shit's okay. They act like that shit is okay, man, and that's not okay.
It's not okay at all.
It's not okay. Dude, What if that motherfucker would have met Will at the after party and shot him in his chest? Then what? It's all fun and games then. You see what I'm saying?
What I think
Chris
it
Rock
is.
has a family too. That man got kids too.
And like Jim Carrey said, it's going to be out there forever. Jim Carrey says he should sue Will for $200 million because he's going to be the butt of all jokes for years to come, because once it's out there on the internet, it's there forever.
Right.
So, I mean,
what I've seen is that the same thing we're going to continue to see is you have a dude that's effeminate, that can't control himself, that's overly emotional. They run and help him when the dude, the actual victim, is poised, composed, and masculine, takes his hit, assesses the situation, actually apologizes, is told not to, talk about this man's wife, and he said, "I won't." Mitigated it in mid stride while being attacked. So the masculinity was attacked, and everybody celebrated it. That's what I seen.
Right, and for the next 25, 30 years, when people make jokes, they're gonna say, Will Smith slap your ass like he did Chris Rock. That's gonna always be a joke.
Hold on. Matt Cappy just asked the question of the night. White man, what would happen if I would have slapped Chris?
They would have said it was racist. It would have been a hate crime, possibly. I don't know.
Right. We have a different conversation. We wouldn't be talking about protection or none of that shit.
It'll be Black Lives Matter.
He would be Ken, and his wife that he was protecting would be Karen.
It'll be Black Lives Matter and Al Sharpton if he had slapped somebody black.
Right.
So we have to look at the given circumstance. We have to look at Will Smith.
Right.
Yeah.
I just feel so bad for Chris Rock in this situation.
I do
Chris Rock is a great comedian. I don't care if anybody think he's funny or not. Chris Rock is doing more for black comedy than a lot of people will ever do for black comedy. Chris Rock is one of the last of the great stand-up comedians.
Does he have children, Mike?
Yeah, I think he has a few.
Are they like older children, old enough to understand that their dad got slapped, or are they small kids? So I feel bad for that. Their kids are gonna be like, "Oh, your daddy got slapped." You know what I mean?
For
his manhood, for his family, yeah.
For funky ass Jada Pinkett Smith.
But he was very professional. He was like, Will Smith just slapped the shit out of me, so he kept the show going. So he'll probably be invited back to the Oscars again. He did really well.
The kids going to Harvard, Yale. The kids vacationing at the house in Nantucket. Look, Chris Rock's gonna be straight after this.
Not Nantucket.
Yeah, they got the whole they Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah,
wherever they like to go, they got all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
They're gonna reward masculinity submission. They're gonna reward him for that, for not fighting back, because that's what they teach them.
Well, he didn't press charges, but do you guys think in a court of law he's going to file a civil suit? Do you think a civil suit follows this, or do you think he's just going to be like, you know what, I'm just going to let it ride. I'm just going to charge it to the game.
I think he eventually, it's going to be some type of, he's not going to do nothing. I'll say that. I think eventually after he process all of this stuff and he see what really come forward, once he really get back up like a month from now and he get that, so it's fuck me, I think something to come from it.
Yeah.
Man, what's good? What's good, man?
Hey, Vance.
Look, man, this is what's finna happen, yo. Will Smith, Chris Rock gonna direct the movie, and he gonna put Will Smith in it after Will don't work for a while. He gonna give him another shot. Once Will and Jada, all that shit over with, Jada gone, Will looking like Frederick Douglass, Chris Rock. Shout out to Chris Jones. Chris Rock is going to direct the movie, and he's going to resurge. He's going to give, Will Smith a career again. Watch my words.
You think so?
I might not even be here to see.
You think he going to beat Tyler Perry to it? Because I kind of feel like we're going to have a something with Tyler Perry. The way Tyler Perry was consoling him, I just kind of feel like Tyler Perry was, I don't know. I don't want to say.
Is there any picture
Tyler Perry would love to have Will Smith.
Is there
of course. And I respect Tyler Perry's his hustle. So I feel like that would be a gain for him. I don't blame him for running up there.
Is there?
And then we don't know that they're not
if he in a Tyler Perry movie, he definitely finna play the light-skinned hero.
Are you asking, Noble? Are you asking if there's a picture of Denzel and and
No.
Tyler Perry consoling him?
No. Is there any picture
Okay.
or video of anybody consoling Chris Rock at all?
No, not at all.
Wow.
Not at all. The only but people have come out and said nice things. Like Wanda Sykes said later on that night she saw Chris and he was apologizing to her because it was supposed to be a special night for her. And she's like, "Why are you apologizing to me? Like, you didn't do anything wrong." But they said that he was very empathetic towards people in the audience, more so than towards himself.
Hey, Vance Lane said, "Nah, Will ain't doing no Tyler Perry production."
Vance, we say not, but if he's ostracized from Hollywood, he has no choice because Will Smith has his own production company. So even if he does not do a Tyler Perry production, he will use Tyler Perry's studios because Tyler Perry has several sound stages and he has like this great
Most
place to
is gonna
film.
happen.
Hey, y'all want to know something funny? That's where my doctor's office is at the
By Tyler Perry studio.
It's right there. It's Fort McPherson. That's where I go to.
Can you get me in, Mike?
Yeah, I mean it's right there. Yeah, it's right there.
But even if he doesn't do a production for Tyler Perry,
I'm right behind it. Yeah.
Oh, so he has other things on his property besides the sound stages?
It's about 10. I think it's 10 sound stages, but I'm right behind the Spike Lee sound stage.
Wow.
Yeah.
So even if he doesn't do it,
and my credit union.
Wow.
Yeah.
If he doesn't do a Tyler Perry production, they would definitely work together, even if he uses Tyler Perry's facilities to film.
I mean, my nigga, just don't use Tyler Perry wigs, my nigga. Just don't use the wigs.
You got to tell him don't be using Tyler Perry himself. But I think the number one thing I think the worst thing that's gonna happen for Will is he will probably have like a 5-year suspension from the Oscars or something. I don't think
you don't think they're gonna expel him permanently from the Oscars?
No. Probably 5 to 10 years.
Probably
that he won't qualify. None of his movies will qualify.
Next Oscar he win to be that Chris Rock movie.
But what surprises me about the Oscars is the way Will and Jada boycotted the Oscars. The way they talked about the Oscars was anti-Black and it was not enough Black people. I'm surprised the Oscars so far has been so lenient with him and have not come out and said anything like, "You were wrong, you're suspended, don't come back, we'll take it back your Oscar." Even though I don't feel that he should have it taken because he worked hard for it, I do feel that he should be reprimanded. Like, you can't come back for however many years. But because of the way they have talked about the Oscars, I'm surprised that they haven't like retaliated against Will. And this should have been like exactly what we needed to punish you for what you said about us.
Hey, we got Bernard in the building, man. What's up, Bernard, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Good. How you, bro?
Hey, I cut all my notifications off until today because of the stuff, but I'm more on all of you guys' side, and I love Ronnie because she's like the mother.
Thank you.
Just trying to, she just trying to give all the reason, Mike. Like, yo, she just trying to give it. She like that mother, like, but, and we like, no. He gonna take this one. But I told my wife, I asked my wife Sunday, I said, first of all, Kristen won. She said, okay. I said, but I gotta go street terms. I said, what? I said, do you know how many phone calls he probably had to make back to New York? Say, no, don't. I said, it ain't like he got a small family. They big like the Wayans.
They are.
People keep forgetting that.
Right.
People keep forgetting all that. Does anybody realize how many phone calls this cat might have? Hey, we good.
Yeah,
because my wife has those guys. She has those type of guys in her family. Like, if certain things went down with my wife, I'm not even gonna get a phone call. They just coming through. They ignorant.
Right.
And I say everybody has that in their family. I say, and you can't stop those cats. Right. Some of those cats. I said, these are the consequences Will didn't think about, whatever he was thinking. I'm like, I said, that dude showed a lot of class. And then I told my wife, I said, how do you know how Chris felt after that? I said, nobody's talking about Chris. And nobody, like my man Big Mike Drop said, nobody's talking about Chris. And I'm sitting up here like, man, this thing can just. And the last thing I'll say, and let you guys talk, I ain't coming up here to talk y'all to death. I was telling the guy tonight, I said, look, I know he was like, oh, Will this, Will that. I said, bro, when we do something at our jobs, we do something in our family, that's one thing of energy.
Right.
I said, but what Will did, he got the whole world of negative energy coming at him. I said, that's a stronghold that he brought on himself of energy people bringing to him. And I said, the next, because another thing just said that it was some cops at his house at 3:00 today. I'm just waiting for the Robin Williams situation, be honestly, because that type of energy that he's getting, that type of energy,
I thought about that, man. And a lot of times the person that entertains and makes everybody the happiest in the room is the saddest person in the room.
That's a fact.
And what America's doing, they putting Will on a rocket up out of here because
that's why I empathize.
him instead of realizing that on his night, Will Smith was the saddest person in the fucking room of the Oscars. You see what I'm saying?
I'm telling y'all, it'll be Jaden.
Sitting next to that black hole. See, that's what happens with stars. When stars are destroyed, they implode into themselves and become black holes.
Yep. I'm telling y'all, it'll be Jaden.
Black hole. She's right there with him the whole time.
It'll be Jaden Smith before it be him. That's probably the saddest kid in Hollywood.
He shows it. He shows it in all the pictures.
So let me ask you guys.
I've been a photographer for over 20 plus years. I can take y'all through all types of pictures and say, just look and see what I see. I know how to read body language. So I ain't mean to cut y'all, Ronnie. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I like what you're saying. You finish.
No, I was just saying you just see a lot in pictures. That's why that was my schooling of body language. Because when Ronnie come up to me at the wedding, and I got this all the time. I don't like my dad and new wife. I don't want her in the picture. I want the original family picture. Hey, you got it. That's all I say. I'm like, you got it. And you just see how the new wife sitting over there looking crazy. But then again, if it's the son or the daughter who don't want to be in the dad's new wife's picture, you see that Jaden Smith body language.
Yeah.
You see it. You don't have to 50% of your body communication, 50% of it is body language. So you can be telling me, I could be telling Mike, no, man, you my dude, but my finger's still pointing at his face.
And
you my dude, but I'm still pointing at Big Mike's face though. That ain't matching up of him being my dude.
Right.
Yeah, and because Will Smith is an actor, actors are trained to hide those types of things. So he's probably going through a lot internally that we don't even see. So my question to you guys is, at this point, if he has had a mental breakdown, do you guys think he's more of a safety risk to himself or others? Like in terms of suicide, do you think he's quicker to commit suicide or quicker to go postal?
Oh no.
What do you guys think?
I think Will is most likely to kill Jada.
You think he's more likely to commit homicide as opposed to suicide based on his behavior?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I went more with the other one. But
I did.
I never thought about it. I never thought about it their way.
Nah, man. If he were to do that, he's not doing that and leaving her here. I know nobody.
You think it'll be a murder suicide?
I mean,
you think it'll be murder suicide, Mike? A murder suicide or
for the algorithm, we can't say that because they'll flag us.
Yeah, you can't say the S word.
Unfortunately, the S word, they don't want to talk about it. But yeah, that
you can say self-delete.
Yeah,
I kind of refuse to say it. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit kills me because these things are real words. These things have real meanings, man, and these meanings aren't negative. What's happening in society is so fucking fragile that you can't even say the word to people. So therefore, you if you can't tell somebody what a word is, that means you can't tell them what the word means, right? That means you can't educate people on these things. These are things that society is trying to push. These are things that social media is trying to push to people is suicide. And I'll say,
I see him more as a suicidal person. I see him more as a suicidal person.
He is not leaving Jada Pinkett Smith here and going anything well. He's not doing it.
You might be right, but especially the fact since he has realized that he has damaged his self-worth, and somebody who has been so successful in life, once you realize you're never going to get that high again, it's kind of like a lot of actors that say, you know what, I can't be on the stage, I can't sing. Well, I miss that high of being out there performing. I feel like he will internalize more and probably be more of a detriment to himself than others. I feel like he will commit suicide before he would kill her.
This man just slapped a nigga on the Oscar stage, and you still sitting up talking about you feel like he more of a detriment to himself than others.
I do, Mike.
No, Ronnie.
I do.
You can't do that today, though. You could have did that last week. You can't do that today.
Mike,
I mean,
Mike,
you
just because
disagree, but no, I can't let you ride with that one. No.
Mike, just because he slapped somebody, do you realize how many people have done horrible things to other people, not killing them, just done horrible things to other people and then went home and blew their own brains out? It happens. And I think he's one of those people.
Jada Pinkett, that nigga said bad marriage for life.
He said that.
He said that?
Yeah, he said that. So whenever he decide life is done, you think he leaving her?
But Mike, like you said, I don't know much about Scientology. We need to make that a show whenever you want to decide.
Man, I'm scared. That's one thing I'd rather talk about the damn Illuminati lesbians than
because we don't know their belief system. Just like I don't agree with the Amish people saying that they're not gonna let their kids watch TV. They can't use. I don't agree with that. But if
I agree with that.
I super agree with that.
I mean, that's one of the things that I feel like is very radical. I'm not gonna say I feel like it's bad, but I think that's very radical.
Man, them kids don't need to watch TV.
You can go on.
Man, your child will be fighting demons that you don't even know about.
Right.
Years before he even tell you about them.
But because we don't know anything about Scientology, we don't know their position. We don't persecute the Muslims for praying 5 times a day. So why are we persecuting them for saying that, my wife cheated, I'm going to stay with her? We don't know what their views are until we know what they practice in Scientology. You're not, Mike, but people are on all over social media. They're saying, oh, he shouldn't protect his wife. She fucked somebody else.
We got 2 calls on. Hold on. I got 336 in the building. 336, you on the big mic drop.
Hey.
Hold on.
336. Where is that?
On, man. This your boy Jakeem.
Jakeem back, man. What's up, man?
Hey.
Yeah, what's going on with you, fam? How you doing, Miss Ronnie?
What's up? How are you, baby?
These people, man, I'm doing fantastic. They toxic individuals, man.
Right.
There's so much shit going on in the world right now, and people worry about a motherfucking slap. People get slapped on the fucking regular.
That's how I feel too.
The only thing was it was viewed by millions of fucking viewers.
That's the only difference.
With you, the way he had his hands crossed behind his back, it was like he was embracing for the shit. No real man let nobody infringe his space like that, bro. So, me, myself, personally, I don't know if the shit was staged or what the case may be, but at the same time, it's a lot of stuff going on around us right now, and people is talking about bald-headed ass Jada Pinkett.
Right.
And Will Smith once a fucking game.
Right.
Like, the shit is just super toxic, man. That's just how I feel, man. Like, who even gives a fuck about Will Smith? I ain't never been a Will Smith fan as far as that get jiggy with it.
Me either.
Respect to his career, like I said, what he just did really just put a bad tarnish on his whole fucking image.
Right.
That
Absolutely.
was just poor decision making, man. You know what I mean? Because as a man, you should have handled that shit to the side, and that's why I said they might have really staged that shit, man. Because black people did sponsor and produce that shit, man. You know what I mean? It just make it look like you can't take us no goddamn well, man.
Man, I would say this: if you staged it, that shit should have been WWF over the top. You see what I'm saying?
But when he walked up there, he didn't look like he was going up there to slap somebody. He looked like he was going up there to snatch the mic and tell a joke. I never would have guessed he was going for violence.
That's that demonic deception. He deceived them all the way till he became a threat. Peep game on this shit now. Hey, we got 803 on the line too. Stick with us, Jakeem. 803 on the line. Who we got? You on the big mic drop?
Oh, yo, this is Gibbs. What's happening, Mike?
Gibbs, man. What's happening, man? How you doing? First time caller?
What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, this is my first time calling into the show. It's been too long, bro.
Yeah, man. What's happening, man? This Rob.
Yeah, this Rob.
Nigga, don't come and tell me some motherfucking Gibbs, nigga. What's up, nigga? Hey, this is my dog on the phone talking this Gibbs. Man, what's happening, man? How you doing?
Yo, I'm doing pretty good, man. Been pretty good. I've been tapping in on the comments and stuff, but one of the big things that I've got to really express is Will Smart. He ain't dumb. Emotional, yeah, we seen him emotional on that roundtable talk. I truly believe that when Chris made this joke, Will saw an opportunity to try and say, hey, I ain't no punk and I can prove it here. Now,
right.
He did it wrong, but I think that was calculated. In that moment, he said, oh, I can use this. And he stepped up and he walked up there to try and prove that he is a man, because everybody been killing him since that red table talk. He was looking bad, and all the other stuff that Jada's been saying in the media about him and their relationship and how he ain't really a man. This was his time to sit up here and show everybody I can be a man. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong thing to do.
Right. And it backfired because he probably thought he was proving a point, like, y'all finna stop this shit today. Y'all are about to stop talking about my wife. But what he really made happen is people are talking about her more now than ever. So it backfired. His plan did not work.
No, it
did not work.
It didn't
work.
work.
I'm with you. I feel you, but that's kind of what we're talking about, is the beta 2.0 version, the rich bitch ass nigga. You see what I'm saying? A lot of us are taught that we want to be rich and that, getting money is going to help this, getting resources, being able to provide. Look, we're teaching the young boys a provider mentality. You see what I'm saying? And so Will Smith kind of undermines that right now, because what's more of a provider than a $300-400 million dude? Father that, married with his family. His wife just had some transgressions. They got through that. Let's just keep the narrative going. But why can't this man still get the respect that he need to get? See, it undermines.
Hey, bro,
it undermines. Go ahead.
With you. I ain't even trying to cut you off very fast, Big Mike. But
go ahead, bro.
I just bought the Disney Plus network for a whole fucking year because I seen Will Smith scuba diving underwater and running with gazelles and shit.
Right.
And how you go from that to smacking somebody on primetime fucking television?
Right.
It's calculated. It's calculated. It was a calculated.
You know what I mean? I'm like, but to each his own, man. Me myself personally, man. I don't think he would have smacked Steve Harvey.
Hell no.
I don't think he would have smacked Corey Holcomb. There's a list of comedians I can go down the line of that I don't think he would have went up on that goddamn stage and smacked.
Right.
Look, Kevin Hart.
And to be honest with you, I done smacked a few people in my time, and as me being a person that just smack some folks, you know who to smack and who not to goddamn smack.
Yeah, bro, you ain't finna smack no real G's like that. Like, that shit ain't finna happen. Like, literally, man, it's dudes, man, that would have been waiting outside the Vanity Fair party to shoot Will Smith, bro.
Yeah,
if they would have slapped him.
Got
you could have slapped a nigga earlier tonight, bro. You could have got smoked, man. That's why I'm telling these women to stop this motherfucking narrative of saying that's heroic and telling their sons this shit. Let me. This shit. That's what I'm telling you, man. This shit is. Hey, hold on. We don't need another hero. We don't need no heroes out this motherfucker.
Man. Love it.
That was Ronnie's idea, by the way.
That was all me.
That was Ronnie's idea, by the way.
That was a great idea.
Love it, Mike. Love it.
But actually, while y'all jiving, he wouldn't have been able to smack MC Hammer. How about that?
Man, please.
Because exactly. Because Cats found out about him the hard way. See, everybody found out about him the hard way.
Hey, man, MC Hammer would have had that man in a damn abandoned house somewhere right now, man, in Oakland, bro.
Please, Hammer, don't hurt him.
Hey,
bruh.
Hey, that's why the nigga named the album that, bro. That's probably what he used to hear. Like, no, please, stop, no.
Please, Hammer, ain't touching this.
Hey, man, no, man, for real. Yeah,
that's real talk.
Hey,
that's real talk.
Hey, check it out, man. Look. Excuse me. Wow. Oh, man.
Oh, Mike, you got to get your thoughts together. You must be finna say something very radical. Let me brace myself.
No, it's not going to be radical. It's not going to be radical.
Go ahead and give it to him raw, bro. Give it to him raw, Big Mike.
I'm finna give it to him raw, man. I'm finna give it to him raw, but I'm not gonna do it right now because I think I have to show. I have to give it to you raw in doses because this medicine be bitter, man, and that's what I'm realizing with people's attitudes towards this. Because we almost got to the point of talking about it for real as a culture, black men and black women.
Yeah.
We almost got to the point of talking about it, but it's lingered on a little bit too long. Now people are growing bored, waiting for the next conversation to come up, and this will be swept under the rug.
Yep.
This is such a learning experience and a teachable moment. And it's something that I hope kids learn into the future, especially in our community, because it's so many little things in this situation that makes up this big situation. I mean, we're talking about love. We're talking about loyalty. We're talking about marriage. We're talking about the viability of marriages in today's day and time. We're talking about family. We're talking about protection. We're talking about rights versus privileges. We're talking about reciprocation. We're talking about a bunch of things that aren't happening in this situation. A bunch of things that aren't happening in this situation. And, you know, young dudes get out here, man. And a lot of times we're raised by these women who are these women who are deprived of protection. They're deprived. They're deprived of love. That, you know, people don't nobody want them. Let's just keep it a buck. You know, you'd have made it to your 40s, 50s. You're not married or divorced. You know what I'm saying? It's just the ones that, you know, it's the lost and found pile.
Well, Mike, let me ask you this. Do you think that Jada will ever redeem herself from this? Do you think that as time goes on, maybe like in 10 or 15 years, the general public will ever have another respect for her?
Never.
Like, can she ever wipe the slate clean and have respect again? What about Will?
We won't allow it.
I think Will is in a better position for us to forgive him than she is, because so many people are so angry with her.
Will is a victim.
Yeah, we're angry with Will, but we see him as a victim. We see her as the culprit. We see her as the villain. So I think she's in a different position.
Yeah, Will's a victim, and he was caught by a predator. But
I don't know if I would go as far as to call the young lady a predator.
Definitely a predator.
She was fucking in the
Everybody got to remember. Everybody got to remember his first wife and son. You don't hear nothing about, because that's classy.
No, you know something. Hold on, Bernard. They were at the fucking awards.
Yeah, Trey was there. Trey was with him. He's
but it's two different worlds. Two different worlds.
His ex-wife is there too. So
yeah, they're from different sides of the track.
Yeah, but I'm just comparing the two women. You know what I'm saying?
They're from different sides of the track.
It's like two different worlds.
But they say opposites attract. So Will's first wife was probably more along his class, probably more along like his socioeconomic status before his fame. And Jada was the polar opposite. She's like, opposites attract. She's like this feisty, like rambunctious, like wild girl, and that's what probably attracted him to her.
Will's problem
now he's regretting it.
Will's problem is that he's a thrill seeker.
You think that's what it is?
Yeah.
And I mean, somebody like Jada, she's so
antagonistic.
What would we call her? Like very rambunctious. I don't know the word for her, but she's the type of person that, for a man that is not used to that type of woman, I can see how he could be infatuated or kind of like fall for her, especially if he's not used to a woman like that.
Yeah, he's into a thrill. He's into adventure and challenge, and she will always challenge him, no matter what, even when it don't make any, especially when it don't make sense. That's how they are. Always antagonistic. You can even see it in the interview where she's wrong. She's still antagonistic to him and not threatening, but just like the discourse between them two is it's just it's disgusting. It's not it's not homey.
Well,
you know what I mean? It's just
Somebody Caucasian
awkward.
did a TikTok, and their term for her is she's a master manipulator.
Oh,
That
absolutely.
that was the term that they used,
definitely.
master manipulator.
Oh, yeah.
Look,
She got a doctorate in that.
Jada,
Forget the masters.
Jada,
So would you guys call her what do they say, charismatic? Would you guys say that she's
Absolutely not.
charismatic?
Absolutely
Well,
not.
how do you
She's
think
not
she gets this
charismatic.
mind control over him? How do you think that
Charismatic
she has
people-
this effect on him?
She's an asshole.
Charismatic people have a wide influence. They can
Yeah,
cast
they're
a
very
wide-
charming people.
But,
So what do
yeah,
you guys call her?
She's a
Typical.
succubus. She's a succubus.
A succubus. Oh my God, a succubus. That word, I haven't heard that word in many years.
And she probably takes it in the butt.
That makes
that right there will turn some of the hardest niggas out, bro.
And her,
Like
and,
for
and so
real,
does
you
he.
get it, like for real.
a
And so does he.
succubus. Mike, a lot of people don't know what a succubus is, so maybe you should go and put that on the screen so people know.
A
Because that's
succubus is a female demon that usually approaches you in dreams and has sex with you in dreams.
succubus.
She looks
Wow.
like a demon. That's exactly
haven't
what she
heard-
looks like.
Words like succubus are words like Kama Sutra. These are words we don't use every day. Kama Sutra, succubus. Wow, I like that word.
She's
That sounds about right.
She's his sex demon, and she's right there with him.
Well, for you to call her his sex demon, how could you guys fault her for everything that's going on? That's why I say he's very submissive. I think he's very submissive towards her because a lot of this shit I think he condones, but I think because of his status, I think it's very embarrassing for him because a lot of black people have given him so much backlash.
That's because that's not something black people typically do.
Right,
We don't
right.
typically watch niggas pound our wives out in front of
Right,
us.
and
We
that's
don't do
why
that.
he's
That's not
that's
what-
why he's so embarrassed, and that's why he at this point feels like he has to
But see-
retaliate against people
see,
poking fun of him.
Yeah. Y'all got me going places. Anyway, so
Go ahead.
all right. So now I got to take Big Mike place. I still think it's the smoke because if everybody remember for all this, all of a sudden, little Wyclef stories were coming out. I'm gonna leave it right there.
Come on,
What?
no. You can't do
What?
that.
No,
You can't throw it. You gotta come on. You gotta
What?
come with it.
Tasha K just did a whole interview about the dude that having sex with Wyclef.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
No, with Wyclef. I said his stuff was out before this whole Will Smith thing just came up this past Sunday. I'm
But they were
saying I
saying
don't think I think this is just smoke again. You don't know who be trying to protect who and how they gonna do it, bro.
Yeah.
That's how I'm looking at it.
To like take
Because now Wyclef story is coming out about him having little boys. Come on, bro. Come on, man. Come on, man. Nobody's safe anymore. Yeah. Go look up Tasha K interview. Go look at her interview with the
I
young
don't
dude.
trust Tasha K. after Cardi B sued her, I'm not a Tasha K follower, but I still can't say that what she said about Cardi B is not true.
I can
don't
trust
know.
I can trust Tasha K's hate for men. If it's about a man, I'm a
Hate
you
for
know.
men?
Yeah,
if it's about
Is she a lesbian?
yeah, she gonna make sure that's on top.
No, she married.
She's a lesbian.
She's married.
She married.
Well, how can a straight woman, how can a heterosexual woman have hate for men?
It's black men in America, and like I said, it once
She a
again
foreigner.
we keep going back to everybody hates Chris. It's funny his show was called that.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? Because basically the little dark-skinned black man that's literally there to do his job.
That's funny.
And you know, even in the process of doing your job, my G, you're not protected out here. And that's the sad part about it. I want to show y'all something though, man, because I want to pull this in and make this, you know, I need to project the message to the young kids, man, out here. The young boys, you know, boys my son's age that's getting into dating and, you know, things like that and, you know, dealing with women. Now, a woman should always feel safe when she's with you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which means, first of all, safe from you and safe from anybody else that doesn't have to go through you. So I mean, yeah, you can kill me and bitch, you better run. That's all I'm gonna say. If they kill me, bitch, run. That's all I can tell you. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, that's the first thing. You make sure she's safe from you, then you make sure she's safe from everybody else outside of you. So, and that takes care of that. She's not going to be a woman out here saying she's in need of protection. Ronnie, you're not out here saying you're in need of protection.
No, I feel very safe in my home at the moment.
But even when it comes to protecting, your woman, right? You still have to calculate. And I think one thing Will Smith showed was that 10 seconds wasn't enough time for him to think about all of the chain of events that happened that will happen from this. That wasn't enough time for him to think about it. He didn't even have enough time in 15 minutes to come up with a reason as why he did the shit for his little acceptance speech. He didn't have enough time. But I want to show a few things and to show a few instances in which this shit can be deadly. This is when this shit goes wrong. So
no, because this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable.
Let's go here. So we're gonna go to this first one. We've seen this before. All right, so you got this lady here arguing with a guy at the Pittsburgh Steelers game, right? Now, this is her husband right here to the left, or boyfriend or whatnot. He's sitting right here the whole time. Your woman is right here doing this, right? Does she deserve his protection? When this happens? He was sitting his ass down the whole time, not telling her to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up.
Well, Mike, my opinion
sometimes you protect your woman by telling her to sit down and shut the fuck up.
Yes, she
out here
deserves.
arguing with dudes. But how many of these women out here would see that as protection? He was scared to say it to her.
But once it got physical, your question was initially, do we feel like she deserves his protection? For better or worse, if you are my provider, my protector, yes. Whether or not she may have been wrong, but I feel like in the heat of the moment when I'm in danger, you protect me right now when I'm in imminent danger, and you chastise me or tell me I'm wrong once we get home and once I've established safety. But right now in this moment when I'm being attacked, whether it's my fault or not, it's your responsibility to protect me and make sure I leave here unharmed.
Ronnie, I'm glad you said that. So we're going to move on to this next woman. We're going to move on to this next lady.
She hit him first.
Yeah, she slapped him in his face.
Get his glasses.
Look how she's talking
Somebody
to her
get his
dude.
glasses.
Sit down. Sit down. You see her talking to her dude?
Y'all have to de-escalate the situation because she's still right there, still talking. Y'all supposed to separate the party. No. Oh, hey! Oh my God.
Hey.
Oh. So he did it.
No.
Yep, you got it. Yep, I get it. It's all on camera. This is all on camera.
Tell her to shut the fuck up, bro. Sit down, bro. That's what I'm gonna tell my son, bro. It don't matter if you gotta jack up around her collar and get up out of there. You tell
but
her to
if you're doing that is your way of protecting her, I'm all good with that. I don't care what your mechanism of protecting me is. If that means to grab me and snatch me away, that's fine.
Protecting me is protecting you.
As long as you
and that's what a man needs to understand.
Right.
I'm protecting you by protecting me.
But as long as he stands up and does something.
Like I said, if they get me out of here, you better run. But I'm protecting you by protecting me. I'm protecting your image by protecting my image. Will Smith also owes his family financial protection. He doesn't owe just protection physically when you're not even being physically accosted. So losing money because your fucking image is fucked up, you're not protecting your family.
Again, it's just like the same thing I just said with the previous situation with Jada. Protecting you from what? What am I? Is protecting even happening? If I am fighting a person or stepping in the way of somebody that you accosted, first, am I protecting you or am I enabling you? So we're not having a protection conversation. We're having a just let me get this my rocks off because I feel like it, because I don't want to be told no. I just want to see if I can get away with it. Because if you cared about protection, you would learn how to control your goddamn self and not put your fucking hands on somebody that's bigger and stronger than you.
And not be out talking to men, much less arguing with men. Now look at this dude, man. This nigga knocked the fuck out, man, with his sandals on. Let's see this one more time, bro.
Yeah, run it back.
Now, the person that's out of control is the chick the whole time.
Somebody get his glasses.
Y'all haven't de-escalated the situation because she's still right there, still talking. Y'all supposed to separate the party. No. Hey! Oh
look at him, bam, straight to the husband.
Oh, so you
any touch her, he took straight to her husband.
Yep, I get it. It's all on camera. This is all on camera. He touched him.
Out, by the way.
Yeah. She touched him. It's all on camera. Everything is camera. Everything is on camera.
Now, some men.
Everything is on camera.
Why didn't they do that from the beginning?
Yes, everything is on camera. Everything
this
is
nigga
on
knocked
camera.
the fuck out, bro.
They didn't de-escalate the situation by moving the parties away. They still let her be right there. Why y'all still get her?
Hold on, I gotta pause it right there for a second. All right.
Get her under.
It's like a wall moving.
Get her under control.
Yeah, they need to
Oh my God. I don't understand it.
We doing this?
This is
really,
crazy.
Mike? Big Mike, we doing this?
Like art.
Big Mike, we doing this?
This is unacceptable.
Yeah.
And y'all still having to restrain
What's
her.
she gonna
Don't
do?
come over here, baby girl. Baby girl, I'm not him. Hold on.
What
Girl, I'm not him.
Come on, man.
Man, look,
Come
man.
on, man.
Look,
Come
man,
on,
I just had to provide the comic relief, man,
What?
before I showed this last.
Oh my God.
Because this last one is what I'm really afraid of happening to young brothers.
But they didn't restrain them.
It's not us. We're not.
I saw everything. It's so good. She's mad, but I need a room here.
County family wants justice after Clearwater man was shot and killed over a parking space. The county sheriff says the shooting was justified under the Stand Your Ground law. Well, now we're hearing from the victim's father. JJ Burton with our sister station in Tampa reports the father will not rest until something is done.
Take a look right here behind us, this memorial that is growing. There's candles up here now and more signs. Again, we spoke to Michael McLaughlin, and he says that he will not rest until there's justice.
Marquise was standing his ground when he confronted the shooter.
From church, a march in the streets, to a rally outside the store where Marquise McLaughlin was shot and killed.
He was loved by a lot of people, but just to see how many people that actually came out, just to show their support, show him love, overwhelming.
All of these people say they're standing with Michael McLaughlin and the rest of Marquise's family. They say his killing was not justified.
I know it's not right. Guy was never booked, fingerprinted, nothing.
The Pinellas County Sheriff's Office say Michael Draka and Marquise's girlfriend, Brittany Jacobs, were arguing because she parked in a handicapped space. Marquise ran out, pushed Draka to the ground. Draka pulled out a gun and Marquise stepped back. Draka shot him in the chest. The sheriff says Draka was in the right under the Stand Your Ground law.
All right, let's pause it right there. Y'all remember this case. And thank God the white supremacist
Yes, I do.
is in prison right now. But look at the length of time it took that boy to walk, and that's what he was, a boy. It took him to walk outside and assess the situation and immediately go to the violent route. But see, you weren't ready to take the violence all the way there. My suggestion to you young boys, unless you prepare to go all the way there at that right at that point in time, unless you're ready for everything to in your life to cease to exist or change on a dime at that point in time, that's when you react violently. If you've already assessed the risk involved. Look at this time frame. Look at this timeline. One more time.
They say his killing was not justified.
I know it's not right. Guy was never booked, fingerprinted, nothing.
The Pinellas County Sheriff's Office say Michael Draker and Marquise's girlfriend, Brittany Jacobs, were arguing because she parked in a handicapped space. Marquise.
All right. Now, you know, as soon as he walk out, right? What's she doing? Anybody?
I can't tell because that's a
Hold
that's
on.
a blip.
Look at the car. This is the shooter. This is the car right here. This is the boy walking out of the gas station.
Say Michael Draker and Marquise's girlfriend, Brittany
What's she
Jacobs.
doing when she see him? What do you see happening right now?
Is that her getting out the car?
That's her
arguing because she parked in a handicapped space.
Now she's getting ready to get out the car. When she see her boyfriend come, she jump out the car to confront the dude physically that she's been arguing with, right? As opposed to saying, "Hey man, that's my man. We finna leave. We finna leave now. Sorry, we in a handicapped space, whatever." Or say,
I already see where you're going.
"Fuck you,
I already
let's
see where
find
you're
out."
going.
You see what I'm saying? So she saw this guy come out. You see where I'm going here? She saw this boy come out. Let's watch it again.
See where you going.
County Sheriff's
she did a
Office say
bishop
Michael
and juice.
Draker and Marquise's girlfriend,
She
Brittany
opens the
Jacobs,
door.
were arguing
Now she
because
hop her monkey ass out the motherfucking car.
She saw her savior coming.
Yep.
She's
She hops out her ass out the fucking car.
Escalating the goddamn shit.
Parked in a
There you
handicapped
go.
space.
What happens?
Marquise ran out.
There
pushed
you
the-
go.
He doesn't take any time to assess the situation. Probably didn't even ask the question.
Because her mouth was probably running loud.
Because
That's
but
all
what
he
she
heard.
could have did, all she could have did was got out the car, went towards her boyfriend and say, "Hey, don't worry about it. Let's go."
She could have damn said, "Get in the passenger
And
side
just stay in the
let's
car."
go," because we out the handicap spot the fuck anyway, nigga. We gone.
Yep.
We got our shit. We gone.
Facts.
But she hopped
I
her
mean-
ass out the
fact that
car
he-
in need of protection. You see
But
what I'm
Mike,
saying?
I see exactly what you're saying. Hindsight is always 20/20. I definitely agree with everything you just said. But in the heat of the moment, a lot of times people don't think rationally.
But
So, I mean, she was
hindsight-
definitely wrong. But that's why I said
hindsight
she
is all
did
we
a,
can teach our kids off of.
that's why I say she did a bishop and juice. When he saw his friends coming towards him, then he started talking all this bad shit. So that's what she did. She saw her savior coming. She saw her old man, her boyfriend, her husband, whatever.
Yeah, well,
he
he
was,
not.
Beyonce.
Well, but Ronnie, he's not that no more because she did that.
Right, because that I understand all of that. I
You know what I'm
understand
saying?
because of what she did, the consequences were very detrimental. They were fatal, in fact.
Yeah.
It wasn't even
Mike-
because of what she did. It's really because of what he did and because of what he didn't tell her to do.
But
Because
Mike, we
he
always
walked into a situation and didn't take control of the situation.
we
He
always
didn't
look
take
at
control
what
of the situation.
but Mike, we always look at what's seen. We don't know the dynamics of their relationship. We don't know if she tells him at home, "You ain't no man, you don't do nothing for me, you don't do nothing for us."
Still
We
might
don't
be a
know.
jaded- Yep.
Yeah,
You're
we
right,
don't know
you're
the
right.
dynamics of what's going on in his mind. Why he felt the need to walk up to another man and prove he's so macho. Why he had to do any of that. We don't know what goes on behind closed doors. That's why we have to think about why people react the way they do.
Right. Absolutely. No, facts.
You're right. You're exactly right.
Those are facts.
You're exactly right,
But-
Ronnie.
But when it comes to these teachable moments, this is what we got to put into the minds of our black boys. You know, somebody got killed. They didn't get killed. They got shot at the LA Fitness yesterday
Yeah, that's horrible.
over argument over basketball. and this man has shot this man in the back and chest.
I hope he's not paralyzed, but it would surprise me if he's not.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. He was shot right in the middle of his lower back. You know what I'm saying? So he may not be paralyzed because he probably hit the spine. You know what I'm saying? But he was shot in his lower back.
And this always leads back to a few things, because it's still, this is all in the full circle what I'm saying. This is why people like Big Mike Drop, and I believe you do too, Ronnie. I do definitely know Noble. This is why we tell people, and I work for a Fortune 500 company, you can't go out here acting a damn fool, because Negro, you just lost your job and you did all that too. Even if you just barely said something or got in a fight, fool. This is why you got to have your own in most cases. But people don't like, and this is, I'm using this as a teachable moment for the young bucks or the young lions that have jobs, the young men that have jobs. I'm gonna keep reiterating it till I get it right. The young men that have jobs. You can't go out here popping off and you were a Fortune 500 company or anybody, because that company gonna really quickly say, we don't associate with that, and you just lost your job. So until you get to that point, and when you get to that point, you still don't want to do it, because people will sue your company for everything that you got and that you work for having your own.
Right.
So it's just like, it's a full circle teachable moment. That's what that's what this panel right here is for, men and women.
Yeah.
That's what we here for. We're not just here to gossip. This is like Noble say and Big Mike say and Ron, this part of the village. You know what I'm saying? This is part of the village. This is school right here. Y'all see what not to do.
Right.
That's
not to do.
That's exactly what I was about to say, because when you have a village, there's a protocol. There's a system. And when you break protocol and you don't follow the system, even when it don't go well, there's consequences.
That's right. Because when I was a kid, anybody could whip me, like my church members, anybody, my God, anybody that wanted to chastise me could chastise me without repercussion, and they'd tell my mom, well, she did such as I popped the shit out of her. I made her stand in the corner. But now if somebody comes to you and tell you that they did something to your kids, people get mad. They want to fight. Why? You ain't got the right to tell my kids. So you're right. We do need a village.
Hey, exactly. I like to take this time to say shout out to Mr. Palmer, man.
Shout out to Mr. Palmer.
Hey, bro. Shout out to you,
Palmer.
bro.
Mr. Palmer is in
I
the
put the link
house.
in the chat if Mr. Palmer want to come in and drop a little bit on this, man. We talking about the Simp Enforcers. And this is actually, I heard Mr. Palmer coin the phrase.
Yeah, he first person I heard say it too.
Yeah, I was the first. He was the first one I heard say the phrase Simp Enforcers. So that's what who we're talking about. That's who the Agent Smiths are. The Beta 2.0 version Simp Enforcer. The dudes that will react violently without getting all of the facts. They're very dangerous. But they're not just dangerous to us, they're dangerous to themselves. And fortunately, this brother in Clearwater, Florida got justice. They sent the white supremacists to prison. I think that boy got like 10, 15 years for that. I have to look up the exact time, but he did get time for that when they weren't even planning on charging him for this. But think about this, brother. It doesn't matter who gets charged if you gone.
Nope.
It don't matter. The justice process don't mean nothing. You know,
it does not bring you back.
And I had an interview with his baby mama talking, the girl that was there with him, talking and saying he wanted to protect this girl. The people even said it was an argument because she was parked in a handicapped parking space, and you know he didn't move. She didn't move, and the guy's always been up there harassing folks. It was just a recipe for disaster. You know what I mean? But
perfect storm.
But what you got to understand is you can't just assess the situation in 5 seconds and roll up on somebody because you see your girl is in an altercation with somebody. Like I said, she didn't feel that unprotected. She didn't know how unprotected she really was. She didn't know he had a gun.
County Sheriff's Office say Michael Draker and Marquise's girlfriend, Brittany Jacobs, were arguing because she parked in a handicapped space. Marquise ran out, pushed Draker to the ground. Draker pulled out a gun and Marquise stepped back. Draker shot him in the chest. The sheriff says Draker was in the right under the stand your ground law.
Obviously, you can tell that the law needs to be changed.
The shooting happened in front of Marquise's 5-year-old son. Michael says he still thinks his dad is alive.
Traumatized.
Done.
Right.
Traumatized.
And after
And I
all that
hate that
protection,
stand your ground mess. I hate that. Just like I hate this new law in Alabama where you can have a gun without a permit. I don't agree with that.
well,
Traumatized.
you see the results of this.
Horrible.
Like I said, brothers, step up on the scene, man, and assess the scene.
What I assess is that he left out of the store without any items or receipt, or even putting his hands near his pocket. So she had to be a lot of noise. What I didn't know is that the 5-year-old was in there. So you didn't even.
Right.
She was showing her ass so much, or both of them were showing their ass so much. The dude that shot him and the chick, that somebody else probably let him know what was going on. And
Or either he heard her where he was. Maybe she was so loud and obnoxious that he could hear her.
That's what I'm saying. So him dying in front of his 5-year-old is probably the best lesson that probably could have happened, because now that 5-year-old can know for the rest of his life that it's going to cost you everything not to assess a situation, not to listen to a bunch of females or a bunch of males telling you to just blindly fight with some chick, blindly fight for some chick's fake honor, which is when we're just dealing with her feelings when she was fucking wrong. So his dad is dead because she want to do what the fuck she want to do. You don't go into those situations putting yourself at risk, putting your life at risk, putting somebody else at risk for somebody that's wrong, unequipped, and unprepared.
I hope that's what it
he got
teaches
that.
him.
I hope that would, but more than likely it's not, because the piece of shit person that caused the problem is still breathing.
And sometimes kids are traumatized and they are so angry when they become adults and young adults that they do just the opposite of what they should do. Now, he may go out and abuse women and kill women and beat women because he saw his mother cause his father's death. So we don't know how he's going to take that.
But y'all got the perfect person in the chat who might come up. What does he call those type of women? Everybody,
Baby mama terrorist.
Okay,
you can go fuck somebody else.
Hey, look, man. I know this
Baby
is
mama
fucked
terrorist. Okay.
I know this is fucked up, but she needed everything from that man at that point in time in his life, according to her. She needed his protection. But I asked myself, with 2 or 3 of that man's kids, is she dating now? Is she seeing anybody now? Or is she living life as a widow? Chances are
she's seeing
somebody.
She didn't even have to get out the car. She could have flipped a bird to that man. She knew she was about to pull out of the parking lot. She didn't have to get out of the car.
This paints the picture. This paints the picture for brothers, though.
You know what else?
You see, the thing that you think is your everything, when you dead and gone, bro, see somebody else bust down because she feel bad.
Look at the metaphor, though. Look at the metaphor, though. She got out of the driver's seat. So she was in the driver's seat.
She was in the driver's seat.
She could have just sat in the car and
pulled off. She could have moved to another parking space.
But even if
Before
she didn't move
her
to
dude
another,
even came out there, there was
even
no
if she
words
didn't
to be
move,
said.
even if she didn't move, she didn't have to say nothing. She could have rolled her windows up, ignored that man, waited for her boyfriend or husband to come back to the car, just pulled off, and it could have been done. She didn't even have to be confrontational.
Exactly.
I got my
your ass out the car. Shout out to Nate, little big Nate. Nate Dogg in the building.
Big up Nate Dogg.
Hey man, big up Nate Dogg, man.
Yeah.
But no, straight up, man. Like literally, man. She was in the driver's seat.
Facts.
She could have moved to another parking space.
Thank you.
And another innocent man dies when somebody like that is in the driver's seat. Why wouldn't it cross her mind and go, you know what? Let's not have an altercation. My fucking 5-year-old is here.
My kids are in the car.
Exactly.
But the next question is, this man even handicapped? Because didn't I hear you say, people say that he comes up there? Who said the man does that?
He was handicapped.
The video was saying that he was a guy up there harassing people often. That's what the video said.
Yeah, but he would harass people about the parking space.
About the parking spot. Okay, guys.
And see, this is how I move when I'm out with my wife. From coming from that side that me and Noble came from. I don't give you a reason to act ignorant. So I don't never
Right.
park in a veteran parking
Right.
space like AutoZone. It says for veterans only. I ain't never been
Right.
in the damn army. I don't park there. If there's
Right.
a handicap thing and I know damn well I don't have a handicap sticker on that and I just want to run to the store, I still don't park there. I'm not giving you a reason to act ignorant. So when you come and mess with the lion, me, and I'm playing with the mouse, I'm not gonna just roar. I'm gonna bite too. Because
so you
I'm
don't
not giving you a
provoke
reason.
trouble. Yeah,
I
you're
don't
not
try to provoke
provocative.
none of it.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm just not. It's too many ignorant people out here.
That dude,
It's just too many ignorant people out
when
here.
that dude got pushed, he felt that man power. That was a real push. He like, oh, this
That
is
man
strong.
pushed the shit out that dude, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He felt that he said, I don't want no. He ain't want no smoke. So he
But
had
I don't
smoke.
agree with
And
the
you
fact
know
that he
something,
should have
honestly,
shot somebody over a push.
Man,
That's
look,
not.
man,
That's
I
not
don't agree with
acceptable.
the fact that dude didn't push him and just jump on him until somebody
At
pulled him.
all. I don't get it.
Right.
If you're gonna push somebody engage physically, you don't engage physically and then back the fuck off.
This not preachable,
It's
nigga.
full of mistakes. Like if I'm gonna engage you, I'm gonna push you down and I'm gonna pounce on your ass like an animal.
But hey, Ronnie, to your
But-
point about him from it just being a push, you got to understand in the street fight, you on the ground, I'm on the ground, you standing over me. You big. That guy had to be 230, 240.
True.
Easy.
Probably like 5'11", 6'1".
But
He
you're
could be
looking for
5'9".
trouble as well. If you come armed already, even though you have the right to carry a concealed weapon, if you come armed to a confrontation that you provoke, because if I see somebody in a handicapped parking space, I'm not going to argue with them. Even if I was a handicap, I would just find the closest up to the front door of the building, the next closest that I could use. So he kind of like came looking for trouble. You brought a gun
depends
to
on what your
you didn't have-
handicap is. Because if your handicap's a mental handicap, then we should argue with folks, but you got a handicap sticker. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm not gonna laugh at you, Mike.
Hey,
I'm gonna disregard that.
they might
Abort
have
that. Abort
PTSD.
that.
I'm just saying, like,
Abort that
Hey, but
statement.
you got to Ronnie, but you have to understand that that's a part of protection. It's people that leave the house looking for trouble.
hey, nah,
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
And
I'm the opposite.
And those rules and those signs are put there for you to abide by them. Hoes.
Right.
So
something
she
as
broke
small
the
as
rules, but
something
that
as
doesn't
small as a
justify somebody
handicap.
being killed, Mike.
It doesn't justify it, but it happened because she broke
Right.
the rules.
Right.
She broke the rules.
And that gives him an
It happened because she broke the rules. She was outside of the hedge of protection. We got
Right.
251 coming on the line, man. Let's see who we got on the line. 251, you in the building? Who we got?
Hey, what's up, Mike and Ronnie? This is
Hey.
Sabrina in the building.
I don't promote violence, but I'm gonna beat you up, girl, because we've been missing you. I'm gonna beat you bad when I see you. We've been missing you.
Listen, oh my God, Ronnie, listen, I just logged on a Facebook and I listen, and I was like, who tagging me on Facebook? And they were like, oh,
Amber.
this is Ronnie. I'm like, oh, okay. Listen, let me tell girl, what's up? Let me tell you.
We've been asking about you for like 3 or 4 weeks.
Listen, I've been so busy. I promise you, I've been super busy in the city. It's been so much going on. Oh my gosh! But I've been keeping up with the show. But I've been having, man, y'all been on some subjects on this show.
Man, haven't we? We've been tackling it, haven't we?
Oh man, y'all be on the juice. I'm not gonna even lie.
Oh yeah, it's good to have you. It's good to have you though.
Yeah,
What are your
I
thoughts
really
on
missed
this?
you.
Hey,
what-
Ronnie needs some help over here.
Yeah, I really missed you. We talked about the
Tell me what we're
Clotilda.
talking about, Ronnie.
We're talking
talking
about. We started off talking about Will and Jada, but now we're just talking about how men step up because on the strength of like a woman puts a man in a position to endanger himself in an effort to protect her. So we're kind of trying to find out if men might cause them simps.
First of all,
We're trying to differentiate between when it's justifiable to protect your woman and when she does not deserve it.
We're trying to pull protection
okay, well, I got. Ooh,
away
well,
from my
okay,
feelings.
well, well, let me know when it's time for me to come on in.
Oh, you in?
Come on, girl. We want to hear what you got. Come on.
You are in, Sabrina. You are
Yes,
in.
you are.
Okay. Thank you, and hey to everybody that's on, and shout out to everybody. I love everybody. Whatever.
Yeah, I'm being a bad
so
host,
this is
Sabrina.
first
We
of
got
all-
Noble and
first of
Bernard
all-
on here. We got Noble and Bernard on here. I'm being a
Noble,
bad
what's
host.
up, Noble? Hey,
What's going
Noble,
on,
what's
Mr.
up,
Brandon?
everybody? You know what I'm saying? So first of all, let me just say this. First of all, I'm just going to go ahead and put it out there. I definitely do not agree with Will. Listen, let me tell you something. I grew up, of course, in the era of, the Bel Air and Will Smith, and Jada Pinkett and there, you know what I'm saying, blah, blah, blah. So I used to be down with my girl, Jada Smith. I was down with Jada for forever,
I was too.
and Will Smith. You know what I'm saying? I had no problem with neither one, but, Jada just been off the radar for a while on my tip. I'm just going to keep it real. She's been doing some real, toxic shit for a while. And, and Will, I was just totally disappointed with him. Let me tell you something. And I'm not even a Chris Rock fan. I'm just going to keep it real. I was more leaning like Will Smith fan, if you want to be honest.
I'm neither fan.
He really disappointed me and hurt me with that stuff he did because, first of all, let me tell you, my thing is, first of all, I didn't like the black on black situation, period. But then again, let me put it this way. Jada, now I'm speaking as a woman point of view. Will Smith, if everybody is this is the perception that I got. When Rock made the joke, Will Smith had no problem with the joke because he laughed and ha just like everybody else, audience and in the TV world or whatever. And I looked at it. I looked at all angles of the videos that they had showed of the clip, and until she gave him that side eye and that look, then he engaged differently and felt some type of way. In which made him
prove his manhood to
he
her.
needed to justify. You know what I'm saying? I feel like by her giving him feel like his manhood was in question with his homebound situation. Now, let me tell you something. This is why Jada at this point, she toxic. I'm gonna tell you why. Because first of all, what he did to Chris Rock in the real world, in our world, he was gonna go to the JAIL. That's battery.
Right.
Period, point blank.
Right.
He was not a millionaire, right?
A person that's not even. First of all, I don't. First of all, let's get this straight. He a comedian. He's a bona fide, certified, paid professional comedian.
Right.
That's what he does, and that wasn't even. As a matter of fact, it hasn't even been proven that he knew this chick had alopecia.
Right.
And they are both comedians, even though Will doesn't do stand-up. Yeah.
They stand up, but what I'm saying is he said a G.I. Jane joke. It hasn't even been proven that this dude knew this chick had alopecia.
Right.
He was just talking about G.I. Jane, Demi Moore with the bald head, because that's what because matter of fact, if you look at Demi Moore and Jada Pinkett side by side in the G.I. Jane, they do look just alike.
They do favor.
Nationalities, they look alike, they favor. Exactly. I think that's just the point where he was coming from. I don't think it had to do with alopecia. But the point is, now, this is where I'm off the track. Just like the same power that Jada had when she gave Will a look, right? He you know what? Me, if it was my man, like my husband, my man, my boyfriend, my man, whatever you want to call it, she had the power to, you know what, Sarah? She had the power to say, you know what, baby? I feel you. I know you want to protect me, but chill out.
Right.
Let's chill out.
But Sabrina, like I said before you joined the show.
Wait a minute. This how I feel. Jada. I'm speaking from a woman with a bona fide man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna let my man put himself in a position to I'm speaking in reality.
Right.
I'm not gonna put my man in that position from Jump Street anyway. Because you know what? Now they celebrities.
Right.
We can't speak on no celebrity status. I'm speaking on just a real street status.
That's right.
That's toxic. I'm not gonna put my man that I love in no position. That's like saying if a man on the street, because I can hold my own, and my husband know I can hold my own. And even if I'm on the street, let me tell you something. This is how real I am. This is how down I am. If I'm on the streets with my husband, and my husband ain't no punk, believe me, He's a laid back, calm type of dude. He chill out. He's a very chilled out type of man. He real quiet. He's not gonna let no man disrespect me. But I promise you, if a man disrespect me on the street, I'll probably step up before my husband do, because that's how down I am. I'm down gangster like that. I'm a down gangster bitch like that. But hold on. But if my husband in a situation and it's another dude involved, I'm gonna try my best as a woman. You know what I'm saying? To try and keep it as level and calm in a situation, because I don't want to see my husband and my man laying on those streets. I don't want to see him behind no bar.
But
you know
Sabrina, because that's so out of character.
She set her man up. She set her man up.
But Sabrina, wait a minute. Let me stop you for one moment. Because that's so out of character for Will. Who's to say she even knew? Maybe she thought he was going to take that mic, walk up there and say a joke or do something to. Who would have ever thought that Will Smith, being the poster child for American black boys, was going to do something violent? I never suspected that myself.
Ronnie, let me tell you something. You know, Ronnie,
I know what you're about to say. Yeah. She knows her husband and she knows what he was capable of. So you feel like she was coming from a place where she knew. I know what you're about to say.
You know how that's what I'm about to say. You know how if you've been with somebody for X amount of time, and you know how they move. You know how their character go. I'm just gonna keep it real.
You might be right, but it's hard to say in that situation because that was so out of character. Looks like a breakdown.
You know how your mate move. You know how they move. You know how it's sort of like a magnet. You know what I'm saying? After you've been with somebody for it's just you just know. You know
under normal circumstances, but to me, Will, it's like he snapped. It's like he had a trigger. It was like he was having an out of body experience. To me, that was not the Will that maybe his wife knew. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was triggered. You know why? Because she has put him in so many. Yeah.
Sabrina, you still there?
Can y'all hear me?
Now we can. You had went out for a moment. Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, we keep going in and out. So my thing is, Ronnie, I feel like you're right. I feel like that was totally out of character for Will Smith. I mean, it shocked the whole world. It shocked the nation. You know what I'm saying? Yes. I just feel like she has put so much pressure on Will Smith. I feel like she has shamed his. This woman has. I've seen when she was on the round table.
90 seconds.
That this man don't satisfy her in the bed.
She said that. They say I missed that episode.
I saw her. I heard her. And my point is, that was your son's best friend. And yes,
that's horrible. That is horrible.
But I'm saying, and you have slept with you and Will's son's best friends.
60 seconds.
Friend in you and your husband's home. You know what I'm saying? Entanglement or whatever. You disrespected the dude. Had an affair, whatever you want to call it. Said the dude don't satisfy you. And there's no telling how many other things that have happened in their relationship. I feel like she just has taken this man to such a deep place that he is now trying to prove to her or whomever that he is now a man. I'm sorry, girl. She taking.
I agree with what you're saying. I totally agree.
He's about to have a. I just feel like he's right now. You know what? Just like the stuff that Kanye's going through with that Kardashian chick.
Hey, Sabrina.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Get in because the phone about to run out. I'm about to put the link in the chat. Come on your computer.
Oh.
Hello.
I can't. Can you hear me, Mike?
I hear you, but the phone. We about to lose the phone. Me? Yeah, you hear me? I hear you.
Okay, you gonna lose me. Hey, I'm just to tell y'all, I'm just log off. I love everybody. I can't chat on Facebook because I'm in Facebook just as I cuss the white man out.
Oh shit, I know that's why I ain't seen you. Okay.
I'll be out in 5 days.
Okay, then word. Wait. Hey man, well we
All
love
right,
you.
Noble.
We love you and we appreciate you. We love your commentary on it. Thank you. Hey man,
Noble shaking his head.
hey, stay tuned because I'm sure he's gonna have a rebuttal. Hey, we love you, Miss Texas.
Hey, no, Mike, I'm pissed. Mike.
Yo.
Hey, Mike.
What up?
Tell Noble, I cussed the white man out on Facebook. Tell him to save this for the historical moment.
Hey, we'll say that for the whole historical moment, man. We love you, Sabrina.
Peace and love, Sabrina.
Love you too, dude.
All right, peace.
I'm Noble. Bye. Bye.
I ain't no better. I just got off Facebook jail.
Hey man, Miss Texas, man. Miss Texas ain't no joke, man. We've been asking for her to come in all night, man. It's like Candyman. If you call, she gonna come.
That's what's up.
And Amber Alert Ronnie was reaching out for her, you know what I'm saying, to come and drop that knowledge. She's telling the truth though.
And see, that's another thing that I was gonna get to is like being in the area that I'm in. I even go as far as like, and I move like this. I'll be like, all right, baby, we going here. And I already know in my mind it ain't gonna be no issues.
Right.
Certain places, and I'm I mean, my barbershop where it is sketchy. Don't get me wrong. But I go in the evenings before it gets real sketchy, and I ain't got to turn into somebody I don't want to turn into. So still, it's all about I was getting to the point of the environment. If I'm going to the corner store, I expect corner store environment things to happen.
Right.
Full circle.
Right.
Full circle. But when I'm ready to go get something different and I know it's not going to be a lot of us, I do have polo shirts. Don't get me wrong. I like to dress a little bit, but I don't do nothing threatening.
Right.
I don't really smile that much. You know, me and Noble kind of like that. You know, I'll speak, I'll speak to you, I nod my head. And, my mama taught me proper English and how to open my mouth and talk. I don't do the switcheroo. I still talk like I talk, but I talk like I have sense.
Right.
So, the environment is also important. I tell my wife that all the time. I'm like, look, back where I'm at, 2 cities. We got the 7 cities here where I'm at. Virginia Beach, Norfolk, Portsmouth, all that.
Oh yeah, okay. You're
Newport News and all that.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? Hampton Roads. I'm across the water from where Allen Iverson grew up. Bad news and all that. So it's like you just know. Once again, certain cities you just got to move different. All right, and even the cops are different. I'm just everything's different. And what I'm saying is, it goes back to what Sabrina was just saying, and you guys all agree. I'm just not gonna put my wife in the situation or myself in a possible situation on certain things. Hey, we having this event over here. What time is it? Oh, all right. Is it evening? All right. Well, by the time nightfall, we go.
Right.
Yeah.
It ain't about it ain't about being a punk. It ain't about none of that because nobody tell you. And man, these cats ain't no joke. And look, you can win. The Ravens can win a game and still run your ass up out of there.
Right.
In Baltimore, they can win a football game and be like, what are you still doing here?
Check it out, man. It's like walking on a like hiking. Just think of relationships like hiking. And when you're hiking, you're gonna try to map out the least treacherous path. You're not gonna take the woman down a treacherous path. If you're gonna do any trail making or trail blazing, then it's usually you're gonna take that risk on your own. You're not taking your woman there. And I'll say this. Me and my wife is this. You don't go get gas. You can't go to the gas station. I go to the gas station on Sundays and fill up cars.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, if you get your ass caught at the gas station, outside of my will, what I've asked you to do or not do, then you're outside of my realm of protection. You don't pull up at gas pumps. So if you pull up at a gas pump and start arguing with a dude and it goes there, you can't say I didn't protect you because I told you not to go to the gas station.
Yeah, that goes with what you
See,
saying
when
earlier.
you want protection, you can't be where you want to be when you want to have protection.
Bro.
You see what I mean? You can't do what you want to do when you want protection. It's just like the police. Like the police, yeah, they will come and protect you, maybe if you black. Maybe sometimes. But
it all depends on the weather.
Hey, but you can't just do anything you want to do and expect the police to protect you.
Right.
I.e., if you're a dope dealer and you get robbed, you can't call the police and fill out a report because you were fucking robbed.
Right.
Exactly.
Write your tax on it. How many books you lost?
Your protection as a citizen runs out because you out of bounds.
That's true.
And that's what these women need to understand. Yeah, we'll protect y'all, but we're not finna protect renegade. We're not gonna chase you all over the place in hotel rooms with white dudes to protect you and all this bullshit. Y'all be everywhere. Y'all be everywhere.
What happened was horrible, and the state of Florida needs to rescind that damn stand your ground law because it's too lenient. It's too lenient.
Well, they don't need to. Look. If black people start exercising their rights on the stand your ground, they'll rescind that shit.
Yeah, exactly. That's what needs to happen.
Black folks need to start exercising.
Yeah. Exactly.
But the biggest thing about this situation, the Will and Jada situation in the videos you showed, was starting the conversation about protection. I think I might have said this on your show or Gail's show. If you was to get these women,
Yes, she is.
What's going on?
Oh, turn it down in the background for me, Sabrina.
Okay.
All right, we got Miss Texas in the building. Hey, she said she went on, came on. Shout out to you.
You with me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
So if you was to ask these same women, like you take these same women, same females, young girls, whatever, and you find a female police officer, security guard.
What's up, Ronnie?
Hey, girl. I'm glad to have another female on the show, so they can't beat up on me.
Yes,
we got a little bit of a delay. It's okay. Go ahead, Noble.
You got to turn it.
You got to turn it down in the back, Sabrina.
What I'm turning down?
Yeah, mute the other YouTube.
You got it on YouTube.
You was watching before you started.
Do you have it on YouTube on the TV?
You got it on another tab, or you might get it on the TV.
No, what she probably has to do is when you come on StreamYard, you got to flip back over to YouTube and mute it and come back.
Oh, you got to mute your YouTube. Oh, Sabrina.
I got to do what?
You got to mute your YouTube because you're on StreamYard.
YouTube.
Or Facebook.
Are you on Facebook? You got two tabs open. Close Facebook tab. Just keep the StreamYard. Or turn it down.
Yeah, it's okay.
She listened to us twice.
Are you on Facebook? You got two tabs open.
You just do it 3 times. Like.
Close the Facebook tab.
Yeah, close the Facebook tab. And now you're on StreamYard with us.
Okay.
There we go. There we
now,
go.
if you want to see what's going on, open up Facebook on your phone.
Am I good
now?
now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm good now?
Oh, yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Okay.
Welcome to the show, Sabrina.
You know, y'all got to tell me about this technology stuff.
Hey, go ahead. Noble was just, getting into his point. Go ahead, Noble.
Yeah, so the biggest takeaway from this whole conversation about Will and the 3 videos you showed was is protection. What is protection? Protection is not feelings. It's pretty practical. It's physical. If you was to take these same women, young girls, and put them in front of a female police officer, a female military personnel, a female bodyguard or security guard, and ask these same people, can you protect somebody that doesn't listen? All I'm going to say the same thing. You can't protect somebody that doesn't listen.
Dumb shit.
You know what I mean? And protection is not arbitrary. When Trump, what y'all call him, 45, and Obama, when they got to be moved around, this is the most powerful person in the free world. They have to do what Secret Service say. Mm-hmm. Everything they eat, every step they take, every direction they go in, everybody hand they shake, everybody they're near. That's the most powerful person. They have to the T listen to the Secret Service. They get trained on how to follow directions.
Right.
That's right.
It's not arbitrary. You don't have a fucking choice. You want, and this is the purpose why black females are not going to be protected, because to be protected, you have to shut the fuck up. You can't talk. I mean, how many car rides I've been on with people that kill people, and I have to shut up because we going down this block and they got to listen to the streets. They got to listen for this, that, and the third. For me to still be here, I had to learn to shut the fuck up. And females think because you're a female, your feelings can get hurt, that it's okay for you not to shut the fuck up. But this person like me, who's bigger, faster, and stronger than you and more vicious than you, I got to shut the fuck up, but you don't. You can't open your mouth and be worthy of protection. You don't know how to shut the fuck up, then sit out here and get ate by these wolves. Because if you have somebody that's trained like me coming for you, you're not making it home. They're going to find your ass somewhere where they don't look for people at. It's real out this motherfucker.
Right.
It's real. And as bad as any, you have no idea. You don't have a clue of how dangerous these dudes really are. You don't even, black females don't have, you don't even kind of understand how vicious it is out here.
Man,
What you even looking at or talking to right now?
Shit. I mean, literally all type of shit. Dismembering folks. Motherfuckers out here doing all type of shit to folks.
I swear in my life, I talked to a vet. I seen this when I was first started researching. I seen this patent for this pneumatic weapon. It can blow a hole in your head a mile away with air pressure.
With air pressure.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, I had one of those. You don't know what these guys that's limping by stores that they got handicap stickers. You don't know what they've been through. It's real out here.
Yeah, that's real.
That's true.
Like Brother Bernard was saying, man, I think about my whole trip, and I don't deviate because I want to minimize my exposure to these crazy people.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what men think about. That's exactly what you were just saying, Big Mike. I want to minimize my exposure to these. That's the biggest threat in finance and construction when you're working is exposure.
Right.
When you transition and when you taking trips, that's why I don't like traveling, because it's just like you expose. The tire, every time that tire is doing a revolution, it can hit a nail.
Right.
Every time you get in and out of that car, you get license plate is whatever, and you got somebody sitting 2 parking spots back watching you expose. It's a big deal, man. If you had a clue of how vicious it really was, and not just watching TV and talking to your friends about what stuff you can get away with and how talented a lot of these dudes are in a harmful way, you wouldn't take it so lightly.
Self-restraint for black women is a learned behavior, because a lot of times we don't see a lot of women being self-restrained. Like me, I had to teach myself. I'm kind of feisty. Like usually sometimes what comes up comes out. But I've had to learn over time that you can't say whatever you think. And a lot of people have not been taught that.
Right.
So, I mean, that's something that we have to work on as a whole, as a people.
There's wolves walking around with sheep clothing on.
Hey, they say that for a reason. I'd like to shout out to Flip Wells in the building. Flip.
Hey.
Flip, we missed Super Bowl this year, Flip. We doing Super Bowl next year, come hell or high water. If the creeks don't rise. What they say, if the creek don't rise,
the creek don't rise.
If all goes well and the creek don't rise, we doing Super Bowl next year. Shout out to Flip, man.
Samson and Sheila.
I ain't mean that.
Shut up, bitch.
I ain't mean to hit that button. I ain't mean to hit that button. I did not mean to hit that button. Well, shout out to Flip, man. But yo, I mean, look, this is a good conversation, man, and I'm glad we got a nice little balanced, panel on the conversation.
There we go.
Oh, there you go, man. Hey, we put a face to a name. What's up, Bernard?
What's going on? Shut up. Hey, look, everybody else are cammed up. I'm a troop. I'm like, look, we're gonna do what we do.
I was having problems at first. I was having problems for a minute. I got it straight. I said, all right, let me just go ahead and go.
We ride.
Make the stream better. Everybody.
Oh, yeah.
I have to say, I'm compelled to say this, and it's about the real true danger of the Simp Enforcer, because see, the dude that a woman can send on a dummy mission like this,
yes,
that nigga would dumb out on your ass too. So when you get pit bulls and people be like, be careful how you train your dog, be careful how you treat your dog, that motherfucker will turn on you.
Yeah,
you can feed this dog for years and years and years and years, and one day it can maul you. It can maul your face. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Whatever. So we have to be careful when we're promoting this viciousness and it's attack dog mentality. Just like the girl, and I hate to keep bringing this situation up because, like, I feel bad about that situation because that brother died. But just like the girl opening the door as soon as she saw him walk out. So you're outside. I'm in the store handling business, and personally, you as the woman should be in the fucking store. That's rule number one. That's why women go to stores. We both ride up to the store. I'm not getting out the car and you staying in the car. Nigga, I'm staying in the car and you getting out the car and going in the store and fetching what we need. Our supplies, our food, whatever. That's where women hang out. And I'm not trying to sound sexist or misogynistic, but it just it's built like that for a reason. Because a disagreement over a parking space with a man goes a lot different than it goes with a woman.
Right.
That shit doesn't become an argument with me. If I'm in the handicap spot, first of all, I'm not there because it's a sign that says it's handicapped.
Yeah. Right.
And as a man, I don't want no police interaction. So I
That's
don't
the
need to be
first
sitting there when the
thought
police
process.
roll up. I don't need to be doing none of that. So first of all, some white dude ain't gonna walk up to me randomly and tell me I'm in a handicap
Yeah,
spot.
because they will.
Be a sign telling me it's handicapped. That's first and foremost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this situation can show you, brother, if your woman is in the driver's seat out here in this world where you're supposed to protect, you need to be driving.
Right.
You could get killed because you're trying to protect somebody that's in the driver's seat. When somebody steps in your car and you're driving, you assume responsibility for them.
Yeah, the liability becomes yours.
The passenger doesn't have the liability. The person who's driving the car has the liability.
Yeah.
And this is in a metaphorical sense and a literal sense with this situation.
That's right. I agree.
You see what I'm saying? That's why everybody has a position to play, man. That's how we protect each other.
Yep.
What's Will how's Will supposed to protect Jada if she catches a disease from one of her partners? What are you gonna do? Go slap somebody?
Protection is help her hide it.
What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do when one of her partners choke her out or beat her up because they was weirdos and they didn't know she made a misjudgment in character?
Mike, that's why it goes back to what I was saying. We don't know if he's a weirdo as well. We don't know what he's hiding. We don't know what he's internalizing that makes him so angry. We don't know why he's so mad. Maybe he's afraid that she's gonna tell all.
Maybe she need to be afraid of why this nigga so angry though.
I think he take the strap from her.
Well, I made a phone call that Monday. I made a phone call, and so there was a guy that used to do sound for all of them. I mean, he did sound for. He started out with Will and them. So I phone called him. I just texted him. I said, "What was up with your boy last night?" He put, "I have no comment." And then he comes back and he goes, "I told you. This is why I keep telling y'all I don't mess with those people no more."
Right.
Now him and what's his name? The drummer from Roots. What's his name?
Questlove.
They still tight. Yeah, they still tight. They still cool. You know what I'm saying? But he done mess with he done did Boys and Men. He knows all their. He knows Jill Scott. He knows all them. So I just texted him and he was like, in fact, I'm supposed to be doing an interview with him and he's got confidential stuff. He's trying to remember what he signed or what he can say, how nasty this industry is. And he did. I will say this: he wired up Jazzy Jeff and Will both of their houses. And I don't know if it was this last house they're in now, but one of the houses that he wired up and did the sound for, because he does sound in the studio, but he wired up the house too. You know, he said he had met, Jada and Jill, and Will, and they had pretty much hired a chef just for him. They want nobody in the house, just for him. I mean, but he was like, it's not what everybody think it is. It's he was like, he said it's so ugly, and he said he just had to get out of it. He was like, it's just ugly. It's not, and then it goes back to what Noble and I think we were saying too. A bit might drop. Ronnie and the other Miss Texas, y'all, my sisters want up here. Once again, I'm gonna start with the religion because I grew up in church. I don't give a rat's coochie. Here we go.
Right.
You got to stop putting the bishops and pastors and these celebrities on a pedestal, and when we the ones that support them are living better and doing better than them. That's the problem.
Right. Absolutely. Facts.
That's the problem.
Facts.
that's all I got. But that's the problem.
Nothing needs to precede principle. Nothing precedes principle.
Nothing precedes principle. And that's what I'll tell you. Empathy is something that I offer to a fellow human being that I know. That's something from my personal toolbox or my personal self that I'll offer a person. But empathy isn't some universal principle I operate on.
But Mike, you know,
I would
for
actually,
me, it kind of is.
operate on the universal principle of murder before I would operate on the universal principle of empathy. That's just my natural tendency.
I can empathize with anybody. I can even empathize with a fictitious character if I'm watching a movie. If I can put myself, if I can think about how I would feel in that position, I can actually start crying based on what I see a person on a movie go through. Because I can be empathetic towards anybody that I feel like they're suffering. Doesn't have to be somebody I know.
I can be manipulated, i.e. the movie, into feeling an emotional connection. Because there's been a couple of movies lately that I done had some emotional, what I'm saying, responses to. I'm not gonna lie, I've cried during movies. I've cried listening to operas. I mean, you know what I mean? It just is what it is.
Exactly.
I can establish an emotional connection. I'm not a sociopath, but literally, I feel like when it comes to people in the world, I could probably kill more than I can empathize with in my mind. I mean, just as far as my makeup, I would probably be more capable of killing more people than people I can empathize with. I hope that made me sound crazy, but
I mean, I empathize after the after effects of seeing, the videos of Chris Rock in the background. The couple of days afterwards, seeing his reaction to how he reacted afterwards. It was really sad to see his face. It was like he was a lost child. Yep. That hurt me.
Right.
Yeah, he was surprised.
In my mind, I put myself in the spot of really looking into his face and looking at him like not only was it embarrassing, but that hurt him because from my understanding from all these years, I follow Chris Rock and Will Smith because I'm from that era. Chris Rock and Will Smith actually have always been really good, kind of chummy. You know what I'm saying? They've always had a great relationship. And I really think that internally, the slap was not, of course, the slap hurt him physically, but I think internally that hurt him deeper emotionally than the slap itself.
Yeah.
I don't know if people are not, and I'm speaking from not just a human point of view, but a nurse's point of view, from a psychological point of view. I think that hurt him more internally than him coming to do,
which would support him apologizing to Wanda after a while. Wow, because he probably thinking like we so close, you wouldn't even give me an opportunity. And I think I seen a panel where a bunch of guys was talking about he deserved an opportunity. Of course, he deserved an opportunity, but in that situation, when you got a guy outright like that, you have to expect anything. But to her point, if we close and you coming up, like he didn't expect it, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But I think.
Hey man, I'm gonna invite Nate on, man. I thought I had put the thing in there. Nate, man, go ahead, man. I got the link in the chat, man. Come on,
Sabrina.
Nate.
Huh?
After the fact is when I really looked back at some of it. Took like 3 or 4 days. I don't know why, 2 or 3 days, for me to actually empathize with Chris. And like you said, when I saw how he looked, when I felt his embarrassment,
it was sad.
Initially, I don't know if it's a sick thought, but initially I feel like I empathized more with Will than I did with Chris because I felt like it was something mental with Will. I just felt really sorry for him. I felt like this guy is really going through something. We're focusing on people like Kanye West, but I feel like Will has just as much of a problem mentally as Kanye. So I empathize with
Kanye. He got Kanye. He got Kanye Sunday night.
Y'all ain't get away with that Kanye shit. I'm gonna remind y'all of Kanye every time we get on here because, like I said 2 weeks ago, Kanye was the craziest nigga in the world. Kanye needed restraining orders.
Right.
Niggas was saying we need to protect Pete. I'm talking about men with balls saying we need to protect Pete. We had look, man. Shout out to Willie D. Man, Willie D laced me with some game when I was 14. I played a game of pool with Willie D when I was 14. He laced me with some little game at the point in time. Willie D, I'm shocked. You were going to protect Pete. You were a protect Peter. I think that's gonna be my new thing. You're a protect Peter. Y'all wanted to protect Pete. Y'all needed Kanye to get away from Kim. She needs to be able to cheat in peace.
Are we talking about Willie D, the rapper, Mike?
Yeah, Willie
the real
D.
Willie D.
Cleanup man.
Okay.
Yeah, the cleanup man. The bald-headed hoe. Bald-headed, the original bald-headed hoe.
Willie D.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, man, we got little big Nate in the building, man. Little big Nate in the building. What's popping, man?
Dog.
What up?
Yeah, man. What's happening, man? Hey,
not much, man. I had to show myself today, so I'll come up and give you something.
Yeah, man. That's why you going. You went live 10 minutes before I started. I'm like, look at this, man. I'm like, man, I can't even get on Nate's show. I'm glad you were able to make it, man. I'm glad you were able to make it.
No problem, bro. No problem.
Hey, Miss Texas, go ahead. It was on you.
I was gonna chime in and say, Mike, the Oscar situation and got so deep. Now they talking about they think they're gonna let Kanye, our boy, go ahead and perform at the Grammys.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Like I say, 2 weeks ago, man, this nigga was the biggest menace. He was a bigger menace than O-Dog.
I think the problem is they saying if they letting Will Smith slap people at the Oscars, they can't. They got to go ahead and let Kanye perform at the Grammys because it's be a lawsuit.
You got to let Ye have
Ronnie girl.
You gotta let Ye have it.
They got to be fair across the board.
You gotta let them grab a couple mics. What harm you gonna do?
Exactly. Hey, Nate, man, what's on your mind, brother?
Big mic drop. Can you share this picture? I want you to share it because it says it all.
Oh shit, I see it.
It says it all, bro.
Oh, look at
Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Who's the boss in that picture?
Yeah.
I saw that picture before.
The legs are exactly opposite of what they should.
I know.
That picture is terrible.
Hey, I see that glue in. I see that glue in weave too. So are we talking about traction alopecia or autoimmune?
Just saying.
Are we talking about traction alopecia or autoimmune alopecia? I see that
early in their relationship too, right?
This is all that needs to be said.
I'm
this
looking
woman
at the camera.
is in charge. I mean, even Will's even got his head tilted to the side. I mean, damn, dog.
And he's showing his nails.
I talked about this as a photographer for years, and he has proven my point. Proven my point. Look at the picture.
Wow. Aren't these people media professionals? Don't they know that everything they do can be interpreted one way or another? Like, did they do this on purpose?
Right.
I mean, damn. I mean,
are they conveying a message to others? Like we're open, we're swingers. That's why I feel like Will is so angry.
Well, I interpreted by her saying I'm the man and you the female. That's because that's the opposite of how a man and a woman see it.
Absolutely.
That's why I think he's so angry.
Like as a female and a full grown lady and a lady, because I am, I got my rough edges because I am a thug on one side, but I would never as a female sit in public like that ever. Not even with jeans on. I would never.
The reason Will is so angry is the same reason any type of animal starts to flip out. You can't hide. He can't hide. He been this dude this whole time. He gets a lot of respect because on the other side, as a motivational speaker, as a guy to be motivated and ambitious, he got a lot of stuff up here. He got a lot of good stuff out there on how he talking about how he think. So he been able to hide by that and his accomplishment. This is who he really is, and he can't hide no more.
I mean, but see, here's the deal. He's actually happy here.
Yes.
Right.
So he's submissive.
He likes being like that, but when the whole thing got exposed, and she decided to capitalize off the exposure as opposed
He
to
got
trying to get in front
scared.
of
He
it.
got scared.
Now he's exposed.
Yeah.
Now people are starting to ask deeper questions. In which case, no telling what's going to turn up with these folks' history.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, I think the reason he stays in the marriage, she must know something like
that's it.
just
Yeah, it's
incredibly
gotta be
terrible
something.
about him.
Yeah.
Right.
Bro,
That's why
I
I say
always
she's gonna
say,
tell all.
I used to always say when I was at a job, I'd be like, man, how this dude still got his job? Somebody
Yep.
must got a
It's
picture of this
something.
dude
Yep.
screwing a 12-year-old boy or
Yep.
something.
It's
Somebody
somebody.
he got
They
a
got
picture.
something on them.
Somebody got a picture.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, she's a type. She's basically I'm telling you, every move that she does to out their relationship is letting him know, nigga, I will out everything. I will write a tell-all
Right.
book.
Yes.
I
That's
will
why he's
be.
so angry.
I will. Yeah, I will. Stand you up. I will grandstand you.
And
that's
you
the thing
leave
about
me,
it.
I still get money and alimony. So now what?
Right.
Yeah.
If he would have divorced her 10 years ago, he'd have made back
Oh,
all
yeah.
his money by now.
Right.
You know, if he would have just had the sense to just walk away from this, like, dude,
Mike, let me
man.
I guess
Let
that's
me
the
ask you
next
a quick
question. Should he just go ahead and stay with her now, being that he's gonna start losing movie roles on top of that? So he doesn't need to pay alimony and lose prominence in Hollywood.
what
He probably needs to stay with her.
who was it? Johnny Taylor, Tyrone Davis. What was the blues song? It's cheaper to keep her.
Johnny Taylor. I think.
Johnny
It's
Taylor,
cheaper
I
to
think.
keep her. So he may as well just stay because his reputation. But
But
my
it
point I
still
wanted
go.
to ask you.
Go ahead,
Go
Ryan.
ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
Ryan.
Mike,
go ahead.
because you were talking about colorism earlier, and you felt like we were not being as harsh on Will as opposed to Chris Rock. Do you feel like colorism plays a part in the fact that we see pictures like this of Will and we don't really speak on it like the way we and speak on his son and daughter, the way we talk about Dwayne Wade and his daughter, his
Absolutely.
transgender? Do you think it has anything to do with colorism?
Absolutely. A lot of it.
I just want to see how you felt about that.
Yeah, and I'm not saying this. I know people will be like, "Oh, he's traumatized because he's a dark-skinned dude." Look, I had 360 waves.
He
I did
traumatized
okay.
because he dark.
You know what I'm saying? I'm dark-skinned.
I wouldn't
He's
say
talking
that.
about
I wouldn't say
Mike
that. I'm
talking
just
about
saying.
himself.
I did okay. You know what I'm saying in life. But what I'm saying is,
Y'all got me confused now.
but what I'm saying is, yeah, colorism does play a part in this whole situation because you literally have people right now still trying to figure out a way to make Chris Rock a villain. You got a group of women that's gonna be mad when Chris Rock hosts the next Oscars because they literally thought Will Smith was right for slapping him. You see what I'm saying?
The reason I asked Mike is because I don't feel like it's colorism. I feel like it's more about how much money a person has or their status. Even though Chris Rock is very successful, he still does not have the same bag, the same status as Will.
I mean, let's keep it a buck. Chris Rock bag ain't that much smaller.
Yeah,
Let me tell you something.
Got some paper.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm sorry. You know what?
Go ahead, Sabrina.
Because I cut straight from the truth cloth. I'm from the cloth of the truth. I don't care if people like me or don't, because whatever. I'm gonna tell you like a woman. This is straight up. A woman. I'm sorry. At this point, any female that feel, and not you, Rodney, because I ain't trying to go there with that. I'm just gonna be with how I feel.
No, you go ahead, baby.
I'm speaking as a woman, and I'm speaking as a married woman. You know what I'm saying? Happily married woman, whatever. I got it down, brother. But a woman that is for real is not going to be a toxic woman. Is going to support Will Smith. Because that shit right there was not, first of all, it wasn't cool streetwise.
No.
That was an
undercut. Wasn't smart.
From where I come from. I'm from Texas, okay? That was a punk move. That was a punk punch. Okay? You wasn't threatened by the dude physically, not even verbally. That wasn't even no verbal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Any
There
woman,
was nothing disrespectful.
Any woman that agree with Will Smith, a man that if you talk, I'm gonna put this out there for the world. If you sit by a chick and she agree that Will Smith was right, you better bounce away from that woman because she a toxic bitch.
Hey, fact.
He was trying to convey the opposite of what this
ain't
picture
no
is.
trying shit. She toxic.
No, I'm saying
ain't no way Ain't no way me, Sabrina, Miss Texas, whatever you want to call me, and I'm gonna be with my man. And if a man try to threaten me in some kind of way physically, matter of fact, if a man didn't call me a bitch, you know what I'm saying? I ain't even gonna want my man to step up for that point. Cause guess what?
Right.
I don't.
But not speaking on how toxic she is.
The man that I'm with, know I'm not no bitch. So, guess what?
But my point in all of this is,
hey, I'm gonna let me just for the record. You call my wife a bitch, I'm gonna have to taste you right there on the spot.
No,
if you look at this picture right here, it shows.
Wait, Mike. Hold on. I'm not saying that my husband don't have a right to step up and handle that, but I'm saying I don't feel like it got to get to the point of it's got to be a. First of all, let me back up this train. First of all, let me back up this train. I'm not even gonna be in a situation where I'm gonna be called no bitch.
Hey, you know something? I was about to say that because first of all, my wife ain't even gonna be out getting talked to.
I ain't even gonna be in no environment where I ain't gonna be in no environment with.
So it ain't gonna be. Somebody would literally have to just come up out the blue and call her a bitch, and we're gonna be like, this nigga crazy.
Right. So let me take right. So let me back
outside of how toxic she is, my point I was trying to make, if you look at this picture that's on the screen, I think what he did, he was trying to convey the opposite of what we see. Because if we look at this picture, he looks like he's the feminine. That's why I feel like he was trying to portray himself as this tough guy, as this man.
That's what I'm trying to. That's the whole point. He trying to. Yeah. She done brought shame to this man so bad in society. First, she done had an affair with this 20-some-year-old dude that done put it down, laid that pipe on her. However, she done sit there and told the world that Will Smith ain't putting it down on her. Right? She said that herself. I heard the woman say that. She saying that what the man ain't doing for her. Then you gonna have an affair with your sons, y'all's child's best friend in your house. The world know that. You say this man not satisfying you, and all other kind of things you don't put into society. Then Chris Rock get up here, and you got alopecia, your hair fall out, glued out, whatever you want to call it. He sit there and Chris, because Will Smith laughed at the joke like everybody else.
Now I'm gonna say this: I don't know his heart, but initially I came from a position as yes, it was a funny joke. We all laughed. But my position with what I saw on the screen is Will thought it was funny. Everybody thought it was funny. Exactly. But my position was when he looked at her and saw the look on her face, I don't know if it's a manipulation. Like we all said now, she's a master manipulator. I don't know what he saw because I don't know the conditions of their marriage. I don't know if what he saw was manipulation or what he saw was a hurt woman. So
why wasn't his reaction? Hey, baby girl, it was just a joke. Just cool.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't know the dynamics. I don't know the dynamics of their relationship. Right.
Because we don't know what she does. He's a puppet to this chick, man. Have y'all seen the video today that came out that they showed after he started walking off the stage, her reaction?
She laughed, yeah.
She laughed. She laughed.
I haven't seen that video.
I saw the video.
Hold on, Ronnie.
You have it, Mike? Absolutely. But my position is I don't know the dynamics of their relationship. And because outside of nursing, I have a major, but my major was nursing, my minor was psychology. And this is why I can say that we don't know where he was coming from because we don't know. Like we look at this picture, men go through domestic violence as well. She may not be physically abusive, but she's probably very mentally abusive. So we don't know what his state of mind was. We don't know if he had a mental break. We don't know if he was like, oh, damn, if I don't say shit right now, I'm going to have to go home and hear about this for months to come about how I didn't stand up for her. We don't know what was going on in his mind.
Yeah, I think that's the conclusion that most people in the world have came to, that he's a pup. She jingling him like a little pup because of the dynamics in their relationship in their household. Of course, that's the point.
Let's look at this other angle since we got it on here. She
pissed me off today.
Yeah, let's look at the other angle.
That is an angle most people have not seen. Look at Jada's reaction.
Look at her.
Wow, dude. Yeah, it was a G.
Hold on, man. I'm having some internet issues.
Look at Jada's reaction.
It's lagging a little bit.
Yeah.
You see her going forward
Yeah.
laughing.
She laughed right there.
Okay?
Man, shout out to Chris Rock, man. God damn, man.
Yeah, he was very
Hey,
professional.
bro, I want to shoot them cats under Will Smith ass just because of what he did to Chris, man. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I want to shoot the cats to that nigga.
What
man.
he did
I'm not
was
gonna lie.
very wrong, Mike, but I'm going to have to say this. I am an advocate for mental
And
health.
let me
And
tell
what
you
I
something.
see is a mental health breakdown. And if
you
that's
know,
mentally, I
hey,
have to
hey.
empathize.
That's
No,
why you
no,
need to
Ronnie,
call the police so they could kill him.
No,
And,
Ronnie,
what-
yeah,
let me
and
tell
that's
you
the
have a
problem.
mental health
This woman's
breakdown,
going to
right?
get him killed.
Huh?
You mess around, do this to the wrong man, you're going to get killed.
Yeah.
You're gonna get
That's
hurt,
a
bro.
fact.
And
So
Ronnie,
he needs to seek some type of psychiatric care.
Yeah.
Nah,
And
y'all
Ronnie,
fuck-
somebody, because he's a
the
million.
first
First thing you
person
need to do is get rid of that bitch. Excuse
the
my
first
Ronnie,
person the
first
first
thing you need
person
to
in
do
that
is
family that's gonna the first person in that family is gonna die is Jaden Smith. He'll pick
You know,
himself
I
up.
was thinking that.
That's where I was trying to go with the conversation before everybody started, and I just let everybody go.
Yeah.
The kids.
Yeah.
Right.
Jaden gonna be out
What
here.
what a father does, the sins of the father falls on the children.
Well,
Mhm.
bruh, so she's 2 for 2
Lord.
with mixed up mentally ill children. Jaden a few years ago came out and said Tyler the Creator is his lover and his boyfriend.
Yes.
And the
Facts.
daughter is now in a polyamorous
Yep.
relationship with some R&B guy. So
Exactly.
she's 2 for 2 on fucked up children.
Yeah.
Thank
You
you.
know?
Thank you.
So,
Thank you, bro.
And both of them have talked about suicide. Jada
Yeah.
and
Yes.
Will
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
talked about suicide.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
$400 million can't make you happy.
Oh, for sure.
Money does
Right.
not make people
$400
happy. It makes
million.
people
Right.
miserable, really.
You could literally go anywhere on earth and do anything, private jet, the best
Yeah.
amenities. There's nothing this woman can't have. And she's not happy.
Because
Hey, hey, Nate. My grandma used to say, "It don't matter where you go, you take you with you."
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh wow.
Yeah.
Wise
That's a
woman.
fact. That's
Very
a
wise
fact.
woman.
It don't
That's
matter
right.
where you go to,
That's
you
right.
take you with you.
You know,
The source of her sadness is in every plane seat she sits in.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Mike, may I say this too? And speaking on a nursing point of view, Ronnie, you know, because Ronnie and I are both nurses. I'm gonna tell you something, Ronnie, what I know for a fact, and that I'm totally in agreement with you on the mental aspect. Let me tell you this. When Will Smith, after he said his little rant about keeping my wife's name out your fat blah 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 blah, he was yet again proving a point to that toxic thing about keeping my motherfucking name out your mouth. He was doing that for her.
Right.
Okay, he was doing it
Right.
for her. But let me tell you when he was doing it for himself and his internal. When he got up there to do that acceptance speech, he was doing that for himself because internally he knew that he was hurting. It was hurtful. He knew that was
Right.
not right. That's why we seen that other side of the real Will Smith, the crying, the pleading, the crying.
Right.
He knew that was Will Smith. That you're right. It's a mental thing. He
Is
knew
that why he
was-
can't apologize?
That was
Is
Willard.
that,
No,
is
no,
that
we're
why
not
he
talking
can't
about-
apologize? Is that why
Huh?
he really can't give this man a real apology like you? would
Because
give
you
a
gotta
person
understand he
that
was
you
still
violated?
sitting because he was still sitting in front of the toxic devil.
He's
But Sabrina,
more
everybody
afraid.
had.
He's more afraid of that 4'11" woman who weighs all of
Exactly.
110
He was
pounds than he is of the condemnation of the entire
Yes.
world.
He was internally trying to apologize to Chris Rock and the world, but he just couldn't get it out of his internal
Sabrina.
to say Chris
Right.
Rock because
Better
he
tell
would have been in between two different places saying it. His actions by slapping him and saying, "Keep my wife's name out your mouth," and then he couldn't get up there and say, "But Chris, I apologize." You're in
But
between a
I
rock and a
think-
hard place.
I think what we saw was both very extreme versions of the same Will Smith. What we saw when he accepted that acceptance speech, I think was Will Smith. What we saw when he was
Exactly.
protecting Jada, I think was Willard. I think it's different.
That's what I'm trying to say. We saw
two
two
extremes
different
to
Will
him,
Smiths.
yeah.
We saw the toxic Will, the Jada, the Will Smith with the toxic devil. Because I don't like her. Matter of fact.
Anything a person does, though.
I'm sorry. I have dismissed Jada from my psyche, and I cannot support her.
I just got to put this in as a side note. I love it when light skinned girls fight amongst each other. I got to say that.
We're not fighting.
Oh wait, hold on. Here we go. Hold on, Ronnie. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on now. Let me straighten this situation out right now. Because let me tell you, and I've been wanting to say this for, matter of fact, I've been wanting to say this for a while because matter of fact, my street cred is real good out here in the, you know what I'm saying, the fighting world. So let me tell you something. I want to tell you just like this. Let me get close to the camera. Y'all see me in Texas, Alabama? You know how many dark skinned chicks I had to drop in my life because of that comment right there. I don't understand where it all came from. That light skinned chicks can't put these things and these thigh on somebody. I don't understand whatever came from.
We got some paws too.
Hey,
we got some paws too.
Paws on you.
You the trigger. You got started.
And I ain't coming females. See all this pretty hair? This real hair, you know what I'm saying? God gave me some good little, you know what I'm saying, hair follicles. See these fingernails? They ain't on that right now.
Hold on. Was that a shot at Jada Pinkett Smith's alopecia? When you say hair follicles?
No, we not gonna go there.
Mike, this real long Puerto Rican hair right here. This real deal, baby.
Yeah.
You can pull all you want, it can come out, but it grow back. I know how to shampoo and condition.
I know that shit right.
You
know how to condition it, right, boo?
Condition, shampoo, deep, whatever. Y'all can pull it out, baby. But
Man,
anyway, Mike, since you say we like light, first of all, see, you're talking about light skinned chick.
You got her trigger. You did it. You got her trigger.
Oh, you know, I'm the color.
No, we're not arguing.
I just want to say, I feel like anything.
Mike, let me tell you, Mike, your wife light skin. Your wife Amber light skin.
Amber ain't no damn light skin. My wife ain't no light skin.
Yes, she is. She ain't dark skin.
No, she ain't. She brown skin.
No, she closer to the light skin. Come on over here, Amber.
Oh, come on, man. Ronnie, say what you about to say, Ronnie. I'm not entertaining this. Ronnie, say what you gonna say.
I feel like anything a person does, when we say, Jada made him do that. Anything a person does, if you can pull that out of yourself, that's just like an actor that takes a role. We are trained, when you cry, you are pulling that from a place that's really in you. So I can't keep blaming Jada for everything that he does. That's somewhere deep within him. You can't, nobody can make you do. People can manipulate you, but it comes to a point where you say, okay, this is something I'm not going to do. I'm afraid to do this. That's just like a person that's afraid to get on a plane. I can just coax my mama. Mama, come on, it's going to be fine. We're going to do this. She's not going to get on that damn plane. So nobody can make you do something that's not already within you somewhere.
The relationship between the dominant and the submissive is real. It's a real thing.
It's real. It's very real.
And when you have an abusive dominant, that's real. And you have a person that is kinky and abusive, and that's a dominant, it's real. And that's Jada. She's a predator. That's really what's going on. So
what is
he's
she
ultimately responsible. Huh?
Oh, that's Mike. What is she? She's a what? A succubus. Mike says she's a succubus.
She's a succubus.
So
what did he say?
Like I understand. At the end of the day, he's a man. He got to be responsible for what he did. But we all seen it. It's not like it's rocket science. She controls this dude, and
she do.
This dude is 6'2". I'm not gonna say he's athletic, but he's been working on his body most of his life for his roles. And stuff. You got
trained for that Muhammad Ali movie. He knows how to fight.
Yeah,
and he's really smart. He's a smart guy.
The nigga from West Philly, he know how to fight.
Yeah.
And he's from my point exactly. That's within him somewhere. She just brings out the worst in him. People can bring out the worst in you, but that doesn't mean that they made you who you are.
She is the worst in him.
Yeah.
But that's already there. She just brings it out.
Oh, yeah.
She got
how would this conversation be going if a year and a half ago they were at the Red Table Talks and it was Will admitting to sleeping with Willow's best friend Keisha,
right?
Who was having mental problems at the time.
It'd have been a hard conversation.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah. It'd be totally different.
He would have been blacklisted.
He would not have an Oscar right now.
Come on,
he would have a career.
He's working on a documentary on this nigga right
Exactly.
He wouldn't have a schedule outside of whatever state or
Exactly.
federal.
Yeah. I slept with, I was in a bad place emotionally and spiritually. So, I found Willow's best friend, and I started to talk to
You
her.
wanted to
We
heal
entered
her?
into a friendship, and she helped me. I healed her deeply. Would any of this semantics game that she plays with what she did, would any of it work?
Nate, you want to talk about
Probably
semantics game? Nate, I'm glad you brought that up because I want y'all to hear this. And like I said, my internet tripping a little bit, but we gonna keep struggling through.
Okay.
But I want y'all to hear this because this lady literally offers two different explanations as to why she did what she
really felt like we could be over. We
were
over. And then what did you do, Jada?
Well, I think from there, as time went on, I got into a different kind of entanglement.
I think you need to say clearly what happened.
And I got into an entanglement with August. That's what I said. Hey, that's what I said.
An entanglement?
Yes. Yes.
A relationship?
Yes, it was a relationship. Absolutely.
We decided that we were going to separate for a period of time and you go figure out how to make yourself happy.
I was in a lot of pain and I was very broken. Now, in the process.
Okay. So y'all heard right there within a 2 minute, not even a 1 minute field time frame. She gave two different reasons as to why she fucked this nigga. Did y'all hear that? First, she was fucking him to help him.
Yeah.
Then she was broken and hurt. Within a 2 minute period, man. I'll give her 2 minutes, and that's being generous.
It wasn't even two, maybe 45 seconds.
Maybe 45 seconds. She went from I fucked him to help him to I fucked him because I was hurt.
Which speaks to her cycle, her little private circle. A bunch of people who are not qualified to be talking about stuff, making the decisions for other fucking people. You broken, but you gonna fix somebody else broken.
Correct.
Dumb.
You
I need
trauma
heart surgery.
bonded.
I'm gonna go do
You
perform
trauma
heart surgery.
bonded with this little nigga. And no telling what he did to you, because no telling what he doing to Jaden. You know what I'm saying? And you trauma bonded.
Only women get away with this.
Right.
Yeah, no disrespect to the ladies on the panel, but only women can talk like this.
Right.
They get away with this shit.
Shit, I bet I can't talk like that and my husband stay with me.
Hey,
We're not millionaires, Sabrina.
We're not talking about women who care.
And he ain't gonna talk to me like that and I stay with him. Ain't no entanglements in this shit. We're gonna be down at Government Plaza across that interstate and I'm getting paid and he gonna see, ain't no entanglements.
Right.
That must be some Hollywood shit. Hell, I
Let
don't
me ask
know.
y'all a question. I don't really know. Was that a word before she said it, or did she make that a word?
She made it. She made it.
No,
she made it. But it was a word. It was a word.
It was a word. Yeah.
It was a word.
I never heard anybody use
it was a word.
Actually, that was the main word. That was the main word in the Monroe.
It was a word already. It was already a word.
The James Monroe doctrine is to avoid foreign entanglements.
She just brought into,
in
like
the United States,
fruition, like a day.
She made it popular.
Yeah, popping. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
She put it in Webster's dictionary.
It's kind of like
she made it slang.
Yeah.
It's kind of like having relations. How women made having relations.
I mean, my thing is, the longer, let me tell you something. Social media, with the age of social media, we have learned so many things about so much. Celebrity, they're doing not just celebrities, even common people. It's so much out here. Like Hollywood, I don't think at this point they have any filter. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they, from rappers to just hot, celebrity. They do. It's just I don't know what, you know what I'm saying?
I think there's no filter when people are exposing. I think there's no filter when people are exposing others, but people try to hide the shit that they do.
Hollywood has more filter than the school system. When the school system will let a male dress up
identify
like a girl
himself
and teach some other. He made up in his feelings that he was just crazy.
It's
I
crazy.
got a friend that I'm 36. We've been friends for 20 something years. I gotta ask him how he feel. Yet this boy, because he watched the TV show or whatever the hell he came up with, he can say that he feel like a girl on the inside. Then he could be 30 something years old, dress up like a chick, and then teach another person's child that comes from heterosexuality. That's crazy. Hollywood got more filter than that. Because I gotta sit in front of you and I gotta acknowledge in public your sexual preference as if me bringing up your items. I gotta know that you're a man and you fuck other men.
Well, let's be honest. Miss Ketanji Jackson Brown can't even tell you what a woman is. The Supreme Court nominee. She doesn't even know what a woman is. She can't even explain what a woman is.
Wait.
Because
she
does
know, but she got to play that
LGBT community.
Well,
she
she
about
does
to be
know
on some cases to where she
Well,
gonna have
does
to
know-
act like she don't know what that shit means.
Well, she does know, but she got to play that political game to get up on that Supreme Court seat. Come on now.
That should disqualify you from being a Supreme Court.
But
She can't explain what a woman
She
is.
know,
Well,
no.
I'll say this on that question. From Marsha Blackburn, that was a trick question. It was a loaded question. But the woman not answering directly lets you know that she's getting ready to be involved in cases, in which case she's going to have to maintain that position of she doesn't know what a woman is. So she can't tell us right now that she wants, that she knows what a woman is, because she already knows she's getting confirmed, and she's going to be on them cases, in which case they're going to be talking about this.
Yeah.
I'll say this, the good thing about all of Ketanji Brown Jackson is this. She'll be writing a lot of dissents for a long time.
Yeah.
Trump packed the courts. From the federal, from the appellate, you know what I'm saying? The courts.
Well, also keep in mind, this is a direct quote from Ketanji Brown Jackson. She says that the National Sexual Child Abuse Registry is unconstitutional. You know, she said that. I'm
kind of hip to her being
light
on
she's
pedophiles.
Literally pro pedophile.
Yeah.
That's
what I said. The only safeguard in place is that she's going to be writing dissenting opinions for a long time.
So that goes back to what?
Really over,
that goes back to what, Big Mike? And the reason why she's talking like that, everybody's going to agree. You either change the environment or the environment is going to change you. She can't help with the environment that's already around her.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And why did they put black women?
Y'all know what I'm saying?
Why did they put black women in these positions to push this radical nightmare? You got to deny the existence of reality.
Man, look, man, with the exception of the black women we got coming through here, a lot of black women believe it. They're the most fervent. They're the most fervent believers.
Even
that's ideology. Yes, sir.
Even what we talking about right now with the Will and Jada shit. That's why I said the biggest takeaway from this situation is what is protection.
Yeah, because whatchamacallit pissed me off. What's her name? Tiffany Haddish with whole silly ass.
Oh yeah, we're talking about Tiffany Haddish. We got it right here.
Not because you're a comedian.
We got Tiffany Haddish right here.
Was that joke too far? How did you feel about
Terminator?
Because you are someone who's done comedy, and yet, like you just said, you saw a man defending his wife.
Yeah. I want to know how you felt about it. Would you want your husband to do that for you if you was clearly hurt? I mean, they put her face up on the screen. He looked over at his wife. She's hurt. What would you want?
He was hurt.
I would want him to defend me. The thing that made me sad was like this was a big night for Will, and then you saw that emotion for him.
You know something? That right there is why I say I hope Will divorce Jada and get a white girl. He needs to show y'all motherfuckers.
But Mike, you guys have to remember that Tiffany is a personal friend of theirs, so she's not going to say anything to like really make Will look bad.
Which is
but what I can say is before I started talking to different people, when I initially saw the look on her face, I almost had the same position that he is protecting her, because if you look at him, he was laughing, ha ha ha, kiki with everybody else, and then when he looked at her, he could see that she was definitely offended. I think that's when he went into that mode where I gotta be a hero.
Offended.
But
she wasn't offended. She wasn't offended. She just don't like him.
Say I'm laughing at the joke. Say I'm laughing at a joke. Say I'm laughing at a joke that my wife.
Matter of fact, let me tell you something. Matter of fact,
that joke was on a scale of 1 to 10. That joke was like a 6.5.
It was completely benign.
That was not.
But
That was not
it's benign. It's benign if it's somebody. If, like you say, Jerry Seinfeld, it would have been benign if Dave Chappelle had said it, if Kevin Hart had said it, if Cat Williams had said it, would have been benign. But because they have a history with Chris Rock, it probably was not benign for them because there's already some animosity there. That's why I say this is not all about Jada.
How is it? First of all, where I keep hearing about this animosity. Where is it animosity when I see them on picture after picture cozying up with each other like like we bros?
The animosity comes from.
I have not seen no pictures of Will Smith and Chris Rock being unbro.
Yeah, two jokes over 7 years.
Huh?
2 benign jokes over a 7-year period.
Exactly. Every time I mean, I grew up in that era, and I've always seen them. Even matter of fact, if you want to look in the history, you even see Chris Rock and that thing over there taking pictures together. Chris Rock and Jada.
No, you gotta understand. You gotta understand.
Matter of fact, maybe she mad because she didn't get Chris Rock in no entanglement.
You gotta understand.
I was about to ask. You think Chris Rock fucked?
You never know.
Chris Rock probably denied her. Chris Rock probably denied her because he going by the bro code.
The ends may not justify the means, and it may not look, because in Hollywood, everything is not what it seems. There's definitely some animosity there. Even if they were best friends, you still think about things that people have done that were hurtful towards you. Some people can hide their animosity and still kick you in your face. When Chris Rock made that statement that his acting wasn't good enough to make $20 million off their role, and when he said, "Oh, Jada, who invited her to the Oscars anyway?" That kind of stuff, they might have continued to be friends, but people hold that kind of shit in their heart. That's why I say that was the perfect storm. It wasn't all about Jada. That might have been a part of it, but I think he really wanted to do that anyway. He had some kind of animosity anyway.
$400 million doesn't make that okay?
No.
It's not okay at all. I'm not saying what he did is okay, but I'm saying that he came from a place of that's something that he wanted to do regardless.
I tell you what,
he
you
did
give
that
me
based on
$10
animosity.
million. There's almost nothing that you can say to me that's going to bother me. Almost nothing.
In the city that Jada
That's
is
where
from.
it comes into play that he had some kind of mental breakdown, because you and I, we think logically. We believe that if we had that kind of money, that's nothing.
Jada is the mental breakdown in the city that Jada is from.
He did have a mental breakdown. He was okay. In other words, I feel like he's already on eggshells. Then from whatever situation him and his wife have already going on. Then when he looked over there at her, he laughed at the joke. And then she's over there on the opposite side, rolling her eyes, and Lynn looked over there at him and probably gave him an evil eye, like, I know you damn didn't. And then at that point, he's like, oh, hell, now let me go handle this because I got to go home with that. That's what it was.
What can I do that will equal the offense I committed in laughing at the joke?
Exactly.
Right.
He
And what will equal that is me going up and humiliating Chris Rock.
He had to compensate.
That's also a mental problem. Anytime you have to do something to please somebody else and it's against your will, and you feel like you're that emotionally involved in somebody else's feelings, that's mental as well.
It is.
Anyway, you look at it, it's a mental. Something mental was involved.
So this is all going back to what the two nurses said, and me taking, compared to y'all, my little life coach class, right? But dealing with the mind, because I read a lot of books on it.
Right.
Is that goes back to the village thing. It's still the shit that's not being taught when we're kids and when we're teenagers. This is this is what I call the after effects. Where we are now in life is what you call the after effects of your earlier life.
Right.
And when stuff is not in the, what we say, Noble, the genius years of your first 7 years, it's a lot of stuff missing. And a lot of stuff, all of us have come from some type of trauma. All we are just recovering adults from childhood. That's all we are.
Right.
And we just happen to be maintaining, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to get deep. I'm just trying to make sense of it.
Right.
Because it still comes out.
That's true.
This is proof that it still comes out, because how long all of us grew up. I don't know how Nate Dogg is, little bit Nate is, but taboo was therapy when I was growing up. Like, oh, they crazy. Oh, they going to see the crazy
Right,
people.
exactly.
How long has that been taboo?
Well, we could pray it away. You know, we were able to pray everything away. You know?
Yeah, we got to pray that away.
No,
man.
what we mainly do is
Yeah,
eat.
right.
Mainly
Instead of
eat.
talking it out and resolving it.
The number one
Right,
thing
and
we
then-
do as a people is eat. That's therapy. Eat and watch
And then they
TV.
become adults
Come on.
and they become alcoholics to numb
Right.
that. So we
You
always
know-
have been a self-medicating people.
Yeah. And you know, Bernard,
Self-medicated, yes.
and you know, Bernard, can I ask you a question that's, you know, now it seemed like in the last week I read or heard or read somewhere that Will Smith was he abused a psychological or his mom or somewhere some came from some abusive or childhood trauma or something happened with Will Smith.
I know. I don't.
With his mom.
He didn't have a really good relationship, I think, with his dad.
With his mother.
Too much. Or
With his
mother.
mom,
It was
right?
one of the two. Yeah, it was one of the two. Yeah. So
I heard-
once again, the childhood.
Yeah, because somehow or another, it was something going on in his childhood that had to do with his mom also. Then so he didn't get that resolved, and then going from that with her.
Well, he
So
watched
she's
his
a mother
dad-
figure for him.
he
She's a
watched
mother
his dad-
figure.
He watched his dad beat his mom up.
Okay.
And he was too
Domestic
scared.
There's the root.
He was scared-
Okay.
he was
Here we
scared
go.
to
The
do
childhood
it.
again.
And
The
here goes
childhood
Jada,
again.
you know, and here she goes with this popcorn stuff she doing to him.
Will has
And the
been
need
Will
to
has been
overcompensate defending a woman. You know,
Will has been
It's not even
Will has been
overcompensation.
expressing-
It's not
Will
even
has been-
overcompensation. It's pseudo compensation.
Yeah.
There ain't no
Exactly.
person when there's no
Pseudo.
interest in the situation.
Yeah, that's
Right.
what I'm
Right.
hearing. That's what I've been
Right.
reading.
Will has been
Right.
expressing open aggression towards black men ever since last year when he said he wanted to kill his father in his autobiography. And
wow.
yeah, he said he wanted to kill his father.
Oh,
So
wow.
he's already had a subconscious aggression towards other black men.
Oh.
That's why
Well,
I said we
I
cannot
can
put all
say
this on
this.
her. That's
If
within
he
him.
saw his father abusing his mother, that's actually a natural reaction to want to
Absolutely.
harm your father if he's in fact harming your mom. So,
Dude, I want to harm my father and I ain't even see him harm my mom. It's just a natural reaction to challenge your father, right? Am I
Right.
wrong?
Right. Oh no,
Yeah.
you're right. Because my son
Yeah.
tried it. My son tried it a few years ago, and I dropped him off to his mom's house, and he yelled at his mom, and I had to take it there. I had to, and you know, my wife now treat him like my son. She's like, oh. By the time I got back to my house, I was throwing his stuff in the yard. And my wife's like, oh, no. I said, no, I'm going to show him what a man is. I said,
Yeah,
because
be
his
respectful.
testosterone got high today. I said, okay. He didn't speak to me for about 2-3 months, but like right now,
You very
Right.
respect. Yeah.
we ride.
Right.
We ride because he
You have to-
understood.
you have to- yeah.
And but
Right.
but let's not get this part straight. Let me look in the camera when I say this. I did come home and cry like a baby because I didn't want to do it.
Yeah,
Right.
because
Right.
Let's not get it
Tough
twisted.
love.
yeah,
Tough love.
Let's not get it twisted.
Yeah,
And I
because-
didn't beat him down. I just pushed him down with the
Yeah.
push punch. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
And
of course.
it still hurt me like, oh
Yeah, of
man,
course.
why do I have to
Of
do this
course.
to you, man? You know, but
Of course.
you know, but I'm not gonna sit up here like I was all tough. No, I
Tough.
came
Yeah,
home and I
because
cried like a
that's
baby,
who you
man.
love, but
You know?
but at the same
That's
time,
my seed.
that's
know?
right, because that's who you love. But at the same time, you know you had to handle that right now so it wouldn't go
And
deeper.
it sparked from him yelling at his mom.
Yeah. But you have to show respect on both angles.
Yeah, I was like, bro, you cannot yell at your mom
That's
for
right.
what she's done for you.
That's right.
You can't do that. And then one time before that, his mom had called me and his stepdad was at the house. He was a merchant seaman. So when I go get my son, I would go get his stepbrother and sister too. So he was at the house and his mom was at the house. Me and my brother went in between, both pushing. Man, what's your problem?
Right.
You gonna respect him and you gonna respect her. We pushing them back and forth. We doing what men's supposed to do.
Right.
They don't do that no more. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
man
They don't-
up. That's
they,
right.
They don't do that no more.
And that's
but
the
he got
missing
more
part
respect
out
for me
here.
and my brother. Yeah, he loved me and my brother. Like, man, he loves us because he understands it.
Yeah.
And then one time he got in trouble for cheating. I had to pull my tractor trailer up. I blocked the buses at the school with my tractor trailer. I got out the truck, and the lady said, "What happened?" Principal sitting right there. I grabbed him by the shirt, picked him up off the ground. I said, "Now your mama about to go to work, and I'm jumping out my truck for what?" Like that. And the lady's like, she almost knocking the desk over. I said, "Don't worry." I said, "She got a dad too, because my dad's dead." I said, "Now when he get home to her dad," I said, "He got 3 men in his life. So, man, you ain't got no more problems out of him.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Right.
But
That's
that
what
village.
that's the missing part in our communities.
That's that village.
Right.
That's that village.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? He even had his stepdad's father and called him grandfather. That's that village.
That's good to have that family dynamic like that.
Right. Village, my brother. He about 5 men deep. I told my son this, and y'all can relate to this, and everybody will want this. I look at my son and daughter right now. I still look at them. I'm be like, do y'all know there's like 4 to 5 houses y'all can just walk into on both sides of the family? On my side,
that's right,
and just sit there and eat and just spend the night, and they don't care. Even in bearing off into my wife family,
right?
And she ain't even had the kids. Like,
right?
So y'all know how good y'all. I said, I taught them, and I said, this is what the 60s and the 70s was like. I said, y'all getting a taste of it, y'all don't even really. Right. Y'all don't even get it. Y'all don't get how real this is.
Right. Yep.
And that's that village we trying to get back, going back to what me and the brother
exactly
were talking
what
about.
it is.
Well, I want Noble. I want y'all kids to be. Oh, they come to VA. Oh, they already got a spot. That's all I'm saying.
That's how I gotta be, man. That's how I gotta be.
There's nothing to talk about.
Bro, I got on my channel a dude. I was on a review of this. Her sister, I think her name A to Z. She was doing a review of a dude that's a pansexual. So in the video, what made me do it is because he was like, he said, man, yeah, anytime I go to another city, because he in the alphabet community, anytime I go there in the city, it's a center for gay people, so they'll know where to go and where not to go. And that triggered my brain, because I'm like, I talk to so many hood dudes, you hear so many stories, people going from this place. How many times do a dude in the city he live in, he go to the wrong neighborhood and he get popped or get hurt? And I'm like, they have a system and a setup where they can go anywhere in the world now, and they got a center for them to call. I watched them say that. I was like, yo, that's crazy.
But they got that from us. We had a green book. We had a green book back in the day.
Exactly.
It's the same concept as the green book.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And all they do is take what we've already done and remix it and try to sell it back to us. But,
because the Rainbow Coalition started
had to
black.
do that because you know something.
The
rainbows weren't always discriminated against. Their discrimination is something new. That's something they made up right before our eyes and tried to tie it in with some kind of fictional Stonewall uprising or some shit back in the 60s and 70s.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, they made that shit up, bro. That's a myth. That's like Susan Hera. You know, it's a myth. It's like Icarus and like Dallas.
Right.
No, it's not real.
They were so oppressed. Everybody knows the most oppressed person is fat people. They get talked about the most. They get harassed the most. People that's overweight and obese, they're the main people that get.
No, it's people with alopecia this week.
Oh my god!
Come on, man.
Girl. First of all,
what I'm gonna do with her?
First of all, you know what I'm saying? Jada is a part of her having some of that alopecia with wearing that weave and that glue and stuff from back in the 80s.
Exactly. Thank you.
But you know what?
That stuff started back in the 90s.
She has enough money to have been having a sew-in as opposed to glue. She's never said. She said that her alopecia.
I love it because a woman said it.
Well, I'm sure they said because Jada not just come to Alabama and beat me up, and I said it.
But she keeps saying that it's part of her mood, so I don't know.
Hey, Will Smith, if you out there, come on and text, you know what I'm saying? We can have an entanglement. I tell my husband, drop some dollars. Drop some dollars.
Don't invite no Baltimore chick to you.
Hey, don't bring that crazy motherfucker around us.
I just want to know what kind of alopecia she had.
Hey, Ronnie.
What's up, girl?
When Will come to Alabama, I'm gonna let you know so we can double team him, girl.
We're gonna beat him up.
No, we ain't gonna beat him up. We're gonna get that check.
We're gonna help you get on some medication. We're gonna help you get some
Well, at least he'll be in good hands. After y'all mess him up, y'all can nurse him back to life.
We're gonna take good care of him.
He gonna be in good hands with the nurses over here. You gonna be in good hands.
We're gonna take care of him. We're not gonna hurt him too bad.
We're gonna put Jada in the waiting room. Say, girl, go sit down out there and wait. We got this.
She probably not even gonna come check on him. She not gonna come see what he got going.
She gonna be too busy fucking. She's gonna have something
But
else
look,
going on.
she blames her alopecia. She blames her alopecia on an autoimmune disease, but she has never said what autoimmune disease she has. I mean,
Let me
it's
tell you.
alopecia in itself.
If she knew how to heal people like she claims, she shouldn't have it.
It's a couple autoimmune diseases she
hold
can have.
on.
Right.
And speaking of that, hold on, Mike. And speaking of alopecia, you know, I'm nosy. You know, I've been having my little, my bifocal glasses. You know what I'm saying? I got me some just to look closely to Jada Pinkett because I'm nosy like that and shit.
I know what you're finna say. You finna say she got plenty of hair follicles because I've seen a lot of people saying that.
Yeah, she got hair.
Not only that, when you have alopecia,
it takes your eyebrows.
Your eyebrows fall out.
Yeah.
Let me tell you
I'm
something.
gonna tell you. No,
I looked at her. Wait a minute, Mike. I
Go
looked at her recent picture that night when she went to the little Oscars, and those are hers.
Right.
Those are hers. It's not nothing missing up here, and her hair follicles, all that's even up there. She lying. She don't have no alopecia. She lying. She did that for attention. I'm telling you.
Hey,
I'm
and when you have alopecia,
her daughter has shaved her head as well.
The media did that.
You don't have no
line
lineup either. And I'll say this, unless August I seen her come out and tell me that thing was bald and she got alopecia, I ain't gonna believe it. August I seen her know. August, you know. You know what she got alopecia, August.
But sometimes alopecia is not.
Let us know if that shit
But
real.
Mike, alopecia is not
Down
always
there, right?
evenly distributed. You may lose hair in patches. You may not lose it everywhere.
But you're gonna lose it all the way to the skin and somewhere.
You gotta lose a lot. You have to lose a lot. If you're gonna be that offended, you have to
all over
lose
with
a
your
lot.
little sideburns showing like Jada did. Jada had sideburns.
Jada
almost looked like Bernard hair without the beard. You can see where he got hair. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I just don't believe her.
You see, he got hair follicles.
So y'all think
he has a bald head, but he has hair follicles.
I don't believe her. I just don't believe
So
her.
y'all think she just wanted a movement? Like everybody has like some humanitarian purpose that they jump on the bandwagon.
Humanitarian. She just wants some attention.
Sometimes people
you know,
just
everybody
lie and
like
they gotta
some
keep
people
going with the lie. Sometimes people just lie, try for attention, and they just got to keep going with the lie.
I don't believe her.
And again, this woman has almost $500 billion. With all the medical advancements that happen all the time, there hasn't been any kind of breakthroughs in alopecia or growing back hair or hair plugs.
People do get hair transplants. That's true.
When I look at her, I'm reminded of women that are defiant, who do the big chop, and they're proud of it. Now, in defiance of a man, because women know how much most men want women with long hair.
I mean, she just had
all my pretty hair, and you can't stop me. This is my head. I don't have to be in service of you.
Till that shit stop. Till that shit don't grow back, Nate.
I mean, she had a video, but she made a video. She had a video 2 days before the Oscars. Have y'all seen that video? That has been going viral.
Yeah, the alopecia video.
You saw that? Where she had a video 2 days before the Oscars where she said that during her time in Hollywood, from the 90s all the way to now, where she got tired of people saying she had to be have the long hair because that was not her style. Every time she did a photo op, they were saying, okay, you need to have, the silky hair, the pretty hair, and blah, blah, blah. And I got tired of doing that. That's just what she said. Now, this is 2 days before the Oscars. She said nothing about alopecia. She said, I just got tired of that. That was not me. I feel good with short. I feel good with short hair. This is who I am. And this is me. I'm bald.
She jumped on the.
Let me finish. She says I'm bald, and I'm beautiful, and this is how I am, and I am free. This is what she.
But you know what, Sabrina? Sometimes people say things to make themselves feel good because just like. Lizzo always says. Lizzo always says that her body image is great, but at the same time, she's trying to lose weight.
No,
like Monique did the same thing.
She wasn't saying that to make herself feel good. Jada Pinkett knows she's beautiful because she's Jada. Let me tell you something.
But Sabrina
Jada Pinkett has rocked short hair.
Hold on, Sabrina. Go ahead, Bernard. What'd you say?
No, Sabrina brought up a valid point. All she did, Sabrina, was take the complaint that Gabrielle Union had about being brown in this industry.
What did
everybody forgot about that little whole thing because Gabrielle had a whole campaign about that, about how hard it is being brown skinned. So how is Jada going? So Jada pretty much almost sound like she tried to up. Going back to my man Big Mike, trying to upscale her story about what brown people go through.
I'm telling you, gotta watch these.
Become the poster child of some kind of movement. Yeah.
No, she's not trying to do no movement. I'm telling you, the woman is a narcissist. She's a narcissistic female.
Yes, she does have a narcissistic personality. That's true.
Jada Pinkett, this bald head is not okay. Think about it. Jada Pinkett from you know the movie Shame on That.
Mm-hmm.
She's always had short hair.
Always.
So it's not a big deal to see her bald head. It's really not. Because she's always. I mean, matter of fact, if you want to, even before Nia Long in Friday, Jada Pinkett was one of the females from the
that's when I wasn't a fan because when I think
short, almost bald hair in her films.
When I think of Jada Pinkett, I think of the braided bob, and I think of the French roll that she wore in a different world. I was not a fan of her, like Woo and all these other little movies that wasn't really popular. So I don't really know. I didn't follow her in the era.
Her movies ain't popping like that.
That movie was not. That was one of the movies that I didn't really watch. Now, I like Jada. Now I'm not taking away from her career because I was a big fan of A Different World. Like if Jada wore a French roll, I wore a French roll to Palmer Pillars. If A Different World she had braids, I went and got braids. So I have always been a Jada fan, the earlier version of Jada. I don't really remember her a whole lot with short hair. I have seen her with short hair, but I don't call it. I don't look at her as that being her personality or her trademark to have short hair. I don't until now.
It was never about hair. It was always about feelings. That's why I constantly keep bringing up the protection shit because what is protection? Your feelings. I guess that's not tangible. It's not quantifiable. There's no logistics with your feelings. I can't protect your make believe. Because my detail today can be different because you may feel some way different from yesterday.
Right. That's
it's never about whether she had hair or not. She don't like Chris Rock because Chris Rock is one of those dudes that she think ugly and she wouldn't give pussy to. But he invalidated her with his jokes.
Right.
And that's why I said it was the perfect storm. And Will took all that into account. It wasn't only what he said about her haircut and G.I. Jane. It was the perfect storm. He thought about all that shit that Chris has said in combination with the things that the media and all of us are saying about she a hoe, she this, that, no. It was the perfect storm. Chris was right there, so he took all of it out on Chris.
Yeah, he did.
And that's mental. That's
at that moment.
And so therefore, everybody hates Chris. And
everybody don't.
I thought about Chris from day one. My wife will tell you. I wake her up and call her. I thought about Chris from day one. I said, so what if he just go home and just end it all? Now what?
Chris,
I'm just saying, but I was worried about. I was on Chris' side day one.
I was on Chris' side that moment. That's the same moment. I was on his side at that moment.
Yeah,
that's what I
know.
Because that's what I need brothers to understand. That's what I need brothers to understand. And we going on 4.5 hours on this, y'all. So I'm gonna go on start scaling it back. But that's what I need people to understand is that at the end of the day, you had a black man that was at a legitimate job, professional job.
Yeah, doing his job.
Doing his job. He wasn't over the top, out of line, and this man was attacked. And the law enforcement apparatus that is so quick to go into action against us is trying to figure out what they're going to do. Yeah. People look at the real deal, man. Look, if you want to talk about protection, look at who in this situation is really unprotected. Everybody got protected. The only two niggas not protected is Will Smith and Chris Rock. Out of this whole situation.
Let me
and
just
they're
say
actually
this.
doing more protection of Will Smith than Chris Rock.
They are
actually trying to figure out how to spin it to protect Will Smith and say
from losing that Oscar.
But Chris Rock and Will Smith are right now the two
I don't know.
With the least protection.
I don't know, Mike, because I've been reading a lot of blogs in the last 24 hours, and a lot of white celebrities are totally against Will Smith and his.
They're coming for him. Oh, they done
white folks coming for Chris. They're coming for Will Smith.
And I'm glad you said that because black folks don't get into that goddamn savior mentality and try to jump up and save this dude and try to make Chris Rock some kind of victimizer.
Exactly.
You cannot make Chris Rock the villain
this.
in this situation. You can't make Chris Rock the villain in this situation because honestly, Jada Pinkett Smith's honor starts with her and her public actions.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like
And
if it's one of her sexual partners that beat her up, what he's supposed to go slap them too?
And keep in mind, this was the first time a black man had directed the Oscars also.
Yes.
So so we have this this
In
ghetto
96
ass
years.
incident happen
Bruh.
when a black man is directing the Oscars for the first
Under
time.
his watch.
Can't make it up.
Right.
And some more victims in
Can't
this
make it up,
situation
little
that
big Nate.
nobody's
You're
talking
right.
about is Venus and Serena Williams were at the Oscars. They're tennis players.
Their legacy.
They're,
Yeah.
they're at the Oscars because their father is actually the best actor, was playing in a movie that they produced about their father, the person that was the reason that they were there. So not only do you go do this, you then come up and invoke the father, and you have this kind of enmeshed relationship with yourself and your role on the stage that you win an Oscar for. Now you Richard, and now you charged to take care of Venus and all of these people.
Right.
You couldn't even take care of Venus and Serena enough to make sure that the day or the night that their dad was being honored, who has a stroke now,
Because
didn't go out without a hitch.
Because of one person's feelings.
Because of one person's feelings. The
speaking
one
on that-
person that don't give a fuck about your feelings.
And
Now,
speaking on
everybody
that,
else in the Oscars cares about Will Smith's feelings, except for the bitch he married to.
and speaking
Hey,
on
and
that,
that's
Mike,
what it is.
and speaking on that, Mike, the Williams family, the father, Venus and Serena's father, and his son said they do not condone any violence or anyone hitting anyone unless it's in self-defense. That was their statement after he hit that man.
No real man
there you
that
go
has
with
ever,
that.
no
So
real man that has ever
they
protected
didn't even
anybody.
appreciate that.
No real man that has ever protected anybody for any reason respects anything that Will did for any reason.
That's even the Williams family don't agree with it. So there you go.
What he did has nothing to do with protection. Every chick that's talking about that shit is protect your wife. She's an idiot. That's not protection.
On one side, we have the gynocracy. On the other side, we have the rest of the world.
Humanity.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
I'm gonna say this. It's just
how
like when you go, when you're on a jury, a lot of times, especially if it's a high profile case, they tell you you can't read the newspaper, you can't call your family, you can't watch TV. So I'm gonna say this before tonight's discussion, before I really looked at it, and because I didn't watch the Oscars live, I watched it on a Facebook.
Nobody did. Nobody did.
Right.
I knew that shit was going on.
I wasn't watching it.
Because I heard the rhetoric of where he was protecting his wife, I'm going to have to say, well, maybe I may be an idiot, but initially I stood by what he did because my position was, he was protecting her feelings because they kept showing the clip of how she looked at him and how he was laughing. Then he looked at her face, and it was almost like when he saw how she looked, it touched him. So I'm going to be honest, because I saw only the rhetoric that was going on before I really had an in-depth discussion about it. I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to step back and say I was definitely for Will Smith and his action. So I have to admit, now that I look at it and think about it, I empathize with Chris as well, but they were both there to do a job. Chris was there to entertain and make people laugh. That's what he did. As a husband, Will was there to make sure his wife felt protected. So that's what everybody was there for a purpose. Even though what Will did was, I don't condone what he did.
Will was there to get an Oscar.
He was there to get an
Oscar and get honored.
No matter what he was doing, Mike, when you go to work, you are there to make a check, but you never step back from being a husband and a father. You're there around the clock. So regardless.
Nobody was attacking your wife.
Is Chris Rock married?
Her sensibilities got offended because she feels a certain way about her public image.
And I respect the fact that he was not in imminent danger, and neither was she. I can respect that. I have no qualms about that at all.
Now, Will did not do the job. Will didn't do the job he was scheduled to do that night.
But Will is not in a place that you and I are in. He was not thinking rational. Like, he has a mental problem that has not been diagnosed yet. Period.
Is Chris Rock married? Y'all know Chris Rock is married.
He's married, and he has.
Divorced.
No, Chris Rock is divorced.
No, he's divorced.
Chris
Yeah,
Rock.
he divorced because he
right.
did a stand up saying that he bought a house just like his around the corner.
Yeah,
for his
they've
ex-wife.
been divorced for a few years. Yeah,
And
He
the girls
have
are
adult children?
17.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
they're
17 and
yeah.
19. 17 and
Right.
19 girls.
Yeah,
So they're old enough to be
Yeah.
humiliated and
Oh, of
understand what
course.
happened. They're
Of
not
course,
small kids.
definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But
But
you know,
I guess that's where protecting black women stopping.
but Chris Rock has
Not at
always
the
been,
17-year-old.
but he's always been a pretty clean cut type of a dude.
Man, Chris
Like,
Rock ain't had so much as a speeding ticket. And
that's what I'm saying. He's a really clean cut type.
Exactly.
That's why I don't like this because he's always been a clean cut type of a dude.
But you know what, Sabrina? He protected that image. He didn't ruin his image. The only person image who's
No, I'm not.
is
No,
right.
Of course, he didn't ruin his image. His tickets went up like $300 a ticket from $46.
Yeah, so he still has his.
I heard 700 in Boston.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it ruined his
Yeah,
image, but I'm saying it hurt me because Chris Rock has always been a good dude, and and don't get me wrong, Will Smith is a good dude, but that
action was bad.
Let me put it this way: I cannot get Chris Rock's face out of my mind because when I look back and see the after effects of how I can see the hurt in him in his face, it hurt me. He hurt. The boy is hurting.
It was like, I can't believe my friend did this to me. Of all people, Will, my friend did this. I saw that look
and all
Little Big
behind
Nick,
what?
right? He was humiliated. Yeah,
And I hate to say it, Will Smith. I don't know who Will Smith's true friends are in Hollywood, but I promise you, I bet Chris Rock was one of his aces.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
I bet he lost an ace.
But again,
The trust at this point, it will never be the same.
Again, at this point, going forward, if protection is the thing,
exactly.
What is the 17-year-old? What is Chris's 17-year-old daughter gonna have to go through?
Exactly.
What's she gonna have to go through? Is these piece of shit little girls is gonna say he need to protect them? Are that piece of shit little mouth ever gonna open about these 17-year-old little girls that are going to college that's gonna get ridiculed? Watch how they never bring that shit up. Watch how Cynthia G and any of these little girls is gonna, and I call them little girls for a reason. Watch how they never.
I know
bring
where
this
you
shit
at.
up.
I know where you
Because Jada, I hate to say it, you think that Will
Right
Smith is
here.
mental?
I got
You think he's in a mental state right now? She. You know what has happened at this point? She has isolated this dude to the point he's gonna have a. You think he's having a mental? He's gonna have a real mental breakdown because she has now at this point isolated him even worse than what he's already going.
They was at his house yesterday, Sabrina.
Did y'all hear?
The cops was at
Big
the
Mike,
at
Big
his
Mike,
house.
I gotta go, bro. Salute. I appreciate
Yeah.
you letting me up.
Okay.
Ladies, y'all
I
have a
did
good
hear
evening,
that.
gentlemen.
I did
Big
hear
Nate, peace to you, bro.
Hey,
Okay,
man,
good
blessings to you, Nate. Appreciate
Thanks,
you,
bro,
Nate.
Nate. Take it easy, bro.
Yeah.
Peace to you, bro.
Peace to you. Man, a little bit.
Yeah.
So y'all feel like
Yeah.
he got Stockholm syndrome, like a sort of Stockholm syndrome that he has?
Hold
I'm
on.
not able to diagnose, but something's wrong.
No,
all I
you
say-
got a
Definitely wrong.
Jada Pinkett syndrome.
All I say is this: usually the person with Stockholm syndrome isn't the hostage taker. I feel like Will Smith is going to be the hostage taker in this situation,
I do too, Mike.
and I
think
feel like he's going to go
postal.
with the approval and the battery in the back of society if they do not punish him right now. So any lack of punishment for Will Smith is only encouraging him to his destruction. People are going to be happy. People are going to be celebrating. They're going to be like, oh, they ain't do nothing to Will Smith. But you people that think that way are only encouraging this man's destruction. And I say that y'all aren't brothers. Y'all aren't sisters. Y'all aren't a support. Y'all are really just thorns and stones in people's shoes. Y'all thorns in people's sides and stones in people's shoes. You need to be removed. So we can continue our journey.
So Bernard, what was Bernard saying? I did hear something about the police went to Will's house.
They went to his house. It was on Hip Hop News. They were showing it, and I'm sure it was on other news, but they didn't say why. But I'm just not. They didn't come out with no bad news, but the cops went up into his estate.
A statement.
So,
well, that's just part of protocol. After this,
Well, they still pushing. Chris is not pushing. That's what's being said. The cops are still pushing, but Chris isn't.
What is this at? What is the Oscar? What was it at? Is it LA?
Los Angeles.
LA.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
LA.
they have one of the worst. I mean, they are the worst police department in terms of racial relationships ever.
But
Right.
they trying
But
to give
him being a celebrity, you would think they would give him the opportunity to come to them. They would probably give him the time to come to the station. For the fact that they came out to his home makes me think that maybe something else has arisen that we haven't heard about yet.
Yeah.
Probably.
And I'll say this too, man. California is usually a state that can pursue assault.
Yeah, the state can pick up. Yeah,
they can pick up
Right.
charges.
Yeah, most states can.
Because that was an assault that happened.
Alabama does that
the
too.
World.
Right.
But the world saw that assault. I mean, that
The
battery.
world witnessed
It wasn't assault, it was battery. There's a difference.
Right.
And I take my hat off to Chris Rock for not wanting to prosecute a fellow brother. Don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, in the process of me taking my hat off to you, Chris, just know what I, as a regular citizen, is sacrificing, because chances are this will become the precedent for something to happen to one of us.
So, Mike, do you think that he's
welcome.
enabling?
You're welcome, brother. You're welcome,
Well,
brother.
but I will say this about Chris, but Chris kept the code, man. Nobody can deny that. Chris kept the code, and Will didn't do nothing like that.
No,
Chris
Will was
kept
off
the
code.
code.
Chris kept the code.
In spite of the
Chris
fact.
kept the code, man.
And
So,
that's
Mike,
what
the
I'm
fact
saying.
that-
That's why I'm saying what I'm saying, because people don't understand the part that the public really has to play into this. Because
Exactly.
we are the ones that's going to catch the brunt of impunity. People being able to come slap the shit out of you with impunity. We're the ones that's going to catch the brunt of that as black men. But Chris, we got your back, brother. You know what I'm saying?
So, Mike,
we appreciate you for staying on code.
Yeah.
The fact that Chris is not pressing charges, just like you were saying, if they let him get away with this, then that's going to make him further self-destruct. Do you feel like Chris, by not pressing charges, is also enabling him to get away with what he's done? Or do you feel like he's upholding some kind of code for other black brothers by not?
Absolutely, but it's a little complicated because
It's complicated,
it's real complicated because Chris is on code, but Chris has every right in the world, and a lot of times that's what on code is. See, that's what a lot of us realize that a lot of other people don't realize is that sometimes we give up rights that we really have to maintain a code.
Right.
We're not wrong for exercising our rights.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but a lot of times we give up rights that we really have to protect the code and enforce a code.
That's true.
All we ask is for reciprocation on enforcing the code when it comes time for us. When it's time for the machine to be pointed against us, we ask that you reciprocate the code.
You mean us common folk, us non-millionaires, you mean?
That's non-millionaires. This, like I say, black stars are nothing but proxies for black regular people.
That's right.
They're just proxies. They're
they
the ones
set the tone for how we're treated.
Representatives. They're the paid representatives to regular people.
I mean,
but what's
hey,
missing
Mike,
is when you have a village, if you had a village, if you had a nation, it wouldn't be enabling. Because if I'm not, as Chris Rock, going to press charges with the state and have some foreign people take care of him, he could come to us, and we not going to let him walk off safe from what he does. That's why a village and a nation is top priority for our people. Because when you do some type of shit like that, you break code like that, somebody supposed to break their foot off in your ass, or some type of consequences that's going to come from us.
Right.
Our people, see, if we had our own, again, village nation set up where we have our own penal system, it'd be less crime faster because you had to deal with that white man, then you're going to have to deal with us. Chris Rock should be in a position where if he don't allow this unjust system to participate and perpetuate it, he can't get no justice. He's supposed to have justice when he got another tens of millions of people who look like him.
Well, we can still give him justice. And I'll say this on this show, on this platform, you heard it here first, hopefully, is justice for Chris Rock looks like this. Don't fucking log on to the Red Table Talk to listen to Will Smith come up with a scripted explanation as to what he did.
And crying and shit.
That's what I was going to ask you guys. What do you think his punishment should be?
Don't go on Red Table Talk. His punishment should be putting Jada in her place.
He's just staying there.
The black community could really put Jada in her place when it comes to movies and what the fuck she got to say. because at the end of the day, she's really just not a big player. And I think people need to let her understand that. The biggest thing you got is the thing that you take for granted, and that's Will Smith.
But we have to also remember when we're talking about punishment,
on edifying and backing that dude up. Nobody wants to see anything from Jada Pinkett Smith. We don't want to see your movie.
agree.
We don't want to see your TV show. We don't want to see your podcast.
Nothing.
We, the public, are mad at her. But we also have to remember that Jada is not the one who jumped up and palmed somebody in the face. We have to keep that in mind. Whether or not she was the master manipulator, we have to also remember that Will has to take responsibility for his action as well.
Jada is
that's just like saying you got a chessboard. And you got
but he has to take responsibility
on that board that's gonna stay checkmate.
You got sons, Ronnie.
Jada is the check. She's the main piece. She's the main part of that chessboard, that chess piece. Say winner or loser. She is the one that's controlling that chessboard, and she is wrong in what she doing. And I don't know how she manipulating this man. I don't know if
but you know why she's manipulating him? Because he was already damaged.
Let me tell you,
already damaged. He went through abuse as a prostitute. In his book, his autobiography, his biography stated that he had been through abuse, and we all know that her mother was a heroin addict. I'm not to say that she was physically abused, but that's mental abuse because you see things that you shouldn't as a child when you have a parent that's a drug addict.
But Ronnie, what I'm saying is this, baby. You and I have agreed at this point that there is a mental aspect going on.
Definitely.
With Will, right? Right. So at this point, I hope we can agree that the mental breakdown is because 90% at this point is because of her.
She's probably the stressor. She's definitely the trigger. But even a person with schizophrenia will tell you, I hear voices. I'm going to kill somebody.
Okay, so
even a person that's mentally ill knows what they're doing. We don't have to do that.
So at that point, at that Oscar award, the same way that Will Smith was laughing, she knew that she controlled that environment at that point. If she would have smiled or just went on with the flow or whatever, it would have went on and flowed and let him got his Oscar and it would have moved on.
And you are probably absolutely correct, but at the same time, while she has to take responsibility, he should too. They're both responsible.
No,
Ronnie,
I'm not saying
at the end of the day, Ronnie, you got a son. Would you want Jada Pinkett Smith to be your daughter-in-law?
I would not.
Okay. That's all.
But I'm gonna say this too. If Will Smith was my son, and he got his ass up there, he slapped somebody, I'm not just gonna tell his girlfriend.
But if he
wasn't going with you, he didn't act like that until he met you. You made him do this. I'm gonna say to my son, you knew better.
But if she did everything that Jada Pinkett has done to your son up to that point, and he slapped somebody, you would look at it totally different.
I would not like her at all. I would probably hate her, but I would also look at him and say, the man that I raised, the person that you are, even though she did whatever she did, you knew better. Some little part of you should have told you this is not what I should do. He has to take some responsibility.
But if you as a mother had that type of effect on him, then why wouldn't another female that's giving him vagina not have that same effect on him?
If not more.
At some point, y'all have to understand.
One thing I'm gonna say: a son will disobey his mother just as well as a husband will disrespect or disobey his wife. He had a choice in the matter. If I tell my son go to school, you better not skip class, and he still does it.
No, Ronnie,
we made that choice.
It's the same concept.
Hold on.
I'm not gonna blame his friends for peer pressure. I'm gonna say, they might have persuaded you, but you have your own mind.
Mike, there is, let me tell you something. There is power in a manipulative person.
Yeah,
that is true. I do not disagree. That's true.
That's real power.
You think about it, it's a lot of manipulative shit going on out here, and that's why a lot of people get up in trouble because the manipulator is behind a lot of this stuff going on. It's a manipulator behind manipulative moves out here happening out here in this world.
But do you feel like the manipulator should bear the brunt of everything?
Fuck yeah.
All I'm saying is if you in a one-on-one solid situation, day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute in a household, if you got a manipulator that has trust in you, and it's a trust because I promise you, he trusts this lady and love this lady.
Right.
Probably love
and
her with
I
all his soul.
understand that. And if he was
knows that she manipulates Will Smith, he
right.
loves
She
this
knows
lady,
that.
obviously.
And at this point, for him to feel so sad, he knows this too. Had
And
he
she
been a
manipulates-
13-year-old and done that, I would say, oh, she has mind control.
He has
But a
no knowledge
50-year-old
of the manipulation. But he
a
has no knowledge of the
50-year-old man,
manipulation.
a 50-year-old man.
But he has
Now-
no knowledge of being manipulated. That's what I'm saying. He's
It's
faded.
a great book. It's a great book.
Oh, there you go.
I can't really see it on the computer. Let me see what it's
Pervert
called.
emotional manipulation tactics. Okay.
I believe in manipulation. I believe in
Bernard,
Stockholm
it's a great
syndrome.
book.
I believe in brainwashing, but at the same time, even people that have been brainwashed, they know at some point that they have to take some responsibility for what they did.
No. When a person is deep in, let me tell you. When I looked at that devil. This man was having a great. Okay, let me break it down. Will Smith this was a great night for him. Yep. He was in his moment. The whole time
he did seem like he was
in
pretty
a good
happy.
mood. He was in his moment. He was feeling the vibe. He know this gonna be his night. He on the front row because he knew he was gonna win. They know they're gonna win before they go. They already know they're gonna win because they tell them they're gonna win. I'm telling you.
Yeah, they know.
They know these things. So that's why he was at the front row, center of attention, because when he won, they know they're gonna win at any award show. Okay. So he knew he was in the vibe, blah, 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 blah. Even when Chris Rock threw out that joke or whatever, he was still, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what I'm saying? That was cool, dude. Blah, blah, blah. Then when he looked over at that demon, that manipulator, and she did that eye roll, I seen her. She looked over there at Chris, rolled her eyes, then she did her head work and looked over at her man. He knew the cue.
Hey,
she's a manipulator.
Ramon Burton said the same thing.
I don't take that from her. Yes, she is definitely a manipulator.
Man, I can't listen. I'm a whole woman. I know I controlled. I got, you know what I'm saying? If I want to, let me tell you something. I ain't just get them to my little bedroom activities and things. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They got my little name and some songs, you know what I'm saying? They even got Sabrina, Freaka Leak, and some little songs and around little rap comments. But anyway, the point is the point of the situation is, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If I wanted to be that type of chick to like manipulate my man for certain things and this and that, I know I could have the power with the power of the P and this and this. And the power of the brain, because I'm highly intellectual in beauty, brains, and booty, whatever you want to say, all those three things. But you know what? I'm not going to play myself out like that because I want my man to be holistic in his own being. You know what I'm saying?
But he was not, he might have a mental problem, and he was not that far out of his mind.
Jada Pinkett is not a secure, holistic woman. She's a bitch.
But he's not, he might have a mental problem, but he's not that far out of his mind that he doesn't know right from wrong. He's not Patty Hearst. He's not Patty Hearst.
A manipulative woman, Ron, let me just tell you something. A manipulative woman out here is never secure in who she is. She's just not. That's why she got to be manipulative and be a sneaky.
I'm not saying that she is, but what I'm saying is he has to take some accountability as well.
He don't know. He don't know.
Hold on real quick. But what we saying, Ronnie, is
he can't figure it out.
Men, we understand each other. We understand who's a leader. We understand who's a beta. When we see that relationship, we know that the type of chick that Jada is, he's probably one of only 2 or 3 people that'll marry that chick. And the only reason they're together. The only reason that they're together is because he don't have a spine and she's manipulating him. No, a man, she wouldn't last 22 minutes with me. I'm gonna cuss her the fuck out through her shit in the street. You
the
don't keep
fact
all
of
that
the
Buckingham
matter
little
is,
crazy shit.
he knew what he was doing. He knew when he got home, if he did not stand up for that woman, he knew when he got home it was going to be all kind of fights and arguments. So in his right mind, he made a choice. He made a choice not to go through that when he got home. So he knew right from wrong. He made a choice. I don't want to hear this bitch's mouth about
You
me not protecting.
compartmentalizing it.
He made a
I
choice.
get you. You compartmentalizing it, but at the end of the day, it's going to be another
Jada goes
situation.
and fucks. Jada doesn't bitch at the house. Like
She
my
gonna
wife
go
bitches
have
at the
another
house.
affair.
And like if I don't say something, my wife might bitch me out at the house. I might have to go through a little word play. You know what I'm saying? When Jada gets hurt, Jada goes and fucks. When
She gonna go have another affair.
Will gets embarrassed. When Jada gets hurt,
so let me ask y'all a question.
You know what I'm saying? People get hurt. Other people get hurt when Jada gets hurt.
Okay, so let me ask y'all this question. Had he not just slapped Chris Rock, had he went and shot him in the head, would y'all still say he had no fault? It was all Jada. Would y'all still say he had no accountability?
No, we're not saying he don't have no fault.
That's what it sounds like y'all are saying, that he has no accountability because she made him do it.
What we're trying to do is stop everybody from saying Jada has no fault, because that's where the narrative seems to be going.
I never said she had no fault. I always said that he still has to hold his accountability too.
Right.
Well, they're both at fault.
Hey, Jason J Boogie said, "What did I miss? I'm ready, boy. You way behind. Let's see."
Well, you know, Ronnie.
Well, he was 4.5 hours behind.
4.5 hours in. Hey, we 4 hours.
Well, you know, Ronnie. Okay, Ronnie. Let me put it this way: had Chris Rock chose to press charges, of course he was going to be accountable for that hand on that face.
Right.
That's where he blessed on that hand. Legally, yes, he definitely would be accountable for his actions by law.
But at this point, you dealing with a reoccurring problem.
But mentally, she is accountable for putting her man in that position to have to go there. That's what I think.
I'm not saying she's not responsible for her actions, but the court of popular opinion on social media and all these other media outlets is making it seem like all of this is because of her. Somewhere deep-seated inside of him, that person was already there. She brought the worst out in him. Nobody can bring something out of you that's not already there and that's your condition to be that way. He wrote a book about what he was feeling.
It wasn't already there. If he
was with a y'all said they had already discussed suicide.
If he was with a woman of worth, he would have been past whatever he was going through. Because a real woman, like, let me tell you something. My husband grew up in Pritchard, Alabama, in the lowest of the lowest projects. Best of my projects, from the poorest of the poor. His mother raised 6 children. That was so poor they had to have barbecue pit in the middle of their house to keep warm in the winter. Okay? But he defied that, grew up, was in the Air Force 27 years. And you know what? When we got married, he used to talk about this, about the projects, being poor and this and that. You know what I used to tell my husband? But you know what, Terry, look at your success. Look how smart you are. Look how far you and your brothers and sisters have
poor and being abused are two different things.
No, wait.
But where did Will Smith's abuse come from besides Jada, Ronnie? Will Smith
I didn't read his biography, but that's mental abuse. Anytime you see your mother being beat by a man, whether it's your father, I didn't read his biography. I'm going on what you guys have said.
Hold on. That's not your abuse. If I see my mother,
why you mean that's not his abuse?
Hold on, Sabrina, hold on.
No, don't hold on, because I went to school for psychology. That's mental abuse.
Y'all let me make my point. My husband's mother was abused by his father.
Most of our mothers were abused by our fathers.
Everybody does not process information the same.
Hold on. He witnessed that, but you know what I used to tell him? But Terry, and he used to be fearful that he had a fear. First of all, he wanted to put his hands on me because I fight. But then second of all, I used to tell him, let me tell you something. You are not your father. You are yourself.
Right. But
and
Sabrina, everybody does not process things the same.
But my point,
alcoholic parent might have one child that becomes an alcoholic, and another child that won't touch a bottle.
Now listen, my point is, if he was with a woman that would help him through the process.
Well, he had a woman like that and he left her, so he has to take some thought. I said he had Trey's mother. I said he had a woman like that, his first wife, his oldest son's mother, Trey.
Took him away, and Jada with her conniving ass is the one ripped him from his good marriage. She's a snake.
So he allowed that to happen. Nobody can make you
manipulative bitch.
At some point, he has to hold responsibility at some point.
Man, oh girl.
See, look, I'll say this. I don't see how you could take his mom's abuse and make it his abuse and still
I'm not, Mike, but I'm saying
give Jada.
I'm not giving her no pass at all. I'm just saying that all of this, we can't put all of his actions on her. What I'm saying is hurt people. And his mother's abuse, yes, I can say that his mother's abuse affected him, because any young boy that sees their mother being abused, that is emotional abuse to them. Because they're powerless, they can't defend their mother against this man. That puts them in a position to have.
Wanted to defend his mother.
He may not have. We don't know the dynamics. That's my argument. You proved my point. That's my exact argument. We don't know what's going on with him mentally. We don't know the dynamics of what made him do that. We cannot keep saying he was protecting Jada. We cannot keep saying he was angry about this. We don't know where he was coming from, but we know it's mental, whatever it is.
Here's the problem. You keep saying that we can't deal with all the stuff that we can't deal with. All right, great. Let's not talk about any of it. It's a waste of time. And in reality, we got to go with chronology. What chronology was, this dude, everybody keeps saying it, he was laughing. We are solely and only, it's 100% her. We only hear because of her face.
Yeah.
And because of how she raised, how they had that relationship.
Okay, so even though I have a minor in psychology, I'm gonna go with what the rest of you guys say. I'm gonna say this was all her fault. He played no part in it. He was that manipulative.
No.
He was that manipulated as a 50-year-old that he takes no response. Well, I'm gonna go with that. I'm just gonna say that because I feel like that's where everybody else is coming from.
No, we're not saying that.
I'm not saying that.
I feel as if
it's an overwhelming support for Jada and from women, especially on Facebook and in social media. It's people that are really trying to, but it's really people that's trying to absolve her of any wrongdoing in this.
And the problem,
I know she was wrong.
Because
we all know
everybody's seen it. Everybody's seen it. See, they want to tell you that what you see with your eyes isn't real. And that's
I'm
how
the first to say she's wrong, but I'm also the first to say that she cannot bear all of the fault. Yes, she was wrong. Yes, she manipulated him, but at the same time, he has to take responsibility. The fact that he acted on that manipulation. I don't care how much pussy she gave him. I don't care how pussy whipped or whatever y'all want to call it, how brainwashed he is. Still, at some point, as an adult man, 50, 54, whatever he is, you still have to think and realize, he realized after the fact that he made that acceptance speech. So he might have a mental problem or some kind of, but he has enough mental capacity to realize he had done something wrong.
No, that's
I'm not gonna go on that. I'm not gonna go where people say, it's Jay's fault. It's his damn fault too, because he didn't have to do that. Period. It's his fault too.
Yeah.
It's
his fault just as equally as it's hers.
Yeah, he did at that point realize it, because you could feel the hurt in his speech and in his tears. He did realize it after
that tells me he has the mental capacity to process his actions, which tells me even though he acted in the moment, I don't know, it's just like they call a crime of passion.
He was acting in the moment after looking at her.
Right. After looking at her, but still, you don't have to act on that. He could have went up there and he didn't have to hit that man. He could have acted on her, what she did, her look, and went up there and snatched the microphone.
That would not have pleased her. That would not have pleased her.
And if he was able to process what was pleasing to her, he was able to decipher whether or not I should do this.
That's why he slapped
the only time we saw that again is the only time my wife would do that. The only time we saw that, and Noble and Mike go understand. I believe Mike's wife is the same, and I believe Sabrina's this woman I'm about to talk about. The only time I saw a king surrender to his wife and look back before he did what he did was in 300.
Yep.
When that dude said what he said, he looked back at his wife before he kicked him in that pit.
He said
that
movie.
He said, hold up, let me submit myself. Well, he submitted. People missed that whole part. That's the strongest part of the movie. Before he said that, he looked back at his wife and his wife just said,
Yep.
She just nodded.
Nodded her
Because
head.
you know
This is
what's
Sparta.
but brother Bernard.
I love
brother
that.
Bernard, you know what's a part of that though? It's the understanding of when I do this, you know what you got to do. When I do this, you understand the cause.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what
And
I'm
there will
saying.
be
The
some.
power in a woman.
Thank you.
That's what I'm trying to say.
He
The
looked back
power
at his
in
wife.
a
She like-
woman. And that was my point. The
'Cause you
power
can't
when
come
you in
here and
that
be
when you in that
disrespectful and live.
one-on-one. That's my point. When you in that one-on-one, and a man is gonna be, if you with a man gonna be a man of a man. Don't get me wrong.
That's right.
But a man that really is in love with that woman, for real, and
He gonna surrender at some point.
Trust with that woman. Because you trust that woman with all your might and all your heart.
Okay.
She's gonna give you.
I can see Mike doing the same thing. Mike be like, all right, baby, what?
But then he has to decide.
Like whatever decision I make, like they say, that ride or die.
But
he had to make a decision in that moment what his action was going to be. Is my action going to be to slap the mic out of it? Right.
But he did make a decision. He made a
exactly. That's my point. He made a decision without Jada. Jada didn't make the decision. He made the fucking decision.
It wasn't without Jada.
But Sabrina, he chose what his action was going to be. She might have. He could have went and slapped the microphone out of her hand. He could have went and slapped the microphone out of Chris Rock's hand.
It wasn't going to do her good though.
He had to decide. He had to decide what was going to be pleasing to her. He had to make a decision. What's going to please my wife? That's why he has to take accountability. He decided what was going to please her.
But the simple fact you saying that, because see, like I said, the real deal, it'd be like, yeah, I'm walking up on the stage when I go get my Oscar and make my acceptance speech. He didn't have to make no decision there for her at that point in time.
Exactly. He made a decision
for him what he was going to do. You see the type of pressure and manipulation he's under, to where his wife would make him feel like he had to make a decision about her on his night.
That may be a fact.
On his night, that's the sad.
Baby, you're not winning no Oscar, baby. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect.
That's what I'm saying.
No disrespect, baby. But look, I'm finna get this Oscar. I'm in this Tom Ford. You know what I'm saying? I'm worth $400 million.
You know what I'm saying?
This is the pinnacle of my career.
He could have easily went up there and slapped the microphone out the man's hand. He could have slapped the man in the face.
He could have easily did nothing.
The easiest
could have. Exactly. That's why I say he made a choice. He made a choice. He chose violence.
The easiest thing that could have happened is she could have fixed her fucking face, because it was not about her.
Her face.
And
he chose violence, and he didn't have to do that. I don't care. I'm not going to change my position. He chose violence. He didn't have to do any of that.
He chose violence
for him.
You're exactly right, Ronnie. You're exactly right.
He chose violence.
He chose it for him because it wasn't about her and her feelings. She's a professional. She's been on many sets. She should have kept her fucking face together first.
He's a professional, but you know what? It's cameras in all directions. The camera should have actually been focusing on Chris. It shouldn't even been on Jada, but because of the circumstances, I mean, I carry my emotions.
They already had the joke written. They already had the joke written.
No, they did not. The Academy has
no, they
did not. No, they did not. The Academy came forward and said he did not rehearse that joke. It was not on the teleprompter.
Wait a minute.
But with all due respect, the Academy also said that they asked Will Smith to leave, which
they did have that joke already.
Ain't above line.
Yes, they did. They had
they didn't know if she was gonna come in with a head wrap, because on her show she wears a lot of head wraps. They didn't know how she was gonna come in, and they said it was not rehearsed.
They did have the joke already written. The people that wrote the joke already confirmed that.
He probably wrote it himself, because when you do stand-up comedy and you host live shows, you are trained to improvise.
If that's the case, Charlamagne the God said he called him that night and asked him, "Did you know that she had that?" And he was like, "No, I didn't even know she had that."
He said, "No, he didn't know."
No, he didn't know.
He didn't know. It wasn't even about alopecia. It was about G.I. Jane. It was about Demi Moore comparing.
And I can agree with that. Even if we went that route, I can agree with that. But I'm not going to go with the fact that it was pre-written. That was his own original joke. And everybody, not even just the Academy, even Cruz said it was not rehearsed. They rehearsed many times before the show. It was not rehearsed. It was not on the teleprompter. One thing I can say, everybody's not going to tell the same lie.
It was on. That's why. And that's why it was pre-written, because it was on the
But
teleprompter.
even if he wrote it, it wasn't a
It
bad
was
joke.
not on the teleprompter.
Even if he
Well,
wrote it,
it wasn't
even
a
if
bad
he
not
wrote
a
it,
bad
it
joke.
wasn't a bad joke
at all.
Because, like I said,
Everybody
you got a-
laughed. Nobody
you got a
said it was
real-
a bad joke.
You got a real bucket like Jada. Like it. Hey, MC
listen.
Ren said he'll make Jada get on these nuts. Will ain't gonna slap him.
You know what? Yeah, you know what? Let it
You know
have
what I'm
been
saying?
said.
MC Ren rapped that in the song years ago. He said he'll make Jada get on these nuts.
Okay, then.
Will ain't go to Kelly Park Compton and slap him.
And you ain't
Sure
gonna
won't gonna do that.
It was not the perfect storm. That's what I say. It's more to it than about Jada. I keep making that point, but it goes over everybody's head.
I'm
It
with
was
you.
more
No,
to
I'm
it than
with you on
Jada.
that. I'm
Jada
with you
is a
on that.
scapegoat. It's more to it than that.
Jada ain't no scapegoat. Jada ain't no
For him it is. For him it
Chris
is
Rock
because.
was a scapegoat.
Wait a minute. For
Jada
him
is
it's a
not no scapegoat.
Wait a minute,
Ain't no
Sabrina.
scapegoat.
For him, he's gonna sit back and hold on to all that. People say, "Oh, he was upholding his queen." So for him, right now, she kind of is like she's a decoy. She might not be a scapegoat, but she's a decoy. As long as he can ride on that,
she's not no queen.
but he's riding on that for that. It's a left and a right to this. For the people that feel like that's what his position was, protecting her, he's riding on the coattails of what those people think.
The reason people are
And
going to
that's
get
not
at Jada is the reason people going at Jada is for the exact reason for what you're doing right now. 100% of the time, when a dude or a chick do something, a guy got to be brung down the exact time she's brung down. It's like a chick can't fail by herself. You got to be somebody else. So when
And
this
you going
dude,
down with her is protection. Yeah, go ahead. Go.
so
Keep
when
going.
this dude does something, nobody is talking about Jada. In fact, they're praising her. So people are
I
going,
just
hey.
said they both have fault.
But my thing is the opposite of what you're saying. He did something wrong. He slapped him. Everybody seen Will by
And I
himself get up
respect
by
your position, but I hold mine.
Everybody seen Will smack Chris. But when a female go and do something on her own, like I talked to the public defender the other day. I don't know how the fuck I ended up talking to this lady. She said, "Oh, I got three women who left their son and their child in the car. I want to get them off." Where was the dad? What the fuck are you talking about the dad for when she did it? Because men do. I didn't ask you about that. Like every time a female does something, it's always let's bring a man down with them. When this dude does something by himself, people are like, okay, Jada. Oh no, he's defending her. That's the thing. That's the reason we're saying it. It's not for no reason. And then immediately when we had this conversation, let's bring down Will too. Oh, it's all completely his fault. Okay, cool. Let's keep the standard then. When a
I
female
don't feel
does
it's
something on
completely
her
his
own, let her
fault,
go
but
down by
at the
herself.
same time, I don't feel it's completely her fault.
Let me tell you
I
something.
don't have that energy that is her
Let me
fault.
tell you something. A real woman that's gonna protect her man. If I see my man fits to get into some bullshit, if I love my man and I'm down with my man, I'm gonna grab him and I'm gonna do all with all my might and say,
And that
you know
might
what,
be
this
true.
This ain't even worth all that. Chill out.
That might be true. That might be
That's
true.
real
That's why
true.
I'm saying
If
they
it
both
ain't
have fault. I'm not
nothing,
gonna put it
if
all
ain't
on
nothing
her.
serious, if it ain't nothing serious that he
That's
gotta
not
get
gonna
into,
change my mind, and that's not gonna make me feel
I'm
like
not
it's
trying to
all
change your
on
mind. I'm
her.
talking about a real woman. I'm talking about a real woman.
But
if my man fits to get into something that ain't worth bullshit, and I got control over a situation that I can control, I'm gonna say, look, because see, all she had to do, same way she had that look, all she had to do was lay her hand over and say, you know what, we'll chill out. It's okay, baby.
But we all know that that's not who she is, so I'm not surprised
Right,
because we know
she's
that
a manipulating
I'm not
bitch.
surprised. She
But
might
I
be
say
all
this.
of those things, but he also acted on her. He acted off her. For every action, there's a reaction.
But he
She
fed off
rolled
her
her eyes
vibe.
and he reacted. He could have
Right,
chose his
but he
reaction.
fed off. Right, that's my point. He fed off her vibe, and she could have gave him another vibe to feed off of, which was
She
like
could
chill
have,
out.
but she didn't. So the fact that she didn't leave
she's
the
a bitch.
the buck stopped with him. The bottom line is whatever she did, the buck stopped with his ass. He could have
You know
slapped the
why she
microphone
did
out
that?
that man's
Hey,
head.
well,
He
she
could have
butt
cursed
broke
the man
him.
out. He
That's
could
what
have
we
took the
say.
microphone and made a more humiliating
You know
joke
why
towards
she
him.
already
did
buck
that?
broke
Buck
You know
stopped
why
with
she?
him. Period.
You know why
Hey.
she did that? You know why she did that? To see how much power and to see if she still had the power over him. That's why. What was her point? See, that was her point.
Well, he
And
gave
that
her
proved
that
again.
power.
That proved again that he's still doing what I say.
Well,
do.
see, what's gonna happen is this.
Little girl.
That's what her point was.
I'm actually with Ronnie on this because as a man, and like I would tell my son,
Yeah,
and
he
I
has
keep this
responsibility.
as a
but I
man.
don't agree with her.
That's why you don't listen to these motherfuckers. That's exactly why you don't. That's why you run your agenda. You get a woman, she need to be with your agenda, because it's gonna work one way or another. You either gonna be on her agenda or she gonna be on your agenda. So as a man, you get a woman, you make sure she on your agenda. You don't ever get on no woman's agenda.
No, that's not.
No. Listen, I done listened to this for 20 minutes.
You can have an equal agenda. It depends on the situation.
No, you cannot. No, I'm not telling Che McDonald this. I'm not telling Che McDonald this. Son, she's on your agenda. Because as soon as you get on her agenda, you don't have any control. But at the end of the day, it's going to be all your fault.
Exactly.
So
exactly what I told my son.
You take your agenda, and therefore you don't have no problem standing on 10 toes about what you do and executing your agenda.
Well, that's true.
And that's why I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of opposites attract. I don't want an opposite. I want somebody that's similar to me or kind of close to my same belief system or socioeconomic status.
Opposites attract to cancel each other out.
You're right about that, but that's not what I don't want anybody
No.
too
I'm saying
I'm
saying it to your point. Opposites attract.
But me and my husband promise we two totally different people. He real quiet and I'm not.
Opposites attract to cancel out each other. I've never seen fire and water come together and make either more fire or more water.
Right. But we do come together on resolutions that come to our family dynamics and our financial. We come together on those things and anything that's important. But at the end of the day, when it comes to big situations, I submit to my husband and let him make man decisions because I respect him in that manner.
Jay Boogie, call the Skype, man. I told you hit the Skype number up, man.
You got a point right there. But back to what Big Mike Drop was saying, sisters, I say that, and I looked at his soon to be wife because he got 2 kids back because I got him tightening up on that. Now he done bought a brand new condo built from the ground up. He done did his part.
All right,
but I told her, I said, but it's not a bad deal for you. She said, what you mean? Because I said, I've taught him how to, it's all on him. I said, he's the man. I said, now, if he ever disrespects you or whatever, I said, I'm still his father at the end of the day, and I'm going to check it, but I ain't going to get into y'all business too deep. I said, but at the end of the day, like Big Mike said, I said, you got a good deal. I said, because any decision that's made and it's screwed up, that's on him, not you, because he the man.
Yeah. The decision maker.
He's the man. He's the man.
Decision maker.
And that's why I say the buck stops with Will, not Jada. And I stand firm on that. The buck stops with his ass.
You got a point.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I agree with you, because I'm like, if we're gonna put it, the buck stops with the man. That means it needs to be your agenda, bro. Therefore, you don't have any problem taking full responsibility for your failures or your successes. Therefore, you take responsibility for your failures and you take responsibility for your successes.
It's just very sad, the whole situation. I feel sorry for all 3 people, more so than 2 million.
I don't feel sorry for her though, but I can't feel sorry for her. I just can't feel sorry for Jada because she know what she's doing.
That's what she wants.
She knows what she's doing, and that's why you have to feel sorry for somebody like that because they don't know.
Feel sorry for Will.
They know better, but they don't do better. It's sad. It's a sad situation to know better and not do better.
I'm telling y'all right now to make all y'all laugh. If we do another Black Wizard of Oz, Ronnie is gonna be the mother time because she see everything nice, boy. She gonna be the mother time. I don't care what you say, Mike.
Hey,
she just give everybody.
I'm not trying to be fair.
Yeah, Ronnie don't want nobody to yell that.
No. In defense of Ronnie,
and I love her for that though.
Ronnie's the empathetic person. Like I said, I would rather kill everybody than be empathetic. And that's real true.
Bernard, go ahead and throw me in as that witch. You know what I'm saying? I think I'd be good at that little role. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
what's her name? What's the witch's name? I forget her name.
I don't know, but Bernard, I don't know, but my name already is Sabrina. So hey,
yo, we got Jay Boogie on the line.
Glenda. Her name Glenda. The witch's name is Glenda.
Hold on. Hey, Jay Boogie.
Can you hear me?
Yo, y'all hear Jay Boogie on the phone?
Yeah.
Yes,
What's
sir,
happening, man? What's happening, man? We got Jay Boogie in the building. What's poppin', brother?
Bro, y'all been going in.
Yeah, man. We've been in this bitch like 5.5 hours now. What's up?
Hey, look, Jay Boogie, we ain't the only ones going in. Trust me.
We always go in. I love the Big Mike and Roddy show.
Yeah, man. What are your thoughts on it, man? What are your thoughts?
Can I say this real quick? Cause I don't want y'all to cut me off because y'all been doing a thing, and I enjoy the whole conversation from Ronnie to you to whoever. You know what I'm saying? Because people are gonna have different opinions on this. You know what I'm saying? So nobody's gonna agree. But here's the thing: you have to follow what's right. And what's right and what's wrong. Will Smith was wrong than a motherfucker. He was wrong.
He was.
You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, he was wrong. No black man slaps another black man. Period.
Right.
Period. Because they got family members, they got other people that's gonna ride or die for them. You know what I'm saying? And you don't know what the repercussions are. So you don't go on stage. I don't give a fuck if they start talking about your wife, your mama, your dog, your cat, whoever. No black man goes on stage and slaps another black man.
Right.
They do that shit in private. You feel me? You're on the biggest stage in the world. The Oscars is the biggest stage in the world. This ain't
That's
the
huge.
Hip Hop Award.
Yeah.
This is not the BET Hip Hop Awards. This is the Oscars. You know what I'm saying? So this is my thing. Will Smith slapped a black man that was his friend because he laughed and he looked at Jada and she was not laughing. I don't give a fuck about 2016. I don't give a fuck about the old jokes that was said. Whatever. So Will Smith looked at his wife and she was not laughing. And so he reacted.
Yep.
So now he's going to get all that smoke from his actions. And it was wrong. He was dead wrong.
Yep. Exactly.
Bottom line, he was dead wrong.
Right.
And Tony Rock just said tonight, when I see you, it's on.
And Tony is crazy.
Is that Chris's brother?
That's his brother. Tony don't play. Now, Tony,
Chris's brother, Chris has a family like the Wayans. I keep telling everybody that. It's like 6 or 7 of them.
Yeah, now Tony is the opposite of Chris. He's the opposite of Chris.
You cannot tone the knucklehead down. I keep telling everybody that.
Yeah, Tony is the opposite of Chris. The total opposite.
Check it out. Big Mike. So the Big Mike drop, that's my little big brother, right? I'm older than Big Mike. If you slap Big Mike, I'm coming to see you on spot. Just like Shannon Sharp said, on deck, whatever the fuck he said. I'm coming to see you.
Right.
So now because you did whatever you did at that point, because let's get this straight. Will Smith has been antagonized by his wife for years.
A long time.
This was years. On Red Table Talk, he's been antagonized by his wife for years. So
shaming him. She's been shaming him.
I'm slapping the next motherfucker that say something about my wife, and it just happens to be Chris Rock.
The perfect storm, exactly.
If that was Big Mike on a Big Mike drop, that's my big little brother. I'm coming to see you.
Yeah.
Period.
I heard
You're wrong.
That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking, bros. Preach that.
Hey,
that's what I was trying to say at the beginning with Ronnie and them. When I first got on, they'll both tell you, I said the same thing, brother.
Yeah.
He has family members. I said, do you know how many phone calls he probably had to make Sunday night
right.
saying don't fly out here?
Yeah, to calm
I
that
said
stuff.
that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because at the end of the day,
The first thing you said.
Have y'all seen what Tony Rock has been talking about on the internet?
I have not. I got a
look. He's for real.
He's dead serious.
And
New
Tony
York New York will be behind him.
And Tony is the total opposite of Chris Rock.
Since we're on the Big Mike drop, If you slap Big Mike, I'm coming to see all of y'all.
Exactly. Exactly. Facts. I mean, I hear you, bro. I hear
Ronnie,
you.
if you come to Mobile and they slap you, Ronnie, call Miss Texas. I'm slapping him, fighting him.
I'm definitely gonna come looking for you.
This is the point I was making.
I'm letting
is
them
that
know,
you can't,
FYI.
You can't tame that one that's beside the wolf. The wolf has that one wolf beside him that's he coming to get you. That's look it up. That wolf is not the man, it's not the alpha wolf, it's the one he got beside him you gotta worry.
That's why I talk about the danger of betas.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people don't understand in the hierarchy who's doing a lot of the damn killing. It ain't the alpha going out doing the killing. The alpha just giving the orders. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Alpha giving the orders, but the betas
Delegate. That's what
out doing the
that's
killing.
what Noble. That's what you were talking about earlier, Noble.
Yep, he sure was.
Right.
Noble said that earlier. What
he sure did.
You know what I'm saying? What you know what I'm saying?
With the betas,
about moving around. You guys better chill out.
Yeah, you better chill out, man. Hey, man. Hey, Jay Boogie, man. I appreciate you for calling us, man. I'm about to shut this thing down. We've been on.
So we can go all night on this one.
I know.
It's 1:20. Oh my God.
But I just wanted to make it.
Brother, you still look cute, girl. You still look fresh.
Before you disconnect me, I want to say this real quick.
Go ahead.
Let me say this. Here's the thing about it: when you have personal problems in your own life, and you don't deal with them, you don't get the counseling, you don't do all the stuff that you're supposed to do, and you lash out on a person that has nothing to do with your internal issues you're going to have to face consequences.
Right.
Period.
Yes.
And that's what Will Smith is going to have to follow. You're going to have to face some consequences. Period.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, y'all don't forget, man, check out my partner book, man. This is my boy, man, my big brother, Jay Boogie, man. What a man really wants to say about relationships. He got a relationship book out. This man's a relationship guru.
Revised and unapologetic. And I got my podcast that's coming out in 2 weeks.
All right, word.
We got you, bro.
Congratulations.
We got you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got you, bro.
The Unapologetic Relationship Podcast. Check me out.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Mike, you gotta put his his information up on your page.
Yeah, I'm gonna make some stuff up, man, so we can go and get them. Like I said, we pulling them into the village.
Oh, definitely.
Even if it's kicking and screaming, but we, you know what I'm saying. He already got family here. So once he gets everything going, he got family already here, man.
Hey, look, we need him so we don't have to fight.
Hey, man, we love you too, bro.
We love you too, bro.
Yeah.
I love these type of conversations amongst us.
Yeah.
This is something we need to talk about.
Exactly. And we have the right to talk about it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we
I'm probably gonna call you when we get off of here, bro.
All right, bro.
Yeah, you ain't going to sleep, is it?
No, I'm good.
Nah.
Peace to the universe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Yes.
Peace, bro. Hey, that's Jay Boogie in the building, man.
So Ronnie, you see what I'm saying? Chris, you can't stop Chris Rock, brother. Because Chris can tell him no all he won't, because that's my damn brother. I'm gonna do what I do.
Yeah.
So you can't stop that.
You run up on my brother, man. Like he really can't call me off.
He said that in Tom Joyner's. Interview. I'll never forget it. He said, when you come to my house on Thanksgiving, we like the Wayans. He said, we about 8 deep. Everybody joking, everybody. He said, it's jokes y'all ain't never heard. We dying, spitting out. They like 8 deep. He got a big family.
Yeah.
And so with his brother saying that, I'm sorry. I'm gonna get right to you. With his brother saying that, don't think there's not gonna be no mean but New Yorkers coming behind him.
Well, let me ask y'all a question.
You can't stop that.
If his brother acts on what he says he's gonna do, can we fault Chris Rock and say, "Oh, he the baby brother. He got in his head"? That's like we doing Jada. I'm just curious.
He can't stop his brother.
I'm just asking.
Nah,
he can't stop his brother.
We ain't gonna be able to fault Chris Rock, but you got to keep in mind Chris Rock was assaulted. His sensibilities weren't offended. He was assaulted.
He was assaulted.
So it's a different story. Like, see, here's the deal, man. nobody can help if you take yourself too damn seriously and you can't take a joke.
Right.
Them be the type of people that need to stay in the house. Because even if I go out, man, people joke with me. People talk about me. People might say
Let me
something
tell you.
that I'm sensitive about. But you know something? Hey, I just gotta roll with it because I gotta keep my cool. And at the end of the day, it's not the Lizzo type of situation. I'm glad we brought that up. That shit is cap.
It's never right
that
to
girl
hit
is fat and
anybody.
miserable, and she's trying to promote happiness to other girls. And
But
it
Mike,
ain't
let me
working
ask
because
you a
every time you turn
question.
around, she's miserable because she's fat.
Yeah.
It's never right to hit anybody, but let's just put it in. If Jada Pinkett had leukemia and her hair was out and he jumped, no, I'm just asking.
Hold on.
If she did, everybody said alopecia is not a big deal, but if it was leukemia and he did the same thing, would we say it was okay?
Now, see, Ronnie, we was at the Oscars and you just told that joke right there. See that what I'm saying?
No, it's not to be funny. I'm just saying because it's never right to hit anybody. But had he made the same joke and she had leukemia, would we be upholding his action?
Hey,
okay,
if Chris would have blew Will brains out when he turned his back on him,
let me tell y'all something.
Is it okay to be wrong for the right reason? Is my question. Is it okay to be wrong for the right reason?
I know.
Can we just say Chris Rock wasn't wrong?
Can
we really just say that as opposed
I'm not talking about Chris. I'm talking about Will. We're saying that Jada, what he did is wrong because it's no big deal about alopecia. It's no, you still are not supposed to put your hands on anybody regardless.
Let me make this statement. Let me make this statement publicly right now. Hold up, Mike. Big Mike. Let me make this statement public. If I am about to die, I need somebody to fly Ronnie to me to be my nurse. Because I know she ain't gonna let me go. She gonna do everything in her willpower to make sure that I stay alive. Let me just, Noble, you know I'm right. I'm just saying, I will pay for her to fly in. I will fly her in.
Well,
I need her to have my back.
Bernard, yeah, fly her in, Bernard, because I'm a retired nurse. I ain't flying nowhere.
Ronnie gonna secure her. She got to make sure she secure her.
Mike, can I say this?
Her right now.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. See, I laugh at all kinds of shit. I'm just one of them type of laughing motherfuckers, okay? Let me tell you something. And I say the Cat, Cat Williams just came to Mobile like 2 or 3 weeks ago. He come to Mobile a lot. Mobile, Mobile have all kinds of shit coming to Mobile. Rappers, comedians, they come to Mobile all the time. Mobile spend money on rappers and comedians.
I heard they shot Yo Gotti and them up out of there.
Yeah, they shot. Yo Gotti didn't even perform. Yo Gotti came, but they didn't even perform. They had a pop out over there.
They started shooting out there. Yeah.
Anyway, Master P will be here in May.
I saw that on Facebook. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I got to go cozy up to my them saying.
I love my cousin talking. I hope they bring their tanks. Because they gonna need.
I don't know what they're gonna bring, but I'm gonna be trying to be inside the tank with Master P. But anyway, that's another story.
Oh Lord, Jesus Christ!
What are you gonna be saying? I love me some Master P. I am a Master P fan. So, and Moneybag Yo will be here in April or something like that. But anyway, let me tell you something. This is what I always say about comedians, and I tell people all the time: if you're gonna go to a damn comedy show, y'all go ahead and sit y'all happy ass at the front row if you want to, and be a victim.
If you want to.
Be a victim.
Go ahead.
I'm not sitting my ass in no damn. I go 3 rows and further.
Right.
Because I promise you, can't
Right. Gonna get you.
I mean, that's a part of a comedian. That's what common comedians do. They don't care if you blind, crippled, and crazy, and they don't care. That's a part of the makeup of a comedian.
And D.L. Hughley built his whole career off of that.
That's what I'm saying.
I can't stand him. I don't like any of his jokes.
Oh man, listen.
No, we're talking about D.L. Hughley. D.L. He built his whole career doing that. He would just go in the audience and he just say, like,
at what point did this get to a point where comedians have filter? Because if they go back to go way back, like Richard Pryor and all that shit before, when I was even I was young, way young, but from Richard Pryor,
but you forgot, Sabrina.
If you would have slapped Richard Pryor, that nigga would have clowned that bitch.
That's what I'm trying to say.
You go get your pistol out your car to deal with him by the time you get his clowning your bitch.
But y'all forgot
Oscars. You know what I'm saying?
Trying to say.
But y'all just forgot Eddie Murphy apologized right before Coming to America 2 came out about Raw for making the gay joke.
Yeah, it's a
about the gay joke.
Oh
right.
yeah,
Eddie Murphy came out ahead of time before, and then if he would have did the old Coming to America now, it wouldn't have made it to the theater.
That's what I'm
it
trying
wouldn't
to
even
say.
made it to the theater.
Like this cancel culture that they calling it. I'm not with it. I'm sorry.
Me either.
I'm just not with the cancel culture. I don't care because I tell people all the time, if I say shit, fuck it, I said it. I'm not canceling no culture. If I'm gonna say gay, if that motherfucking ass is gay, you gay, lesbian, what? I don't care.
I might call you.
I'm not gonna change my makeup in the time era that I was in to please this era. And I'm not saying nothing to be offensive to nobody, but I'm not going to change the dynamic of who I am to please no motherfucking body.
I'm laughing at Mike in the background.
Matter of fact, I was at the city council meeting Tuesday, and somebody said, "Oh, Miss Mash, you look so young to be retired." And I said, "Yeah, I'm a retired nurse. I get a check every month." So they asked me why I'm not nursing. I said, "Because I'm retired. I get a check every month. So I'm done with that shit. I'm on something else." I said, "I just look like I just act like a mental retarded motherfucker, but I'm very smart." And they said,
we cannot say
retarded. And someone said, "Oh, you can't use that word mental retarded." I said, "I just use it." I said, "I'm a mental retarded motherfucker."
But we
at the city council meeting, they told me, "Oh, just say developmental challenge." I said, you know what? If y'all think I'm going to sit around here and say developmentally challenged just to please a council culture people, you're going to sit here until Jesus comes step foot on this earth, because I'm not going to do it. Because if I can't be who I am and say what I am and who I am, that means I'm going to be out here faking and shaking for the people. And I'm not faking, I'm not shaking. Well, I do shake, but I'm not faking.
Oh, Lord.
But I mean, I'm just saying, at what point can we not be who we are? And every time we say something, it's offensive to something. Like, no, I'm not going to do that.
Hey, man, that's what I'm talking about, man.
We already did.
We got to get to the point where it's not about offending people's sensibilities, man, because that shit means something different to everybody else.
We want to say,
I mean, we can say people are gay, but there are buzzwords that we can't use. We can't say
like what?
We can't say faggot. We can't say
who can't say faggot? It's in the goddamn Webster dictionary.
But we can't say it and be socially and politically correct. We can say it, but
I can say faggot, motherfucker. If you're a goddamn faggot, what the fuck? I ain't no faggot, so tell me what a faggot is and what's a gay, what's the.
But you know, you can say whatever you want to, but to be politically correct and not to be reprimanded.
Correct. I'm not no political correct motherfucker though.
But you work in the public. You had a lot of
and I talk to them and guess what? For 18 years, that's how I talk to people. They know this is how I talk. Guess what? They laugh with me because they know you know what they tell you? Miss Mass is just Miss Mass. And right, Miss Mass is Miss Mass.
But those are people that know you very well because over 18
I wouldn't
years
give it
you
to
have
guess
a
what?
rapport.
When they bring new people in, you know what they're gonna tell them? Oh, Miss Mass is just Miss Mass. Well, y'all educate them motherfuckers and tell them don't fuck with me if they don't like me.
One of these days, somebody's gonna come in and they're not gonna allow me.
To Ronnie's,
and they're gonna do what? Hold on, Mike. And they're gonna do what?
One of these days, I mean, you like what you do. You enjoy being in politics.
Right.
One of these days, somebody's gonna come in and they're not gonna allow that behavior. They're gonna say, "Well, she can't come back to our function." They're not gonna be able to stop you. They're not gonna be able to stop you from doing it. Wait a minute, they're not gonna be able to stop you from doing what you do, but they're gonna say you can't do that at this.
But who's gonna stop me from doing it though? Because last time I checked, I am a United States citizen under the United States Constitution. And
they may let you may do it, but they may have you escorted out by security. You may do whatever you want to do.
I am the goddamn law, but I am the law.
Look, but hold up. It's funny how she said that because
get fired. I'm gonna get another job and come call y'all niggas faggots.
I'm not gonna get fired, but I'm not gonna get fired.
But here's the thing: it's funny that it's Sabrina talking about that in a let's say a hospital setting, because that's exactly how Isaiah Washington got kicked off of ER for making a faggot joke.
But that's
and they won't just
real life. He lost his
career.
They blackballed him.
Bernard, I'm a retired.
He was a great actor.
I know, but I'm just saying. I'm just talking about the actor though. In the actual show of Grey's Anatomy, they fired him and blackballed him.
And he was one of my favorites.
Blackballed him.
let me tell you something. What I have learned a long time ago.
Crazy.
A long time ago, I learned, you know what? Fuck it. Because guess what? You cannot stop what I'm going to be, want to be, or you just can't. I'm not. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna accept.
We don't want to be called niggas, so why should we want to call? We don't want to be called that. I mean, we'll call it to each other.
It depends on who calling me that.
But they
exactly. So if a white person calls us a nigga, we're offended. So for a gay person, us being heterosexual, for us to call them a faggot, that's offensive.
Now, if you're a cool white person, you said, hey, you know what I'm saying? Now, wait a minute.
Once again, back to black people being protected, which is why I'm upset about the whole shit. Because guess what? We're not going to get one strike on this motherfucker for saying nigga. But we said the F word enough times, I might actually hear something from somebody. Y'all realize that?
Not.
But I've said nigga hundreds of times.
They ain't gonna ban you for saying that.
You see what I'm saying? I've said niggas hundreds of times.
And you're right.
So we just said the F word maybe 10 times. And I might actually get some damn correspondence behind that shit.
And a Greek word. And Greek.
Okay. You're right now.
You see what I'm saying? So look.
Contradicting.
Hey guys, I gotta stop this conversation. I gotta go to sleep, man. Look, I'm about to fall the fuck out over here, man. I'm yawning and shit.
Ronnie, Mike,
we gotta
you
finish this
can't help because you're a Ronnie show popping.
How the HNIC gonna get sleepy and the show still going on?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Hey, look, hold on. Y'all keep going. Don't fucking try me like that. Y'all keep going. Give me 1 minute.
No, we coming on now.
I'll be back.
Oh, he'll be back.
Don't play me.
He'll take a break.
Hey man, y'all don't play me, man.
I ain't play you. I ain't play you.
But Sabrina, what I'm saying is we can all do what we want to do. We have a choice to be autonomous.
But there's consequences.
But there's consequences, yeah.
Well,
they might say, we don't want her back.
Well, I'm just going to put it this way. I have lived my life with no filter, okay? Because I accept any and everybody for who they are, and I respect you. If you want to be gay, lesbian, whoever, Panasonic or panoramic or whatever they call it nowadays, whatever, be that. But do not try to define and make me get into your little circle of whatever you want it to be. Listen, I don't care.
But we know that about you, and you know that. But somebody like us or me and you that's very verbal, we can be misunderstood by people who don't know us.
You know what? I can't. And you know what? And guess what? At the end of the day, you're not going to know me because you're not going to be in my circle anyway.
So from Ronnie's point of view, Ronnie's just trying to say, pretty much you saying, Ronnie, a time and place for everything.
Yeah, because we never know who's watching. Because you are involved in so many things.
But guess what? But when I'm like this, like I'm talking to you, this is how I talk in public. And everybody hears me. And it's so funny that you say that because usually when I'm talking like this in public, people always rotate to where I am and they want to get all engaged in the conversation. They find it intriguing.
Right.
I don't know if they think I'm eccentric. I guess they think I'm eccentric, or maybe they want to be like me, or maybe they want to be
charismatic. You are charismatic.
Yes,
you are charismatic, but what you have to remember is you're charismatic amongst our kind. But it's gonna always be somebody that may not.
I'm like this around. Do you not understand?
Right, I understand you're like this all the time, but it's somebody that's gonna come.
Do you not understand? 90% of my days and my time are dealing with Caucasians every day.
Until you get that one Caucasian that's from Great Britain, is not American, that's not gonna be empathetic towards your behavior.
I'm dealing with
that as an example.
Mobile, Alabama.
It's always going to be somebody that's going to come in that's not going to know you the way everybody else that's used to you knows you.
Right, and they like it. I mean, I deal with new people every day in the field. I'm in law enforcement. I'm on different commissions in here.
But you never know. But you never know when that one person going to come in and you're not going to be for them because we're not for everybody.
Well, then they need to go over there and find somebody that's drinking their same tea. You know what I'm saying? Because I drink the Southern tea from the South. You know what I'm saying? I might not be drinking that kind of, unfiltered tea. I don't know what they like. But I can't change who I am for that. Because I'm not going to change who you are for what you do. That's all I'm saying. I just don't get, let me tell you something, right? This is just where I am. And I'm just like this. I've always been like this. I do not want to change anybody from your stance and what you feel comfortable with and what you feel is right and what you feel is what you take a stance on. Stand on it. Stand proud. Whatever it is. stand proud for it, represent it, saying make posters, whatever you want to do. I'm cool. But don't be trying to invade what I am and what I do and what I say, because there's nothing happening. If I feel like cussing, I'm a cuss.
But that's Sabrina. That's all fine and well if we're at the round table and we're all equals. If we're at the round table and everybody's equal, that works. But if you have a superior, somebody that's your supervisor,
who's superior? Ain't nobody superior but God.
Oh,
okay, let's use this.
Ronnie,
for
why
example.
did you say that? Why did you say that, Ronnie?
That was a bad word.
I ain't never called nobody no. I don't
Okay.
call nobody no boss.
Okay, I use the term loosely. Your supervisor,
Ain't no
whoever,
supervisor. I don't
the
have
head
no
of the
supervisor.
department.
Even
But
when
let's
they
say the
call
head of.
themselves supervisor, I say no. You just, you know what I'm saying. You just telling me something that you would like for me to do.
Well, let's say the head of the department. We all
They
know
ain't
that
head
there's
of
a
shit.
certain.
No, I don't deal with them titles.
Hey,
you know what I'm saying?
Sabrina, we finna have a podcast about professionalism at the job.
That's fine, but
I ain't
no,
gonna lie, you
no,
sound
I'm
real
not trying to be
unprofessional.
dismissive, Ronnie. I'm not trying to be dismissive and disrespectful to Ronnie, but I'm just like that type person. I respect people for their titles, but I just never been on the type of stance and say, like, if someone is, got a, what I'm saying, you got a title, maybe a little bit, they say you can kind of tell me what to do. That's what they tell you that you can say. Go ahead and tell me what you would like for me to do, and let me just figure it out if that's what I'm just gonna do. Just tell me nicely.
And then, hey, me as a boss, I'm gonna let you do it, and then I'm gonna tell you if I'd like to have you come back or not the next day. Depending on the result.
I ain't never had no problem on my job. And matter of fact, I never had no problem on my job. I got promotions.
I don't see you having no problem on your job. I already know you don't. I'm just saying.
But my point is, I don't like for let me tell you something. I don't like for people to be talking about, oh, my boss said, fuck that. Your boss.
Yeah, that shit do sound whack.
Oh, I don't call nobody my boss either.
Oh, my supervisor, your supervisor. They don't got no name. Say Mr. or Mrs. said.
I don't even like calling motherfuckers that's grown like me, Mr. or Mrs.
That's just where I am with that. I have an issue with that. You know what I'm saying?
We at work. I'm like, hey, Bob, can you come over and help? Hey, Paul from IT, can you come over and help me?
That's what I'm saying. That's where I am with that. Just like when I had, I had positions where I was, over certain, and they would say, certain people say, I said, listen, don't say that. Just call me Miss Mash. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, dog, you call me boss, bro.
I
ain't calling you boss, but you call me.
I ain't no boss, because when shit go down, y'all want to put my name in and say I said I'm the boss. I ain't shit.
That's what I always say. I don't want to be in charge of nothing but my pocketbook and my keys. That's all I want to be in charge of at work.
Now, a little more game for you brothers out there, man. It's always good to have an imaginary boss. Even if you're on the street running your own business, always have an imaginary boss. Somebody you can defer to. If you the boss, just make sure you tell everybody else you got a boss.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying?
That's an actual fact. I learned that from doing photography. I learned that from doing on-the-spot pictures for photography. My mentor taught me that.
Yeah.
And me, a white guy had told us that. He was like, never tell nobody you own a company. So every time we come in a situation, we were doing on-spot pictures. He would call his wife, or if I was by myself, I call my wife and act like I said, look, we got to go with this price, even though I made a decision.
Right.
I'm just saying.
That's right.
It's like Nino said. It ain't personal. It's business.
Well, see,
you know what I'm saying?
Always
because as long as I got Mike right here, and I know he the man, I can go one-on-one with him because I know he's the man. Or I know Ronnie's the woman. I know Sabrina's the one. I got them. But if you act like you just a humble servant, like, hold up, you already got a price in your head. Like, hold on, let me make a phone call. Hey, I'm just calling to let you know I'm gonna charge this food this anyway. Yeah, okay. You good? Yeah, all right.
Click. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what I used to do.
Get the monkey off your back.
Yeah.
Well, when you're selling people, man, people don't want you to give them a high price. So, like I said, if you're trying to sell somebody and you're the one who's over the price, then it's just a conflict of interest in a way. It's a weird way I could explain it. It'd probably take a long time. But, if you always have somebody else to defer to that's not present, that's your out. That's your way to increase price. That's your way to upsell. That's your way to do all the shit that you really wanted to do in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. And I had the real story.
And maybe that's the real thought is with Will Smith. Yeah, we know he has a boss. We know who his boss is. You see what I'm saying? And maybe Will did everything he wanted to do and just pawned it off on the boss.
That's why I call her the
maybe,
scapegoat.
right.
And you guys
Hell,
say
maybe-
she's not
maybe-
that. She's
I
a
don't know.
decoy.
I'm just saying.
And you might be right, Ronnie. Look, first of all, it's all confusing to everybody because back to what Noble said about what Mr. Palmer said. You done took private business and put it in public business.
It made it public business.
Absolutely. And then it's messy. It's just messy.
Yeah.
It's not going to be nothing more. It's not going to be nothing less. It's messy because you done made something private public.
Yeah.
It's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's nothing. They will never be able to get that back, that privacy back. It's just like everybody asks about, I'm going to be on a show later on tonight talking about does money make you happy? No, because when I heard Sean Carter talking about, I'm going to the store with my daughters and I'm 10 cars deep. Really? I want that life? No, I just want to walk around and go to the damn store. I don't want all this damn bodyguard. I don't want that.
Right.
I just don't. I'm just saying. I don't.
And that was
I don't want that.
Right.
Regular life. I want to, hey, Noble, I just want to be in the shadows.
And that was, and being a Michael Jackson fan that I truly am, like super fan. That was a lot of Michael Jackson's depression because he always wanted to, live a regular life. He could never ever since his childhood. He could never live a regular life. That's why he kept introverting back into a childhood stuff. Theme parks and being around
I
children.
agree with that.
And he had to go in public, wearing costumes.
He was living vicariously through other children.
All this money and this, they have it and they want it and they got it. And then once you get it, like what then? You already been out. How many times can you travel around the world?
Once you get the money and you haven't changed your mind, you become a beta 2.0.
How many houses can you own? How much diamonds can you actually wear? How many cars can you actually? We know how much money you can have, but at what point money becomes nothing but an object? Like, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying.
Can Will Smith pay any amount of money to keep his wife from cocking them legs back for a broke junkie?
No, because now he's slapping people.
If it feels good to her.
Now he's slapping people.
You see what I'm saying? Like, money don't mean shit. Y'all, I gotta cut this. I gotta cut it. I'm on some lead attorney times right now. Like, we going.
Lead attorney be long stroking though. He be long stroking.
6 hours.
You gonna start charging us about a minute, Mike?
This has been a packed show, man. A packed show, man. We've had a lot of information, a lot of perspectives. And I appreciate each and every one of y'all for coming on here.
Good to meet you, ladies.
Hey,
yes, you is likewise.
Man, shout out to you, Bernard.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Noble. Shout out to Miss Texas. I'm glad to have y'all back.
Yeah. We definitely have some entertainment and some, you know what I'm saying?
This was fun tonight. It was a lot of fun.
Y'all made me feel like family here almost.
Man,
family.
This the family, man.
Hey, come on back. You know what I'm saying?
We villagers. We villagers.
Noble, he be that laid back, chill out. Noble be the chill out. He definitely chill out.
Yeah.
We the village, man. We villagers. And like I said, anybody want to come to this platform and discuss your feelings, this is a safe space for you too. Now we might cut your ass up a little bit in here. You know
we cut each other too.
We cut each other up.
Yeah, but we good.
We got 2 nurses. We good. We got 2 nurses. We good.
Just like the mosh pit, we'll get you stitched up.
Ronnie, I was gonna say you got a job, girl, without even doing an interview.
It's sibling rivalry we have on this show. Of course, I'm gonna take care of you guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Ronnie's so sweet.
But man, I appreciate y'all, man. And we're gonna be getting back. I'm probably gonna do another one Sunday, like to be, straight up, because I got to get back on this politics game. So
at what time, Mike?
Probably around noon or 1. I'll put it out there. Just make sure I'll put it out there and I'll get in your inbox and let you know, because we love to have you. And Ronnie,
next time you're in Mobile, let me know so we can go get grab us some seafood or something.
Let's get some oysters, man. Let's go to happy hour, man. Get some oysters, man. To win some.
Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mike, I'll probably be going live 9 Sunday.
9 is Sunday. I'm gonna jump on. I know I'm jumping on yours before
Sunday morning or Sunday night?
Sunday morning.
Sunday morning.
Yeah, Sunday morning at 9 is when the world class come on.
That's my Sunday school time when I was a little girl.
Yeah, man.
Sunday
This is
night.
real
Sunday
school. It's a
I
Sunday
know that's right.
He said he coming on Sunday morning.
Sunday
At
morning
9.
at the world class on YouTube.
He already got it on the YouTube.
Oh,
if
Noble
you
gonna be
look
on
him up.
Sunday morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the world class.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna get on. Okay, I'm gonna check out Noble then.
Yeah,
Okay.
y'all check out, and y'all don't forget to subscribe to Noble as well. Bernard, you
No,
got a
but what
channel
is
as well too,
Is
right?
it a podcast?
No, it's a YouTube for
Yeah,
Noble.
YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
y'all
world
don't forget to subscribe to Noble. Bernard, plug your channel
In the
as
private
well,
chat.
man, before we go.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
I see it.
Oh, mine is in the background. Facts and the Uncomfortable Truth. I'm still getting material together, and I just don't want to come out anyway. So I'm getting grown by my my two brothers right here and watching others. So
But now yours is a podcast
it's gonna be a YouTube channel.
or YouTube. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
absolutely. So, man, we got Bernard coming in the building. Shout out to you. Shout out to you.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I salute y'all, man. And like I said, blessings to each and every one of y'all. Sabrina, I'll get in your inbox and let you know about Sunday and let you know when the next time I'm gonna be in town is. I actually got to come back soon because I need to check on my mom.
Yeah.
So
I hope you and Ronnie come at the same time so we can go, you know what I'm saying, kick it in the city.
Yeah.
We should. We could do a live podcast.
Throw
That'd
up
be
some
nice.
dust out
That
here in
would be
Mobile.
nice.
Yeah,
that'd be nice. Y'all do that live.
Yeah. That'd be
Well,
real good.
Ronnie gonna let me know next time she'll be there.
We need us a studio audience, even if we don't have like 10 people. That'd be nice.
Well, we can do studio audience, you know. I can
get
pull some
people.
people now.
We can do a town hall style mic drop. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
that'd be so nice.
Hey, where we
Ronnie,
take questions.
hey, Mike, let me know and I can get.
Right.
Let me know and I can get some. I can get the director Batista, director of police, and the chief on for you.
Yeah,
Can you get Ashley Rich?
Yeah, we need
That's
Ashley.
your girl.
Nah, she ain't gonna do that.
We need Ashley, boy. We need Ashley on here, boy.
Ashley ain't doing that.
Hey, we
Ashley
need
got
Ashley
to get
on here. Yeah, I know. We need Ashley on here. Tell
Now
her
I can get some other people that's running for the DA.
Yeah. I want to talk to Mouche.
You want to talk? Matter of fact, I got to go to her event tomorrow. She invites me then, want me to come to her.
Yeah. I want to talk to Mouche, man. I was real
You wanna
impressed
talk to her?
when we met her, man. Yeah, and she
Well,
runs
let me-
the DA down there. So yeah, we
Inbox me and let me know when y'all coming and who y'all want to come, and I can reach out to them previous to.
Bet. Sounds good.
Yeah, y'all can ask them the direct shit y'all want to ask them and whatever.
Sounds
I know
good.
y'all coming. I know y'all coming with some questions.
Sounds good.
My
I'm gonna do
foundation
something different. I normally let everybody go before we go, but I'm gonna end the broadcast tonight, and I want everybody to just say bye to the audience. You know what I'm saying? At the same time,
Like
So
the Brady Bunch.
like the Brady, it kind of got a Brady Bunch set up here. We just ain't got no parents. We ain't got no parents.
You want us to do what now?
Everybody
On
just
the-
say
on the-
bye to the audience at the same
Bye.
time, man. Peace, bye, later,
Peace.
love.
See everybody. See you later. See you later.
Is that what I'm saying?
We do like
Yeah.
Miss
We counting
America.
down? We gonna
I'm
count
counting
down? What we doing?
Yeah, one. I'm counting down to 3. So at 1, 2, 3, peace.
Peace.
Hello.
Good night.
You know what I'm saying?
Good night, fam, man.
Mhm.
Blessings to
Good
y'all.
night, y'all.
Good night,
All
everybody.
right.
You know what I'm
Good night.
saying? Peace, love, and soul.
Thank you for coming out. God bless you. Good night, like Russell Simmons.
Absolutely.